Weird for me. But I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I made some coffee, but I didn't bring it in here, so I need to go get it. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I got you. Well, my husband's alarm gonna go off in like a minute. And I made the coffee, so he could probably go get me some, right? Right? Is that how it works? My spring ghost with the butterflies and my sunshine shirt. And I don't know. It was weird. Like, it's weird. Okay, I know that you guys see me on live a lot and not in person. But very often, I can be in good moods, but, oh, there's the alarm. But it's very rare for me to be in a good mood this early in the morning. Just because I am not a morning person. The Duo Live is next Friday night, the 10th, 7 p.m. I think Adora has something going on tonight. Got a hair on there. Oop, I need to get... There we go. Half of my nails are broken on this hand, so these ones are way longer. Let's just pretend that they're the same, huh? Alright, I will have to shower later, but I did this now because this time slot is available. Hey, I made coffee, but I didn't get any yet. We can light it up. How long have you been on? I don't know. You lost your coffee. Looks like my eyelid looks weird. I think it's from eyelash glue. All right, let's see who's here. We have cool. Let kids be trans.
I think that is the most irresponsible and literally like
Shocked.
bordering on child abuse. I mean, that is just a terrible, terrible statement. And the reason why, and I can see you're going to start right away and you're going to claim that I'm some kind of, whatever, right? You know what I mean? But I mean, we're talking about children, right? Absolutely children. Okay. And the message that your community is sending is like, you know what? Let's hurt and damage our kids.
No, who said that? Nobody said that.
Well, I mean, that's what it's saying. That's what's happening when you're allowing children, right? I mean, if you're gonna just roll your eyes at me, there's no sense in having a conversation. I'll just leave.
That's the part you can't handle?
No, I mean, it's not mature and it's not adult, right? You know what I mean? And it's like
Oh no, I'm not a mature adult. I'm sorry. You're the one who is completely against supporting trans children who are who need support from adults in their lives.
I don't think that they do because this is just. And if you allow me to explain why.
Wild fucking claims.
I haven't made a single claim yet. I have not made a single claim.
You're saying that kids can't be trans and
I didn't say that they can't be. I'm saying.
That and your claim was what? Borderline child abuse? Isn't that what you said?
Yes, I believe it's borderline child abuse because you're introducing hormones, right? Hormones that
No one's even
I don't
said
know what I'm
that.
losing, you guys. Everything's fine on my end.
I mean, I don't understand. I really, really try to come on you guys, is what you call it, and give an opposing opinion, right? A
Mm,
level-headed opposing opinion, and have an actual discussion. But all that
mm,
really happens is you know, you're like, oh, you are just completely wrong, and you are
mm.
stupid, and I'm not going to talk to you, and so it doesn't make sense.
I'm gonna Barry talk to him for a sec. I have
Yeah.
to.
So
I keep freezing, so.
I really wish that sometimes we could perhaps, rewind and start back from the very second you started speaking. Um, um, letting kids be trans is not us forcing them to be trans. They simply are, okay? They're transgender children and wanting to express themselves. Now, we're not saying, oh, my daughter, my son is a transgender child, like blah, 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 blah. Okay? Letting kids be trans could simply mean simple as supporting them. Acknowledging and affirming their gender identity, because it can have a significant positive effect on their mental health and well-being. Firstly, and allowing them to express their gender identity is essential for their overall, firstly, their self-esteem and complete happiness. That is as simple as you can get. If you want me to explain more, I can. But that is the bare minimum about letting kids be trans, is simply just supporting them.
Okay, I agree. I agree that gender dysphoria can be incredibly uncomfortable, and that people tend to need to transition into a body, into a lifestyle that they're more comfortable with. I agree with that. It happens. I mean, I'm agreeing with your statement, and you still roll your eyes at me. I mean, it's really, really ridiculous. But anyways, let me
Aw.
finish my point. Let me finish my point, right? So I agree that that does happen, right? It does happen. It's been happening since the beginning of time, right? You know what I mean? My problem is to
I don't know what to do.
hold on.
Hold on just a second. Everyone that says it's freezing, like I reset it. I don't know. I can reset after this conversation, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Everything looks fine on my end.
I can see Mel.
Okay, so my problem with the issue, right, is the
Mm.
promotion of it, right? So what happens is that our education system and the very far left, right, who are trying to make victims out of people, out of trans people, right? So like, oh, you were just so being victimized that you must, without question, have to change societal
Oh,
views. Now, here's the thing. Now, let me
Wow.
finish my point. Let me finish my point.
I
yeah, go on.
wonder why I
Because
roll my eyes at you.
Because
Huh?
you don't even let me fucking get in a statement. All right,
But I
you
have a lot of
don't
shit.
even
Go
allow
ahead.
me to give a
Brooklyn,
point.
You know it.
And
Brooklyn.
here's the truth. So you guys come on this platform, you give your side of the statement, and then you
Okay,
abuse
Brooklyn,
liberal
Two things.
opponents.
No, you've already said a lot of things,
Brooklyn,
though.
let's break down what you've said. Let's before I let you finish your statement, let's break because you've said a lot without saying a lot. Okay, so let's break down
I
some.
haven't said anything. You have not allowed me to finish
Honey
my.
bunny,
Absolutely
darling,
have.
darling, darling, let me speak. Okay, let's break down what you've said. Okay, hun. Okay, so you said, honey, darling, that the education system, we're forcing it into the
I didn't
education
say
system.
force.
Yes, you did. You practically
I
did. You
said
said,
promote.
okay, all right, okay, it's the same thing. Promoting
Not
whatever.
the same thing. It is not the same thing.
Darling, darling, let me finish saying, right? Now, for my whole entire childhood, the promotion of heterosexual relationships was dominating my whole entire childhood. When I was gay, I am gay. I was growing up as a gay child, a gay boy. I was made to feel that I wasn't normal. But it's okay to promote heterosexual relationships and this, and this. But it's not okay to promote other things. Is that what you're
It's
saying?
not okay to promote sexual relationships to children.
Talking about things.
Heterosexual, homosexual, trans, whatever it is not okay, right, to put these type of ideas in our children's minds,
Oh, but I bet
heterosexual
you.
or
Oh,
not.
but I bet you already reaffirm your child's identity by going, good boy, good girl. Oh, he's gonna be such a lovely father. Blah 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 blah. I bet you already reaffirm
That's
that.
true. I know what I did do. I know what I did do is I protected a very feminine homosexual in Brooklyn, New York, which was probably one of the most kind of closed
Oh, God.
places, right? You know what I mean? And what I did was is I protected that person because that person was suffering, right? Because he
This is
felt so
personal.
out of place. He felt so out of place, and he could not even understand sexual identity or sexual thing.
Talking about, you're just going on and on now. Can we talk about the schools thing, or are you just going to talk about yourself?
Go ahead.
Great. So Bear was making a point that you completely ignored.
Completely
Didn't
ignored.
ignore it. I said that sexual any kind of promotion of any kind of sexual identity, whether it's heterosexual, homosexual, or trans, I don't know what the thing is, should not. It is sexual. He just said. He said.
Shit. No. Okay.
No, fuck you. I'm not. You are not a debater. Fuck you. You people are terrible.
Being
Goodbye.
gay is not a sexual identity. That's all I was going to say. It has nothing to do with your identity.
It has everything to do with your identity. It has everything to do with your identity because homosexuals, right? Homosexual and trans people are defining themselves by their sexuality.
No.
They're starting at the level of child.
Oh my goodness.
Well, by my goodness, what? So yeah, I know I'm a fucking caveman because I have an actual opinion, right, on these things, on the safety and ability of our children.
Wrong. You're just wrong.
How am I wrong?
There's a difference between your attraction towards people and your identity. They're different things.
Right, children don't understand what their identity. They haven't grown into their identity
You
yet.
don't understand.
No, I do understand perfectly. Children do not understand. They haven't grown into their identity yet.
Okay.
What happens is promoting any kind of sexual identity, right, at a very early age, it's unhealthy.
Brooklyn, can you just tell me, like, explain, just in simple terms, right? Just simple terms, why you think it's a bad thing to promote LGBTQ plus in okay.
I think that it's wrong. I think it's wrong because children are not ready for that concept. Right? I think children should be taught how to socialize.
To educate yourself on this.
Jesus
You're not
Christ.
ready.
I mean, he asked me to explain my point, and you interrupted me because what happens is if I make a logical point, right? You know what I mean? That's against your side. You come in, you roll your eyes, and you stop me from speaking.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's what it is, and that's just what it is. And and it's hard to be able to try to make a debate and try to give an opposing position, right? That has common sense, right, and without being attacked, right, for trying to protect children. That's ridiculous.
You're actually the one who's.
I'm sorry you feel like a girl,
You're
right?
the one
I
who is
apologize.
attacking children. You're the one who's attacking children.
How am I attacking children?
You're the one who doesn't have an understanding on what you're talking about.
I do have an understanding of what I'm talking about. I have a fucking degree in college. I understand these points.
Brooklyn,
I disagree with yours.
Brooklyn,
What baby
listen.
Bob have? You think? No.
Well, let's let Bear speak because he seems a little more calm and a little more understanding.
Brooklyn. Hey, listen, right. Since you're so hung up, darling, on protecting kids, where was my protection of my mental health? Where was my?
It was never there, Bear. It was never there, Bear. I'm sorry. Okay, it was Bear. It was never there. And I apologize for that. We have a better responsibility to our children that have to that for whatever reason, right? For whatever reason, went through what you went through growing up. It's a very, very difficult thing, and I understand it completely. Believe me when I tell you. So let me just give you a quick story. All right. So I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. Hold on, let me give you a quick story.
What does your story have to do with anything?
That's the thing. I'm telling you, I know someone like Bear that grew up like
someone you know.
Oh my God, I'm telling you, I'm trying to give you my stance on it.
Yeah, but Brooklyn,
Your stance.
you're so hung up on protecting kids, right? This is your main argument, but it doesn't seem like you're about protecting kids unless it's in your interest. That's what it's coming across, right? Because I'm telling you.
Well, that's not correct.
Well, it is because you're telling Brooklyn. Please listen. You're saying protect kids, right? Now, think about this, and I really want you to consider this and really think about how when I was growing up, there was no protecting kids because my mental health was deteriorating by the day, by the second, right? Because I was confused. Now, transgender boys and girls are feeling the same because there isn't that talk. There isn't that, normalizing that, not even normalizing, but just making it known, okay? There isn't this conversation taking place. So there is no protecting these kids because day in, day out, these children are waking up miserable, and every day they're, probably thinking, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? No, you're talking about protecting kids, but it sounds like protecting children stops at a certain stage. That to me sounds like it stops at perhaps LGB and not the T.
Well, okay, wait. So, like, Brooklyn, I don't know. Seems like you got a lot on your mind here. But yeah, like, I don't see what your T.
Okay, my point is this. So let me give my point, right? So what happens is that I agree, right? That people that are born gay, right, and people that are born with this gender dysphoria have a very, very
No one
difficult.
is born with either of these things.
People aren't born. Yeah.
Like what? Like I don't understand.
So
like, why
okay,
you're
so
here.
all right. So is being gay and being trans a choice?
No, just because you're not. Hey, are you like born with like cancer? Are you born with fibromyalgia? Are you born?
You're born with the
depression?
gene. You're born.
Are you
You're born
born
with
with
the gene.
anxiety? No, there's a lot of things that you aren't fucking born with, but these things
Oh my
develop
God,
over
people!
time.
You just don't even. You don't even let me make a
And
point.
they're still not choices.
Okay, so let me ask you a question: Are gay people and trans people? Is it a choice or are they born that way?
They're not born that way, and it's not a choice. It's not one or the
Okay,
other.
so what is it then? So what
They
is it?
fucking develop in a
Okay.
particular way.
Yes.
They are born with a particular predisposition
Right.
to have particular traits.
Right.
Just the same as like, one second. Just the same as like, I am 5'3". I was not born 5'3". I didn't slither out of my mother.
I agree. I
5'3".
Okay,
I
I
have
agree.
the genetic predisposition to be 5'3".
I
Okay?
agree
Is being
100%.
5'3" a fucking choice?
Okay, look, I agree.
It's a yes or no question, genius.
You didn't ask me a question. You gave me a statement.
I literally just asked you a question.
Well, okay, if you listen, I believe that gay people and trans people are born with a genetic predisposition. I'm agreeing with your stance. I am agreeing.
I literally just asked you a question and I don't know why you did.
Okay, yes, I agree. I agree. Right.
So
So
you believe that me being 5'3" was my own choice?
no.
Okay, so hey, Brooklyn, by that photo, like you got a lot on your mind. Like a lot on your mind, right? All right, bobblehead. Like so let's put that to use.
Oh my God, you people are terrible. You are.
Let's put that to use, please. Please.
All right, so I'm going to put it to use and let me make my stance. I agree with what you just said.
Bro, we heard you the first time, but
No, you're not letting me finish my point. You are not hearing anything. What you're doing is you're trying to abuse me to get the.
I didn't do anything to you.
Okay, you just called me a bobblehead, right? You know what I mean? You said all of
Because-
these.
He's a
because
child
you're-
abuser, so
Your head is brighter than my fucking future. But like, here's the thing, and I think it's pretty impressive. But that has nothing to do with the conversation. It's just the fact that I said an entire statement to you, ended it with the question, and you didn't even fucking listen. So at this point,
did.
I realize
I
you are not
agree.
ready to engage in the
I
conversation.
agree with your stance.
So you agree? I didn't make a fucking stance. I asked you a question.
Okay, yes, I believe that gay people and trans people are born with a
Bro,
pre-genetic
are you
disposition.
Are you know what I mean? Like you about to, you know what I mean? So, like I was saying, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say this slower for you because I don't understand, bro. Walk around like pinhead. So here's the thing. So I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh my God, get to your point, lady.
I'm sorry. Right. So like.
Thank you. Can I?
Girl, stop. Right.
Okay. No, you know what? You people are terrible. You will never
I'm
debate.
literally about to ask you, who's you people?
The three people besides Bear. Bear is barely. You know what I mean? He's willing to have a decent
oh
conversation.
yeah.
But you
Bro,
guys are
I'm
not.
not okay. I'm not doing nothing. Okay, I'm just trying to lighten the mood because you're like impressively annoying. So
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I was saying before, you literally asked a question like if people are born with these particular identities, or is it a choice? That's not how anything like that works. You can be you can have a predisposition for these things and not be born these things, and have it also be a choice. I don't know if you knew that, but you should know that as well. So I asked you this question. I was born with the predisposition, the genetic predisposition to be 5'3". Did I choose to be 5'3"?
No.
Okay, then, genius. It is the same concept for people who are trans and people who are gay.
Okay, so
They have a predisposition for these particular traits. That does not mean that they chose these traits.
I agree.
If people have a genetic predisposition for cancer, did they choose to get cancer?
No, they didn't. No, because I
Okay,
agree.
now
So
do the
this is what-
math.
Okay, so now let me respond quickly, and then I'll leave you guys alone, right? So this is what I know, and this is scientific fact, that people that have predispositions to cancer, hold on, people that have predispositions to cancer, if they smoke, it triggers that gene. If people have predispositions to addiction and they're around other people that participate using substances, that gene gets
No one cares. No one
If
asks.
you have, if you have a predisposition
No one
for
asks.
hair,
Wait, so are you
a
trying to say?
predisposition for blonde hair, and you go in the sun,
Wait. Are you trying to say
take that
that
fucking
if
gene. You
Something
people are
triggers people
terrible
being
babies.
trans. Like what?
You are the worst people I've ever met in my fucking life.
Because
You
you're
are
about to make an
rude,
extrapolation.
you are unscientific, right? And you all you want to hear is
You're about to
one
make an
fucking
extrapolation.
sock.
You're using
Fuck you.
you're
Brooklyn.
using particular scientific facts to make another statement about a completely different.
No, you're talking about
Hey, man, calm
that's
down,
in
dude.
your body.
Brooklyn.
bro.
No, I'm gonna be as rude as you fucking people, and I'm gonna speak over you, and I'm gonna speak the truth, and you're not gonna like it, and you're gonna call me a fucking baby. So
Brooklyn.
fuck you.
Can you just calm down, Brooklyn?
No, fuck you, bobblehead.
Brooklyn.
Like, come on, dude. Like,
I have a predisposition to anger, and guess what? You fucking triggered it because
yeah.
you
So
fucking
anger is
idiot.
second. Hey, Brooklyn, anger is a
Fuck you. I don't even want to hear you.
anger is a
Fuck.
secondary.
I don't want to hear
emotion.
you.
You're
Fuck
feeling
you.
a lot of other.
I
things.
wish you were 5'1", bitch.
You should.
Brook-
What? What do you mean?
You're 5'2". I wish you were 5'1".
I'd
because
be-
that's what you deserve.
That would mean I wouldn't be
5'1".
taller than him anymore. So yeah, but here's the thing. So like, look, Brooklyn, we don't like. Let's calm down, man.
Fuck you. No. How about no?
Bro.
I got a predisposition to opposition,
Bro,
bitch.
I could
You
play an
triggered.
entire jazz
Jesus
solo. On
So
the
support me in my predisposition to your motherfucking moronic worldview.
Can you chill out, dude?
Oh, no. I just
Can
said
you
no. You
chill
understand
out?
that? That's a statement. No. Do you
Are you
understand
angry?
it? Or are you so fucking stupid that you don't understand the response? No.
Okay,
No, we
Pete.
did understand the response.
Okay,
It
so
was
fucking
wrong.
then respect
Okay.
my motherfucking right,
Okay.
right?
I think-
Because
I
I am
think-
LGBT.
Baby boy,
Fuck you,
baby
no.
Let them do their thing.
No,
Baby
you
boy.
have
Okay.
no rights here. Not a single right you have was
Exactly. That's my
You don't
point.
have to.
You're a
Like,
fucking
there you go.
genius.
There's no law that protects you here. Be for real.
I'm
You
not.
know what I'm talking
I don't need a
about.
law. I don't need a law to protect me. I'll protect myself. No,
Literally
fuck
came
yourself.
in here and called me a child abuser. And
I didn't
you're
call
upset
you a
with
child
it.
abuse. I didn't call you a child abuser. I don't think you're a child abuser. I
Bro,
think
next thing you know, in the woods is this guy.
that promoting a predisposed gene in a child, right, could potentially potentially fuck them up.
I'm going to say something.
Oh my
Hold on.
God,
So
Brooklyn.
you're saying that teaching children about the LGBTQ community is like exposing that predisposed gene and then making them that way?
Yes.
What the fuck? No.
Because what happens is, let me tell you something.
See, hey, Brooklyn. I was about to. You can take it now.
Yeah, he
I was
did.
about to ask, like, if we all know that he's at the most 5'7". So I was about to ask, like if like did something happen to him? Did his parents drop him on the head, and is that what caused him to have like a genetic predisposition that triggered those genes to make him cap out at 5'7"? You know. So yeah, look, hey, I'm about to get ready for my own life, but
All right.
5 out.
Bye. Thank you. You guys, I don't know why I'm frozen. I guess I can reset, which is really annoying, but because I didn't have a violation.
That was a crazy conversation for no, like, it got so heated.
Yeah, he did not like Baby Bop like standing up to him for sure.
The thing is they come up and they're like, I agree, but no.
No, they don't agree. They
don't
just say that
agree.
shit.
You know, as soon as the word but comes in, I'm like, no, there's no need for but.
That's why I have a butt emote. So here, let me do a poll real quick. Because I don't know if if I'm not frozen for all of you, then it might be you. Like you might need to restart your app.
You're not frozen for me, I can still see you.
Because I've left and like reset my app multiple times during this. So really quick. If I can figure out what I'm doing, I'm a dummy. Where's the polls? Oh my gosh. Is it like too early? Do I not know what I'm doing? Just laggy, frozen. I don't understand.
I don't even know where the poll. I can't do polls or anything.
Oh, here it is. All right. Sad face if I'm frozen, happy face if I'm not. I know you guys can hear me. All right, definitely frozen for a lot of you. All right, I'll reset. I'll be right back. So it didn't freeze last time until I had guests. So it's going to be, hopefully it won't change when I add a guest because it was fine earlier before I added someone. I don't know what's happening. Like I said, I reset it like multiple times, so I don't know why it's being weird. But all right, hello?
Hello,
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Okay, is it good with a guest, guys? Okay, I don't know what's going on. That was weird. All right, I'll let Bear back in. All right, let kids be trans, Matthew.
Yeah, I guess I'm interested. I see your title. I've never been on this live before. I'm curious, is there a lot of people opposing this view?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who don't think kids can be trans, or if they are trans, not to support them. They don't want to support them, so yeah.
Okay, I'm just curious as far as like being a trans child goes, how does that decision even come to fruition?
It's not a decision. Right?
What is
Some children just develop that way. They develop with an incongruent gender identity from their sex assigned at birth.
Why has that been just a study that's like recently been involved and looked upon, and
It's not recent.
when did it start?
Forever? What do you mean, when did it start?
Like when did those studies start like becoming more popular?
Popular studies? I don't know what you mean by that.
Just as far as like transgenderism was not nearly as popular as it is in like today's age.
It's not a thing. There's not an ism.
Transgenderness, I guess.
Some people have always been transgender.
And that's dated and seen where?
In history, it could go all the way back to ancient Egypt.
Sure. I mean, there's people that have always done like cross-dressing and things such as that, but when did transgenderism form? I would love to know. Like if there's like a source.
Matthew, you sound like a really lovely guy, but before you continue, please stop saying transgenderism because it's not a belief or ideology, so please stop calling it that.
Okay, what is it?
It's literally how some people develop.
Like you wouldn't go gayism or lesbianism or straightism because it's not a belief or ideology. So please stop doing that. Okay.
I guess those are just how. Okay, so is it the proper term is trans? Should we just say trans?
People? They're trans people. They're a group of people. There are people
Sure, I know they're people. I'm just asking, like, is that how you refer to them?
the words that you're using, you're implying that there's some type of choice or some type of belief system, right? And it's not like that.
But I guess I'm confused because of the way that they developed is so, then why does it require changes later on?
It doesn't. There's no changes required. Some people make changes, but cisgender people do the same thing, right? Like if a cisgender woman doesn't develop breast or has small breasts, they may choose to have a breast augmentation, right? Like
Sure, but isn't that just because like the natural has not developed properly?
properly? No, it's because they're uncomfortable with the way that things with that thing that developed in their life, right? But
Okay.
some women with smaller breasts are totally fine with that, right? It's very individualized on on how each of us feel about our own bodies.
Sure.
So it
I
works
guess I
the
just-
same way for trans women. If a trans woman, because their identity is of a woman, if they develop small breasts or no breasts, they may want breasts. So it's the same thing.
Wait, so you're saying that a trans woman might form small breasts just naturally with her body?
No, I didn't say that. They could.
Well, how's that?
Sure, they could. But like if they take hormones, for instance, and they still only develop small breasts, maybe they want to get breast enlargement, breast implants.
Sure. And I guess for me, I'm just a little confused on how it's just the prompt, let kids be trans. If we're letting them be trans, it makes that prompt almost makes it seem as if it is a choice.
No, we're talking about children who are trans to allow them to be trans. Don't try to push them to be cisgender. Support them in what they need, no matter what that is.
But would we hold that same standard and that same application to other things in life if somebody has
Like
any
what?
other tendency that we would just normalize?
It's not a tendency.
But I didn't say it was a tendency. I used it as an application in other tendencies.
Like, for instance, because Bear's here and Bear's gay, right? If it said, let kids be gay, right?
Okay.
That would mean, again, that some children are gay, and the children who are gay, do not tell them that they're not gay. Don't tell them that they're straight. Allow them to be gay. That's the point.
Sure. I guess I'm just, I don't love that at any time if somebody's affirming something in my life that maybe I haven't necessarily made the choice on, when our brains don't even develop fully until we're in like our mid-20s.
Okay, who cares? That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
I feel like it does, because if we're pushing any kind of ideology towards
Take a
anything,
child who's cisgender and tell them they're trans. No one's saying that. If
that's not
the
what I'm
child
saying.
themselves says they are transgender, then you support that child.
But how do we do that?
Well,
Okay.
It's individualized. Depends on the child.
The thing is Matthew, it's about acknowledging. It's about acknowledging their identity in the first place, right? And that is literally the first step, the bare minimum that parents, teachers, and everyone in society should be doing. It's just acknowledging, right? Because as soon as you acknowledge that they're obviously, not even expressing, but just acknowledging the fact that, your little girl now might be a boy. It's just acknowledging that. And okay, yeah, like definitely acknowledging and affirming their gender identity is not bad, right? Because affirming their gender identity is what's going to help them be able to express themselves and help their self-esteem and overall happiness. That's all that's going to do. You're not doing anything other than what your child is wanting, you're not doing anything other than, okay, you're acknowledging and affirming that. By affirming, you don't have to make them start buying them girls' toys and dresses. Yeah, you're just allowing, you're going to affirm their gender by allowing them to express themselves how they want and continue with that.
I just don't feel like in certain states where we've allowed people to just express how they feel / how they believe they are is always a healthy thing.
But that's because society's got this really weird thing of what a woman and man should look like, right? That's what it is. That's what we... Go on,
So
man.
you need to give me an example on how that would be a bad thing.
What exactly?
Or a study or something showing that supporting a child in their identity would be a negative.
Well, because I think anything that you affirm and slight can become extreme. And so I think that there's points where if you get like really, really into something, and it could be anything, it can always become extreme. And so then I look at certain studies.
What does that mean?
Matthew.
Well, I can explain it.
Okay.
Okay, so like in a trans world where somebody is living as a trans person, and then they are getting affirmed by that thing. And with what I've seen, and this could just be ignorance, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I've done some studies, I've looked at some studies and whatnot. I've just seen that like when it gets to the place where if a trans person is trying to change their like physicality of their body, like actually change their body, there's just a lot of things that come into that process that can be like really, really negative. And so I guess I'm just like curious as to like how that's a good thing.
That's not, you just said words, right? Like that didn't really make any sense. Again, because
I feel like it made perfect sense.
in society, we affirm cisgender children all the time.
What's wrong with that?
But we also do a lot of affirming what a man and a woman is meant to be. You know, society affirms just general stereotypes, right? But that's okay. Yeah. But it's not okay, but to a lot of society, that's okay. Oh, a woman must look like this and must behave like this. Oh, a man must behave like this. That society's already affirming, which is wrong anyway.
Yeah. But I think that society, I feel like we're saying like society is just affirming people naturally, but it's like that's how they came out. So you're going to affirm it because that's just how they are.
No, that's what you're assuming them to be, right? And again, that's the same way it's working with transgender children. If you're assuming a child who's assigned female at birth is a girl, you could be wrong. And only that child is going to know their own identity. So if that child says, hey, I'm actually a boy, you should support them. There is no reason for you to potentially harm that child.
But I feel like that is such a like fluid thing because, okay, I have little kids and my daughter goes to daycare and she came back from daycare and she has a class of mostly boys. And so she literally asked like, why are boys and girls different? And I was like, oh, there's a lot of things about us that are different. And she was like, okay, like what? And she's asking all these questions. And long story short, if she was like, well, I think I'm a boy now because she hangs out with mostly boys.
That's not how it works.
Should I just affirm that?
No, we're not talking about children who say, I think I'm a boy because I hang out with boys. No, that's not what we're talking about.
But then what are you talking about? Can you give me a different example of that happening without
gender? A child who is insistent, persistent, and consistent in their gender identity. Not a child who goes to daycare with boys and says like, oh, I want to be a boy so I can fit in with all my friends and be a boy. Like no, like it's not a want, it's not a choice.
But could that not be where it starts?
No.
Matthew, but what's the problem with like, say, like I have a 3-year-old. She, as far as I know, she's a girl. I mean, what's the problem if she were to come to me and be like, I'm a boy? Like she does do that to me. Like,
yeah, I think most toddlers do.
Right. So what are we supposed to do? Like what would you do?
I guess what I'm hearing, that's what I'm asking. I'm trying to get the answer from Mel and Bear. Like what is the answer to that? Because okay, at that point, let's say she comes back and I'm completely fine with my daughter being my daughter because she's a girl and that's what she's accepted to be or whatever. Let's say that we're running with this rhetoric. what if she comes home and says she's a boy? Then like, what is the action you're calling me to if we're just letting kids be trans?
You have a
Do I affirm
conversation
it?
with your kid.
Yeah, you
Do I
ask them what that
affirm it?
means to them. Like when my daughter says she's a girl or when she says she's a boy, I ask her, what does that mean to you? And she like my daughter being 3, she thinks that like having her hair, she likes me to do her hair. And she's like, I'm a girl. She'll say, I'm a girl now. And like, she thinks that it doesn't really mean anything because at that age, they don't like, they just see the physical outward differences. Right. But I mean, it doesn't hurt anybody if she says like, oh, well, I'm wearing this shirt, so I'm a boy.
Sure, yeah, and I'm not saying it does. I'm trying to understand at what point does it become where we like affirm them in this in what they're feeling or whatever you guys are saying.
Well, if it seems like a child is making some type of a choice, or it's something that they're hanging out with, or if they grew up in a house full of boys and they're like, you know, they want to do boy things because of that, that's different. That's not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about a child who is, again, insistent, persistent, and consistent in their identity. So if your child comes home from daycare and says, I'm a boy, that doesn't mean anything. And again,
So then can you give me an example of a child that, like the different scenario where it's like, oh, this is real, inconsistent, and whatever else you said?
well, sometimes you don't actually know until your child tells you.
But I'm just saying my child just did tell me.
No, like,
I've heard stories of people saying that their kids were trans as early as 3 and 4 years old.
right. So when it comes to children that young, again, there's going to be more indications than just a one-time coming home from daycare.
Sure. Can you give me those examples?
Yeah, they can be multiple things, right? It can have to do with, because as you said, you've already recognized that your child is recognizing the differences between boys and girls, because that is developmentally what happens around the age of 3, right? They start to recognize the differences, and that's when their own gender identity starts developing.
Yeah.
I think the negative thing that we're looking not to do is tell them no. Like even if my 3-year-old were to come home and say, I want to dress as a boy, or I want to wear these clothes, even if she doesn't quite understand what that means yet, the positive thing would be to affirm that. Say, you get to be comfortable in what you're wearing. You know, you get to choose what your hair looks like, what your clothes look like, what you play with. That's the important part. And it's never to say no to that kind of thing.
Yeah, I guess I
Let
just...
them explore it. Sorry. Let them explore their identity.
Right. There's not like a point that you lock your kid into being trans. Like there's some kind of crazy idea that if you affirm your kid in the things that they like as they're growing up, that like suddenly they're going to be trans and like that's it. Like that's not how it works, because if that's how it worked, then children would just be cisgender.
Matthew, think about, think about if your child come up to you, Dad, I'm Spider-Man. You're not going to be like treating him like Spider-Man, would you? But you'd be...
Sure. I mean, I would probably play along with it.
But
I was
if
going
you're-
to say, I disagree. Yeah. Like I would play along with it too. Like we affirm what they
Their
see
imagination.
in themselves.
Yeah.
The difference is that they outgrow that play imagination of pretending to be Spider-Man. And it's different when they're trans. They don't grow out of that.
Right. And children can recognize that they are playing or pretend playing versus what is real for them.
But I guess my question would be, and I'm not trying to be a hater, but like my question would be, at what point of us like affirming or allowing them to do said thing goes from, okay, this is just an innocent imaginary thing, to becoming like pushing an ideology down their throat?
No, there's no point that you're pushing any type of ideology down their throat. Again, like Reggie said, you're kind of affirming them along the way. And if they start to be really insistent, persistent, and consistent with them being something that you are like different than what you are telling them they are, or what society is telling them, that's when you're like, okay, there may be a little bit more to this.
Sure. And that's kind of what I'm getting at, is like, at what point though? Because you said it doesn't
It's not like a specific point. That's the whole thing. There can
I
be
just think that-
examples. I mean, a child can say like, no, I'm not a girl, I'm a boy. Stop calling me that. Sometimes they will start saying things like that, where they start to get uncomfortable with the things that you're calling them. They can start to get uncomfortable with pronouns that are being used to them that they don't feel fits them.
Yeah.
But it's not like all of a sudden this just happens one day. It develops over time.
You follow their lead
Exactly.
always.
That's a scary thing to follow, though. Like,
Not.
if we're
Wait, but why?
Because if we're following the lead of a child who can inherently, without us, feed themselves, they can't barely dress themselves, they can't make decisions on healthcare, they can't make decisions on insurance, they can't drive cars, they can't make decisions that are adult, grown, made decisions because they themselves don't even know how to fully.
That's the whole point. This is not an adult thing. This is child development.
Yeah, what is the concern about letting children identify as who they feel comfortable as? I don't understand.
There's a lot of negative effects to what could happen.
Like what?
I mean, we've seen it across lots of different places, and
So you keep saying we've seen it, we've seen this, but you haven't actually said anything.
No, when I
Mel.
did, you said
What?
it didn't matter. When I said it did, you said it didn't matter.
We've seen what?
I mean, okay, so if we're being honest, a lot of trans people have gone from one place to where they end up taking it to another level, and they either try to get hormone therapy, or they try to change their body, or they try
Hold on,
to.
Matthew. Hold on. I'm gonna let Nolan up. Is that okay, Mel?
Yeah.
What is this? What are we looking at?
Just showing you when a child is really young and they identify as a girl, the only thing that you're going to do is allow them to wear a dress, just like what Reggie said.
You're only going to allow them to be a girl.
You're not locking them into anything. Yeah, this child is a girl. As you can see on the inside, her identity is pink. Where this father, even though he's wearing a dress, is still a man.
Yeah, Matthew, I think you were about to go down the pipeline of, the decisions to have hormone therapy and whatnot. And I think, that might be a misunderstanding of how much it takes to get to those points. Like, what we're talking about is just socially affirming your children and supporting them, even when they are cisgender, we support them, like Mel was saying.
Yeah.
Like when when your cisgender daughter comes to you and she says she's a girl, you affirm that in ways and you don't even realize it because it's normal in society. But,
Sure.
If your daughter says, she wants to buy dresses and play with other typical play and dress associated with girls, you allow that.
Sure.
The same thing for trans children. And when it reaches a point, now when you're talking about hormone therapy and such, that's kind of that's a further subject of, gender dysphoria and how that's treated. And that comes later with lots of therapy and lots of steps before you get there. So we're not just letting children make these big decisions without.
That has happened.
Where?
That's what the big topics are about.
Where does that happen?
I mean, there's been plenty of people who have tried transgender or transitioning their children's bodies and allowed them to transition their bodies at as early as
They're
age
not just
12 to
trying to
15.
transition their kids' bodies.
They allow
How
it.
often does that happen, Matthew, and where does that happen? Because we don't. First of all, we don't support that.
Let me see. I don't know the exact day or year that it happened.
What typically happens is that parents will not support their kids when they're actually trans, right? And then force them to go through a puberty that may not align with their identity without getting them the proper health care that they need. That's what happens.
I guess like in that case, it would be like then we're just like fighting biology. Like we're fighting biology because I mean,
Biology.
gender's not biological.
I know gender's not, but if you're changing your physical appearance to align with your inside appearance, like your identity, then yeah, biology was wrong.
No.
What do you mean? No.
I already told you this. Like, people will make changes. Even cisgender people make changes to their bodies to align with their identity.
But that's because the natural
And
body
it's
didn't
natural
go
to be
congruent.
trans. It is natural to be trans.
But if okay, so but you're arguing a biological argument against a identity argument, and those are two very different things, according to the world that of what I understand. So if my
Matthew.
identity is one thing and my biology is another thing, how are those aligned with each other? Hold on, I would love to finish what I'm saying because I'm making a point, and I feel like
We're
I'm getting
talking about kids, though. We're talking about kids, and you're talking about later on when they're, these
But I'm
different.
saying this has happened to people that we would consider kids. At what point do you transition?
But
At what point do you?
no examples.
I give no examples because I've had conversations like this before, and you get knocked for hate speech.
Here's the
when you
thing,
bring
it's
up
not up to the parents. Parents don't transition their kids. That's not how it works. You get medical professionals involved and you support your children along the way. That's it.
Sure.
You're making
Because
some
then why-
valid claim that like
why in the schools, if a child asks the school counselor to keep it quiet, they are legally bound to not telling the parents.
yeah, because some parents won't support their kids. That's the whole point of this topic. Some parents
It's for the safety of the children.
But that's what I'm saying. So if you're saying we're not allowing that to happen, but then it's kept a secret from the parents, how are we not allowing that to happen?
But the school is doing what? Letting the kid change their name and pronouns? Big deal.
That's
Right, and in that case, the parent.
Big deal. That's a societal acceptance that leads them to changing their mindset onto making bigger changes later because there's no guidance there.
That doesn't mean they're going to be making bigger changes later. It doesn't, there's no
But
kind
it
of
very well
gateway.
could.
Like
It
you
very well
don't,
could.
To that,
Just because it
absolutely.
doesn't mean that doesn't mean that it couldn't mean that.
I know
my
that.
head. Can I say
I know, my
something
head
to
too.
that?
really. Nolan, what's up?
Somebody accepting a trans child isn't going to make them go, oh yes, I want to be trans even more now. It's going to ultimately save their life. Do you know what lack of acceptance does? Quite the
Yeah, it leads to
opposite.
the same amount of unaliving as the
it doesn't.
ones. It does. I've looked up many.
Okay, give us the source, Matthew. Where's the source for that? I'd like to know.
I'm not going to give you the source because everything you guys have said has just
Wild claim.
everything you guys have said has not been backed up by any sources. You've just been saying
What is it? What are you looking for? We can provide sources. What kind of source are you looking for?
anything you said. Give me one source on anything you've said.
You have to narrow it down because we've said a lot, Matthew. So what don't you believe and what do you need proof
Have
of?
sources.
Trans. Let kids be trans. Let's go down to
Okay, so
the.
the TrevorProject.org has an
So hold on.
article
I'll give you my specific
about-
observation.
The TrevorProject.org has an article about how beneficial it is to just support your child in their identity.
The what project?
Trevor?
I'll link to on my profile if
Is this
you want to
like
make
a
it
globally
easy
known thing?
on yourself. I have the Trevor Project linked on the link tree on my profile if you want to make that easy on yourself, buddy.
It's okay. I already typed it in. I got Google.
Now you know how to use it.
Praise God. We're beautiful minds. Let's see. Suicide prevention, the Treasure Project, LGBTQ plus young.
So this one right here, the guide to being an ally to transgender and non-binary young people.
Okay, is this like a medical source or is this just a group that aids people?
A group that aids people. This is about how the benefits of supporting a child.
Yeah, they have their sources on that project website as to why they're doing, as to what they do and how they help the youth.
So the first thing that pops up when I click on this is just March into Pride, a monthly gift, and they're asking for money on the first page.
So
Right, because they're publicly funded, correct?
they're a nonprofit. Like, so here we
I
go.
don't see source to like anything here.
You're not looking, I literally
Yeah.
told you. A guide to being an ally. Did you open that up? You go under gender sources or gender,
I wish I could show you my camera. The first thing, I'm just telling you the first thing I clicked on, that's what popped up.
no, you're clicking on the wrong damn thing.
Okay.
You want to go on resources about gender identity.
And if you need help, bud, it's linked on the link tree on my profile. Like, quite literally, you tap on my website, it's going to pull up a list of sources for you. It even has one on gender identity development in toddlers. So just click on the one for the Trevor Project, and it'll take you exactly where Mel is trying to take you.
I'm going right out. It says that verifying that I'm a human, cloudflare.com resource has not allowed this link to proceed.
Okay, well, that might be my link tree then.
There's another website, by the American Academy of Pediatrics called healthychildren.org. They have lots of information there about gender identity development and how to support children. That's by the American Academy of Pediatrics. Like, you keep making claims and you have nothing to back it up.
Well, so far I've gone here, and this is just leading me to other things, but I've seen none of you guys have named the study.
Apparently Nolan gave you you can go click on links in his bio.
I'm on it now, and it's not leading me. I don't understand how that's not computing with you guys.
Type in Understanding Gender Identity, the Trevor Project on Google.
I'm on Google.
Word for word, type in Understanding Gender Identity, the Trevor Project. It should take you to that exact article, which has its sources in the article.
In here.
Yes.
Understanding Trevor Project.
And then it tells you there's a resources link right. Oh, you can't really see right here. I mean, it's there. I don't know.
I don't know. It might just be my side. I don't know. Let me see.
Are you really questioning? What is it that you're questioning, Matthew? That we support our children because it leads to.
I get a little scared. Yeah, I get a little scared when, if I affirmed my child of anything that,
So you don't.
That if I just keep affirming them of something that could be.
So is your child genderless?
No.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Do you think we should stop affirming our cisgender children as well?
No, absolutely not. But I don't go through this huge moment with my child and ask her about her gender all the time.
Didn't say that. Nobody said that.
I just raise her.
Nobody said to ask your child about their gender all the time.
I mean, that's precisely all you need to do is just raise your child.
That's what I'm doing.
Awesome.
So we're not saying not to affirm your cisgender children. That's not what we're saying. But you're saying you're afraid to affirm a child that possibly could be trans, but you're not afraid of affirming a child who.
I just don't 100% know if my child is capable of making the choice that they're trans at a young age, like the one I gave you earlier.
Trans,
ask you a couple of questions.
And if they're being insistent, persistent, inconsistent, then you bring them to professionals.
It just feels like.
Can I ask you a couple of questions, Matthew? Because this is actually why I came up here.
Sure.
Okay, so when you were a kid, when did you realize that you're a boy?
You're not going to like my answer.
I'm asking for your answer.
I suppose I understood that I was a man when I had a penis.
No.
Okay.
That's all you want
to reduce
I mean, that's valid. That's a part of it, sure.
If that's what you want to reduce it down to for yourself, cool. Were you into sports? Did your parents support that?
I was into all sorts of stuff. I was a pretty artsy kid.
Okay, and your parents affirmed that, right? They promoted your interest in what you wanted to do, right?
Yeah, they paid for the things I wanted to do.
All right, so that's all we're doing with our children, and as they grow and learn more about themselves and their sense of self and what they're interested in, they also figure out who they are along the way in terms of gender identity. That starts developing at a very young age.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all it is. We're not saying, hey, kids, be trans. Hey, kids, you're a girl. Wear blue so that we can turn you into a boy. That's not what's happening. We're listening to our children. We're listening to what they like. And if it's not hurting them, what is the harm in being like, okay, you're interested in going out and playing football, even though you're a girl. Let's go for it. Let's figure out how to make it happen. Let me support you in that, because it doesn't hurt anything.
I guess I'm not, but me playing basketball and me affirming and paying for sexual orientation resources feel a lot different.
What?
We're not talking about sexual orientation, Matthew.
What does sexual orientation have to do with gender identity? Because like,
That's a huge part of it.
no, actually it's really not. Like, me being a man has nothing to do with who I'm attracted to at all.
Sure, but there's only two options of who you can be attracted to.
No,
Oh,
okay,
God.
we're not talking about sexuality here. The point being is sexuality has nothing to do with your gender identity. That's what we're talking about. So can you please not take this and turn it into a sexualized conversation? Because that's kind of messed up.
That I didn't turn it into a sexualized content.
You did,
literally
like,
said-
no,
you
no, no, no.
literally
You
said-
tried-
no, you did, because you literally said who you were attracted to had nothing to do with what.
With my gender identity, yes, that's because of what you said to begin with about paying for sexual
Yeah.
resources, buddy. Don't gaslight me. I'm not with that.
I'm not. I'm not getting gaslighting you, and you guys
You're literally
here's the
trying to
deal.
say that I brought sexual orientation into this when you're the one that brought it up to begin with. So yes, you are gaslighting me.
Okay, sure. You can say whatever you want, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so yeah, you guys, you're pushing an agenda, and I think it's actually kind of super
Matthew.
unfair, because here's the deal: I literally haven't actually even said that I don't agree. I've just told you what I knew. And
Yeah,
now-
but
I'm
you're
not
straw
done.
manning us, saying that we're
I'm not
pushing
done.
an
One
agenda,
of you
Matthew.
guys,
Stop.
all of you
I'm
guys,
not. No.
all of you guys,
no,
and your chat
Stop.
have
Stop. I'm gonna mute you because you are trying to push a straw man on us and say that we're making an argument that we're absolutely not making.
you guys in the chat. What do you mean?
We're not in the chat.
Everybody
We're
in the
not
chat.
talking to the chat.
everybody-
We're talking to you, Matthew. We're not
But these
looking
are-
at the chat.
It doesn't matter if it's in the chat. Those are your supporters. Those are the people that believe
No.
in you. So they agree
No.
with what you agree with.
Most of them are not our supporters. No, Matthew.
Okay, well, how about all the people in there that everything you say that you're saying is right, agree with you, and then when I just try to ask a simple question, they say that I'm an L.
Can you stop looking at the
What?
chat?
They say
tell
I'm
me-
an L all the time. They
They
always
say
say
L, but they're
L.
not-
No, I'm saying, I'm not even posing an argument here. All I've done this whole time has been asking questions and told you what I've known, and you guys haven't tried to convince me that what I'm
Oh,
doing.
yes, we have. Stop fucking gaslighting. Absolutely.
That's not ga-
We've
no,
talked
you-
about supporting your kid. We've talked about how to support your kid.
But
You're the one
I'm
who keeps
doing
going
that.
back with
I
saying
am
that
supporting
we're
my
afraid
kid.
of that.
I'm
So,
asking
okay,
questions
Matthew.
about how
Okay,
it
all
goes
right,
in
Matthew.
the
We're trying to have a
transcript.
conversation. Stop. We're just
I am
trying
having a
not to get
conversation, but you keep
Okay,
shutting me down and muting me.
because you were trying
Because
to
I'm
say
saying
that
words,
we
because I'm adding to the
Matthew.
conversation.
Matthew.
Hey,
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath,
I'm not
friend.
frustrated, Reggie. I think
Okay,
you need to
so-
take a deep breath because you had to mute me in order to get your words out.
Yeah, because you were trying to make an argument that we weren't saying. I'm not going to let people put words in our mouth and make it seem like we're saying something we're not.
Then have
Because
a clear argument.
you keep trying. We do have what is our argument, Matthew? What is our
That's a
argument?
great
What is,
question. That's a great question. 'Cause
let me tell you.
everything I've
I'm
said
gonna
is-
simplify it for you. I'm gonna simplify it for you.
Okay, please do.
Support.
Just a one concise thing.
Yep. Ready? Are you listening? You need a pencil to write it down. Ready?
I don't think so because I think it's let kids be trans. Is that what you're going to say?
Support your kids. That's our argument.
Period.
That's it. Support
Matthew.
your children.
Support your
Matthew.
kids.
Matthew, Mel and Reggie can correct me on this, but personally, for me, gender is really quite complex. And someone asked, I think it was Nolan, asked you when you figured that you was a man. To be honest, I couldn't tell you what a man is because it's how someone feels, identity, and it's not for me to go around saying that this is what a man is, because to be honest, it's quite a complex issue, right?
Oh yeah.
And yeah, so the thing is you said that you felt you was a man because of something, and that's not invalid, but for somebody else, it's not necessarily that case.
But then how do we get to like an actual ultimate truth?
Because it's a feeling. Like, it's not for you to be like, oh, you've got that in between your legs, that's what you are. Because if you just think about it, it's genuinely, like, think about it for a second, right?
Yeah.
It's about how you feel. And I just feel that I am a male or a man. I just feel that way. I don't know what it is, but I just feel that way. But that's not the case for everybody, you know. Like, if you really think about it, it's not necessarily. It's not if your child comes up to you and says, "Oh, you know, if your daughter says I'm a boy," it's not like you haven't got to be stood there saying, "Oh, you are." But it's about acknowledging that and just allowing them to express that, right? Because for them, that's if they do understand the difference, or they think they understand the difference, they're going to be quite confused themselves, right? Because especially if they're a young little girl and they're saying, "Oh, Dad, I'm a boy," it's just about acknowledging that and supporting them. Because to me, it baffles me. But we're not saying you have to sit them down and be like, "Okay, you're telling me you're a boy. That's fine. We'll make you like." It's just about acknowledging that and allowing them to explore and express for whatever means that may be. I don't know, playing with cars or wearing shorts or whatever, the way that they express themselves, right? And Mel said it's about the consistency and everything else. If they've gone from wearing dresses and then the next, you know, for the next, you know, however long they've really changed themselves, right? I'm not saying that's what a man is meant to be, but I'm saying they've clearly adjusted their expression, and that might be something that you sit down and, oh, what does this mean with you? Like, gender is really complex, and it's not something about what's in between their legs. It's a feeling, like.
But I guess the question would be like, are our feelings always the truth?
So it's more of an understanding about yourself, right? But again, it's going to be something that only you know.
No, yeah.
I was going to add what they're saying. I wouldn't necessarily call it a feeling. My identity as a trans man, it's not something that I like feel about myself. It's something I inherently know. It's just there. It's like it's a part of me. It's not like it's not like something I could just come up with and be like, I'm just gonna do this. I can't change this part of who I am.
Like Matthew, you brought up the fact that your anatomy is what told you that you were a boy. Is that right?
Yeah, that's part of it.
Okay, so what happens if, you know, for some, like an accident or something like that happened to take that away from you? Would that make you any less of a man?
No, because I had it at one point.
God, no.
Right, but the fact is
Like, I
that
was born
without
with
it, you wouldn't be less of a man. Like, nobody's invalidating you because of that. And that's the point here. It's not always our anatomy that describes what is a psychosocial schema, which is our gender.
But
That's the point.
I think the point is that, like, okay, yes, if that I got in an accident and it was taken away from me, that wouldn't change the fact that I had it.
It doesn't matter. Oh my God. It doesn't. The point is that your penis is relevant to your identity because your identity is in your brain.
Right,
Okay,
and
so
how
you're saying
you
that
feel about
it's
that
like
is the
100%
same.
feelings based then.
No, it's psychosocial schema is what I said. It's part psycho, it's part feeling.
Part psycho, part feeling. What's the psycho part?
Psychological, social.
It's a whole thing. Like there's lots of components, which is what Bear was trying to explain with not the best choice of words, but the idea that Bear was explaining to you is makes sense. Like, you are not going to know anyone else's identity. Only you yourself knows your identity.
Yeah.
Sure.
I just know I'm a woman because I do. Like, I have an understanding that I'm a woman. Mm-hmm. And when I look back to my childhood, I had an understanding that I was a girl.
Mm-hmm. But did somebody tell you that?
What?
Somebody told you that, right? Like from a young age, people told you that.
Can I actually give you my perspective? Because this is always something that I hear people ask cisgender people. But when you ask a transgender person the same question, did somebody tell me when I was younger that I like playing with boy toys more than girl toys? No, absolutely not. It's something that I just did. And I speaking from my experience, I grew up in a really conservative household, really, really homophobic, transphobic. They did not affirm anything about my identity, gender identity, or my sexuality. It was a very toxic environment, but I am still who I am. They could not change who I am. You ask a cisgender person that, sure, they might have been told they were a girl growing up and they grew up to be a woman and they're comfortable with that and that's who they are. Cool. That's not the same thing.
So
Exactly.
you're just saying it's like an anomaly. Like you just don't know. You just end up at the end.
Matthew, I'm going to add this. So again, my daughter is transgender. She's a transgender girl. She was told that she was a boy by her
By
father
who?
and I, by her sister, like everyone at school. Everyone told her she was a boy. She's still a girl. So no, it's not people telling them what your identity is. It's you developing that way.
Yeah, I know. Okay, and so I guess how did she learn that concept though? Like, when did that come to life for her?
Learn a concept. She said when she was young, she thought that she just wanted to be a girl. Mm-hmm. She thought it was a want, and she didn't share that with anyone. She dealt with that for years, and then when she was 13 and going through puberty, she came to the understanding that she actually is a girl, and then she was like, "Oh shit." Okay, I guess this is something I need to acknowledge.
Okay, that is just like I don't personally understand that, but that doesn't mean that I
understand that as a cisgender person. You're not going to understand that.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, there's stuff that I said when I was a kid that, like, as an adult now, I definitely am like, man, I was being
In 2 years, she's still a girl.
That's great. I'm not saying that 2 years is a very short scheme of time in the span of life.
Really not, because she had about 5 years before she told anybody.
Sure. And exactly my point. When I was a kid, I'd say a lot of stuff.
7 years.
7
7 years.
7 years. Great. That's literally, I mean, how old is she? 15, 14?
Yeah, 15.
Yeah, that's still in my mind very much so a child. She has developed a lot of things.
Like, oh my God. I knew I was a girl.
You don't think that 15 years old is a child? Would you send her on a trip to Europe by herself and trust that she's going to make good decisions?
Understand, Matthew. This is
What do you think Mel should do? Wait, Matthew, wait. What is it that you think Mel is doing wrong? Can I ask you that? Like,
I didn't say Mel was doing anything wrong.
Well, why are you so concerned about her allowing her child to identify as she
I
feels?
didn't say anything about that. I was literally just bringing up a situation of me not understanding what's going on, and then
Matthew, this is just me trying to understand you. Like, what is your concern here? Like, you are like, oh my gosh, like that's so young. You think she's a child. What is it that you're concerned about here? What?
I'm concerned that maybe in any of these scenarios, whether this kid, for any kid, we're not going to use her daughter as an example because then it'll get personal and I don't want to offend her.
Okay.
We're going
literally what I do with my platform. I have my daughter's permission, but go ahead.
Okay, well, you guys aren't going to like this, but okay, as let's say at any point when they're a child and we just start affirming something, my kid likes watching horror movies, right? He's like,
That's not what we do, Matthew.
I understand, but at the same time, what you're saying is that the 5 years to the 7 years, you did start affirming it, right?
If you reference back to something I said earlier, we affirm stuff for our children as long as it doesn't harm them. Are you going to let a very young child watch a horror movie? No, it's harmful for their development. It'll scare the shit out of them.
But there's people that do that, man.
Yeah, and you know what? They probably shouldn't, but you know,
we're not supporting that.
So we're just going to divert that down to but then when
we're going to have to deal with the consequences on what happens with that child.
That's what the is. It still has nothing to do with gender identity. It still has nothing to do with promoting the positive things going on in your child's life. life. It has nothing to do with their interest, okay? Unless they grow up to be a horror fanatic, and then good for them. I guess it didn't hurt them. Like,
which is everything and
You
anything.
would
All
start-
things are so
wait.
subjective.
But you would start with like age appropriate. Like I'm into horror.
Exactly.
Like my family kind of likes that kind of stuff, and we started that as a young age. But with like age appropriate things, like you start with kid friendly, spooky stuff, and then you go from there. It's age appropriate.
And the argument there would be, okay, my kid at an early age starts suffering from nightmares night in and night out.
You don't do that anymore. Then you're like, okay,
But
well,
you
I
can't
guess
stop that. You can't stop their nightmares. It's in their
Of
brain
course
now.
you can. No, you
Stuck in
talk
their
to them.
brain.
and you
Recurring
say,
traumatic
No way.
nightmares.
There's absolutely no way that you just said that you can stop someone's nightmares. You have zero
not-
control over that.
It's not going to turn into constant recurring nightmares from watching
you
one
know
scary
that?
movie.
How do you know
Wait, hold on.
know that?
Matthew, wait. But
None of
we're
you know
not-
that. You guys are making fake rules for something you don't know.
Matthew, stop. This is getting
Matthew,
way
sure.
off topic. Stop.
That's not
Like,
off topic. I just gave you a great analogy, and now you're stuck.
No, it's
You
not a
said you
good
can
analogy.
control-
And
you just
again,
said you can control your
Frankie
kids'
said,
nightmares.
we're not hosting a live saying, you should be showing your kids horror movies.
I know you're not, but I just gave you a valid example based on your
Can
argument.
I answer that, Matthew? Stop. Like the point
I
is
would love
we
for you to
would
answer, as long
we
as you're
would
real about what's
address
happening.
the nightmares. We would figure it out. If something like that happens, you take a step to help solve the problem. If they're having nightmares, you figure out why, and you stop showing them things that are giving them nightmares, and you go from there.
Yeah,
Sure.
they're having nightmares. Now they're just going to have nightmares forever. No, you get the kid help.
Right. We're not saying
You take them to
continue down the wrong
nightmare
path.
therapy. This is crazy. Okay, yeah, for sure. I get what you're saying.
But also, Matthew, if your child is somehow got their hands on this content and then they're having nightmares, it's about this is your opportunity to sit them down and have this conversation of good and bad, perhaps. Like, this isn't very nice to watch, and let's talk about it. But won't you stop that?
I wouldn't subject them to that, but I didn't even say that. Reggie said that. She said age-appropriate scariness.
Yeah, like Nightmare Before Christmas or
It's age appropriate interaction, Matthew. It's not just about like that was your example was showing them horror movies. What I'm saying is when they give
start
you
with the Saw movies or something like
right, like when they talk about an interest in a similar way that they talk to you about their identity, you listen to them is the point. And you meet them where they're at. If they're too young, if they're too young to watch the horror movies, like I said, you start with something different. You don't jump straight into it. We're not sitting here saying, oh, you're 7 years old and you need to start hormone therapy because you told us you feel like a boy. We're saying meet them where they're at. Allow them to dress how they want to dress. Like I said, none of this is harmful. This is actually,
if we're using that example, it's a slow drip, man.
see, you're using that example. I'm not using that example. I was
I
saying
know you're
that
not
when
because you can't beat it.
The thing
This
is
isn't about
Matthew, listen,
winning
I
or
think
losing, Matthew. This isn't about winning or losing. This is about supporting children.
That you've won the argument and that I'm an idiot. That's
Matthew,
what's happening.
This isn't-
you're getting gender identity mixed with your child watching a movie. Like, they're two very different things now. Like,
I'm not comparing the two. I'm using one to make a point of the other. That's a
no, but
classic
so
debate.
you're-
That's what we're having a
but
debate.
is a comparison.
but
It is a
Matthew, you're
comparison. It is.
No, but it's not
It's a lesson
comparison.
comparison. It's
Matthew,
called a
they're
lesser
not-
comparison to make a point. It's do you guys actually
Matthew,
know what a debate is? That's what you do. You bring a point.
Again, this
Weren't you the one refusing to bring sources to the conversation earlier?
No, Nolan, you gave me sources. I went to the website, which I'm on now.
I'm saying before I even came up here, I'm pretty sure you're the one that said, I'm not showing you guys any sources. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, and the reason I said that is because you hadn't shown any. Do you want me to give you some? No.
Then I really don't think you haven't. I really don't think you
You're not
haven't.
making some heroic, strong point by telling me I didn't bring sources.
I'm not trying to be heroic. I'm saying you don't have a leg to
Well,
stand
you're
on.
using that as a
People
point.
don't know. I'm telling you that you don't know. You don't have the right to tell people that they are bad at debating when you straight up refuse to bring sources.
Why
to a
did I
debate.
refuse to bring sources, Nolan?
I don't know, because you're terrible at debating.
Oh my god! Oh my heart!
Again, Matthew, this isn't about winning or
Let's let him
losing.
have his meltdown. Let's just let Matthew have his meltdown. I don't know.
Yeah,
what
guys,
this
let's
is
let
about.
Matthew have his meltdown.
Okay, go ahead, Matthew. We're listening.
It's okay,
Go ahead and
Reggie.
cry.
You like speaking, so we'll continue to let you speak.
Okay, that's good.
Nolan, you want to
So
jump in?
where's
bud?
your sources that supporting your children is a bad thing? Where's those sources?
Yeah, we were
I
looking.
never said there were sources for that.
So what is your
That was the
argument
claim
here,
you
Matthew?
made.
Right.
That's the
So
claim you
what?
made.
Right. So what is
Guys.
it that you think we're doing wrong by supporting our children? That's what I'm trying to understand. Like you want
I
us
give you the
to
example
argue
of
or to
if you
convince
support
you
your-
of something, and I'm trying to understand what we're supposed to be convincing you of, because we
If
are
you-
literally just trying to support our children.
That's it.
Yeah, and I'm saying that maybe the support you're giving is harmful to your children, but you can't
What,
understand that.
Matthew? Based on
So-
what?
Because your
so
kids are
there-
going to
wait,
turn into adults. What do you
Matthew,
mean?
So there's where I'm looking for the sources. Do you see? So you just made a claim, and that's what I'm looking for, because we have sources
Okay,
that
so
say
would
that
you say
supporting your children actually is beneficial and positive for growth and development. So where are your sources that say that that's not true?
Okay, let's do this.
Great.
Does anybody here know the percentage of people that are trans that have surgery post being trans?
Do you?
No, I'm not. You're the specialist. Do you know?
You're asking a question. Why do
Exactly.
you need?
I
so
asked
what
the
is?
question,
Wait.
so can
So
you
what is the
answer it?
question? What is it? What is the question?
What is the percentage of people that get surgery post-op? Like, how many people that are trans get surgery? How many trans people get surgery?
It's very low.
It's very
That's
low.
a statistic you're going to have to look up and find a specific source for.
Especially when it comes to the bottom
And
circle.
what people, and this is now, I'm going to clarify this. What percentage of people in America, across the world, are trans? Now, I'm not asking about the ones that aren't in hiding, because that's what always ends up happening. People say that they're scared to come out and whatnot, and that's why we have to keep affirming. So I'm asking right now that are known, people that are trans, what percentage of the world is trans?
That's a source you're going to have to use the internet to find. We are
I
not.
just feel like if you're the specialist,
We didn't make those claims.
then you
Hey,
should.
we're not saying that we know everything. We're not saying we're the specialists. You're trying to make us out to be that, and we're just
Yeah,
trying to have a conversation about supporting your children.
Yeah, what we're talking about right now is supporting our children, and we have
Like if it reaches a
Matthew.
point.
Every time I try to fucking talk.
I didn't
This
say anything.
platform is about supporting children, right? So we have sources on why you should be supporting your children. That's what the sources are about, not what percentage of people are trans. That's not what this conversation is about. If you want to know that, go look it up.
Okay, I have looked it up, but I'm asking you
relevant.
that's why. Okay, you can go on National Library of Medicine. National Library of Medicine. So here's my source. And you can look up unaliving related outcomes following gender affirming treatment and gender affirming care.
Great. Yeah, we know that people still unalive themselves after getting after
Okay, so now
affirming
there's the
themselves.
source. So I don't want everybody coming at my balls for it.
But what does that
Nobody
have
wants
to
your
do with this
balls,
topic?
Matthew. Right. So what it, because the stat is still lower. The stat is still that it's lower. The chances of getting gender affirming care still reduces the chances
It's
of
so
people
fresh.
unaliving
That's 'cause
themselves.
it's a fresh
So
new
what's your point?
study. It's because it's so fresh.
What is?
The trans movement, y'all, if we're being
Not,
honest. here,
again, prove that.
not a movement.
You're not proving anything you're
what do you mean
saying.
it's not a movement. Guys,
It's not.
if
It's
we're
not a
just-
movement. I had no idea what transgender meant growing up. My family did not allow
Then
us.
how did you know you were trans?
Because it's
You had no idea
something
what it
that I
was.
figured out about myself. It's something that I always knew that I didn't have words for until I started hearing other people's stories. You can laugh
Bro.
at that if you want.
You
but
just said you knew you were trans earlier in the conversation.
yes, I knew that my anatomy was not. I knew that my Jesus. I knew that my anatomy wasn't right. I knew what everybody was calling me wasn't right, but I didn't know why. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what being trans was. Like that's the thing. If you were like me growing up in a sheltered environment and you can't hear these people's stories, you're not going to be like, hey, wait, I relate to that. What is this? it wasn't until I was an adult where I was able to like see trans people online, hear their stories, hear their like what they had to say about their journey, and be like, wow, a big part of this resonates. And I did a lot of research before I actually came out. 6 months. 6 months I sat here researching and figuring out what these feelings meant so that I could come to a conclusion about myself. Like it's
At what point, okay, there's a question for all of us. At what point does a child turn from a child to adult? Is that 18?
Late, yeah.
Well, according to UML, 15 to 14 are not a child because I said that earlier and you got pretty mad at me.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I always talk about on my platform that under the age of 18 is I consider a kid when I'm have these topics.
Matthew, I have a question for you.
I'm ready.
If nobody ever told you that the sky was blue, how would you know that it's the color blue?
If no one ever told me?
Yeah, if you're just like looking up at the sky and you're like, there's got to be a name for that color, but I don't know what it is. But nobody tells you that it's blue. That's like the feeling that it was without knowing what transgender meant for me. That's the best comparison I can give you to maybe like help you understand what I meant.
No, that's a really great analogy. And I really appreciate you breaking it down and being calm. That's awesome. No, I hear that. I'm just saying that it feels like sometimes maybe, and I know there's a lot of people that say like, let the kids be kids and blah, 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 and this and that, and like, let them do what they're doing. It just feels like maybe while we're saying let them choose, we in ourselves are pushing an agenda down their throat.
Let them choose. No one's saying that, Matthew. Again, you're saying shit that we're not saying.
So what do you think is being pushed?
I'm saying that.
What do you think is being pushed?
I'm not speaking for you. What?
What do you think is being pushed? Since you think there's an agenda being pushed onto children, what
I mean,
specifically?
it's all across media and TikTok. It's like
No. Hey, I want to hear it from you. What do you think is being pushed? Tell me, like, one example. Give me just one example. Don't just be like, oh, the media. No, I need like a specific example. What do you think a parent pushes onto their child to cause them to be transgender?
I think if you give the kid a choice in the beginning of all these things of like,
I mean,
listen. I haven't even spoken.
Fair.
Everyone just laughed at me inside. Not even said words.
Because you haven't listened to a goddamn thing we've said in this whole conversation.
Because you keep going back to making it seem like it's a choice, and we're trying so fucking hard to tell you that it's not.
I didn't even go to the choice. I was saying if you give a kid a choice, if you guys would let me finish,
I didn't give my kid a choice, so how's she trans?
To have a phone. Like, can I finish? To have a phone? What do you think that phone does to the child?
I didn't have a phone until I was a sophomore in high school.
I'm asking about now. We're talking about the current day kids. Every kid has a phone. Elementary school.
What the fuck do phones have to do with this? Is this like your fucking...
That if you're not teaching your child something, the world will. That's what it has to do.
No, again, no.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean,
yes.
Matthew, that's true. And clearly the internet has taught you things about this topic.
Yeah. It's a free roam
and
world.
you're very much uneducated about that.
Guys.
Right, but I just want to say goodbye. I'm going to go teach my kids how to swim now. But I shall be back. Have a lovely evening and goodbye.
Bye.
Thanks, Sarah. Have a great
That
night.
sounds fun. Have a good day.
Great, Matthew. Again, we've even given you like anecdotal experiences, right? And these are common experiences among transgender people. To just recognize that you're not what people are telling you are. You don't need a phone. You don't need anything to have that recognition. Now, maybe to define it as being transgender, sure. Because if you don't have that word, you're not going to use that. If you don't have an understanding of what that word is, you're not going to use that to define what your understanding of yourself and your identity.
Yeah. And so I'm just saying that there's an agenda in everything, guys. I'm not saying that there is specifically the agenda. What do you mean? Like, everybody's out for themselves, whether it's for a money scheme, whether it's to get their contract, whether it's to make society run.
So what's the point of this? What do you think we're out for money? Like, what is it that you think we're doing, Matthew?
No, I don't think you're out for money necessarily. I think that you might be a little bit confused, but that's fine. I mean, am I wrong to say that you might be confused? You said I'm confused, so why is that so offensive to you?
Based on what?
Based on what you're teaching your children. What do you mean?
Where's your evidence of that?
I don't need evidence. I'm giving you my opinion. I'm giving you my opinion the same way you gave me yours.
So here,
I gave you sources, Matthew. It's funny that you brought up debating when you have no idea what the fuck you're doing. You haven't brought up.
I gave you so many things. I even gave you the suicide-related outcome following a German.
Read the whole thing. Did you read it?
I read the entire thing.
Great, and it talks about what?
A lot of things.
Why is there still high SI after gender affirming care?
Why is there what?
Why is there still SI?
One of the highest things is because of non-acceptance. So I know that, obviously.
Huh?
I'm aware. I said that at the beginning. And the second one is post-op surgery. So I don't know why it's such a big deal. I just made a point, and you can go.
can you do me a favor and give me the name of that article real quick? Because I actually am interested in looking at that.
Yeah, I don't remember that being part of it.
Did you read it?
Yeah,
Just read me the name of the article. You said it's on the National Library of Medicine, right?
Yeah, it's called Unaliving Related Outcomes Following Gender Affirming Treatment, a review by Daniel Jackson.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
What is the summary of that, Matthew? What is the
I gave you the summary.
well, what is it?
It's post-op, and if you're not being accepted, you're more likely to have issues.
If you're not being accepted, right? Because the surgery doesn't solve SI.
Yeah,
That's not because it's not because of the surgery.
Bodily surgery, which induces trauma and
No, it
induces
doesn't. Based on what? It doesn't.
Can I add something on to what you're saying here? Speaking as a post-op trans man, I had top surgery last July, and I will say that the amount of bullying that I have experienced in less than a year definitely probably outweighs at least half of a decade of my transition. So if anything, I would say post-surgery that bullying ramps up. And as nice as being able to have surgery to be able to affirm who we are is, there are some people in this world who cannot handle the amount of bullying that we go through. It's a lot.
That's fair, because it's terrible. You're going to be bullied regardless.
It really doesn't have much to do with being post-op, because there's a lot of hoops that we actually have to go through in order to get surgery, especially for insurance, for WPATH guidelines, and for any minor receiving gender affirming care, which is mostly hormone blockers and hormones. It's extensive therapy before you get to the point of that, and especially for as an adult, this is speaking as an adult, for anything like bottom surgery is going to require, I believe, 2 or 3, depending on the state, letters of recommendation to be able to qualify to get this treatment. So believe me, people who go through these surgeries know that this is the right path for them. So the unaliving rate post-op doesn't. Hold on. I would like to finish what I'm saying. Just because you are alleviated of your dysphoria and able to go through with a surgery does not mean that you can handle what society continues to do to you post-op. I don't.
Yeah, and if you're trying to prevent your child from this living in this environment, keeping them from being trans when they are is not a thing that you can do. That's going to make it worse on your kid, not better.
Sure.
Part of the abstract in this article also says there's a need for continued research in unaliving outcomes following gender affirming treatment that adequately controls for the presence of psychiatric comorbidity and treatment.
And I'm still confused because it still says there's a significant reduction, Matthew. So
that's also what I'm reading.
I'm still trying to understand why you think that helps you. Like that proves our case that gender affirming care reduces the SI rates for trans people. Like that's in your article that you gave us.
I know. But
Okay, so what was your point?
You guys didn't hear my point. I
Yeah,
literally
what
said,
was your point? I would like for you to reiterate your point.
yeah, regardless of if what they're believing or what they're seeing, you just, as a human testimony, said that post-op it was worse for you. So there's that. Then
Bullying, not the surgery. Bullying, the bullying. What society does.
Matthew, he's so fucking gaslighting us right now.
Are you kidding me?
You were trying to say
I'm
that
100%
post-op
aware.
that the SI rate went down. You are so fucking gaslighting us, Matthew.
I what? I don't know what you're saying, Reggie, but most of what you have said hasn't made sense. So
You're gaslighting us. You're gaslighting us. You literally just tried to say that it got worse for me because of being post-op, but you didn't listen to a single word that I had to say about the entire
Did
thing.
it get worse for you, regardless of the outcomes, if it was bullying or if it was the surgery?
Are you asking me how I feel about my identity and my body post-op?
And no, what I said was that it inflicts trauma, which Mel sighed at, which apparently you guys don't even know what the actual.
What are you asking is inflicting trauma? Are you asking did my surgery inflict trauma?
I'm not talking about emotional trauma. I'm not talking about emotional trauma because trauma, the definition of trauma in itself is not emotionally based.
Right, so clarify.
Where are we going with this,
Matthew?
I'm asking you to clarify, buddy. Come on.
I'm going back to my original point that getting a surgery like that in itself causes trauma, both mentally and physically.
I do not have a physical trauma on me.
That wasn't your original argument, Matthew.
And no, it wasn't.
Guys,
I have
it literally
scars.
was
Sure,
until
if
you
you want to
cut me
call
off.
my scars a trauma, if you want to say that's trauma to the skin, sure, that's any surgery. You get open heart surgery, guess what? Scars,
Trauma.
right there.
Your
You get
source
your
doesn't say that. Does your
freaking rib
source say
cage cracked
that?
open.
What?
If that was your claim, does the source say that?
I went off the source. I was trying to explain how trauma is inflicted
Okay.
regardless.
So clearly we misunderstood your argument, Matthew, with bringing up that source. Can you please, I really want to understand you. So can you explain what the point of bringing up that article again was, please? Can you explain to that again? Because I clearly misunderstood, and it seems like everybody else did too.
I was saying that post-op, there's physical bodily harm, there's mental bodily harm that happens post-op.
Physical or mental?
Can you explain what you mean by that? Like, give me an example of that.
Your
because-
body undergoes, you're already going through mass hormone changes.
Wait, but that's not what your
I'm
article
not
says
going
at
through
all.
mass hormone changes.
Guys,
I'm actually pretty stable in my
Who in
hormones.
here-
I've
who in
been-
here- who
I've
in
been
here-
on
Go on
testosterone for
hormones.
10 years.
I just have a question. Do
You can go
any
on
of you guys in
Hold
here?
on, Matthew. You can go on hormones years before surgery. Like, what are you talking about with mass hormone changes?
That's also
body
not what your
releases
article says at
hormones
all.
in
Your article
states-
says nothing about that. So you're.
I'm not talking. Reggie, there's no possible way, and all of y'all, that you read this entire article.
I read enough of it to know that it supports
No, you
the
can't read
argument
enough
that
of it.
we're
You
giving.
read all of it.
So tell me where in the article that it's,
No, because you can read and you asked for it, and you're apparently a pro on it now. So you
and
can read.
I'm saying because I don't know. So I'm
100%.
asking you
You got
where
it. You
where
got
in
two
the
eyes.
article does it back up that they're like where does it say that and what like that's not the summary of the article.
I didn't say
Like-
it was.
So okay, god damn it, Matthew. So like I'm trying to get to an understanding of why you brought that up. Because
Because
originally
it's a
it sounded
huge
like you
issue.
brought that up to say that the SI rate went up after surgery. That's what I thought
I
you
don't
were
know
saying.
what SI means, by the way.
Ideality.
Oh, got it. What do you mean? I feel like I've explained like 3 or 4 times.
And you keep getting your story keeps changing. So I'm trying to understand what does that article prove?
Yes, you have. You keep changing.
I feel like the goalpost keeps moving further and further away.
Guys, I guess I'm confused as how
You're
you're
like
saying
a
that the goalpost.
professional gaslighter. You're so fucking good at it that you don't even know that you're gaslighting yourself.
Guys, I guess I'm confused why you're so confused, but literally I've seen people in the chat understand exactly what I'm saying.
Oh wow, people.
The chat is full of trolls. They want to be able to cause further discourse between people trying to have a conversation. That's why we ignore the chat when we're talking to people.
Literally, Matthew, you have more coins than the host because that's how many people are agreeing with your bullshit and your gaslighting. They think that you're doing a great job.
And I'm literally trying to understand your point. Like, that's what I'm saying, is that I didn't understand it the first time.
like
But you keep changing
And
it,
it
Matthew.
changes,
It's not
right?
changed. Here's what I have to
Make
say.
your point.
Okay, I've made it quite a few times.
Okay, so
Go again.
let me clarify. So this article tells us that
No,
there's
I just gave you a source about post-op. That's all I gave you, and that's what I said it was from the very beginning.
Post-op what?
Post-op surgery, being post-op after gender-affirming care. That's what
What's
we've
the
been talking about this
point?
whole time.
What are you talking about though? You gave us that article to understand that that post-op people exist. I don't understand, Matthew.
I gave you the. I don't know how to describe this more than I've already described it. Let me just make the point I made from the very beginning before I got taken 10 yards across every.
Good. That's what we're trying to do. Make a point, Matthew.
Okay, it seems like you're trying to make a point, but the point I'm trying to make is that if the ideology that you are sharing with these kids through this affirming care, your children, other people's children, doesn't matter whose children it is, that it has an effect on their brains.
So that's what the article tells us?
I'm not talking about the article.
Okay, so you made a new
I
point now.
explained to you
Back
what
it up. Back it up with a source. Go. Where's your source for that?
I got a call. What did you say? Sorry.
You just made a new point. So back that point up with a source, because the source that you just gave does not back that up at all.
What was my point? What are you saying? I'm sorry. I said I got a call.
God.
You can say, oh my God. I don't remember what I said.
We're trying to understand what your point is, Matthew.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do. So now you're changing the topic again because you gave us an article for something that you clearly don't want to back up. So now you're making another claim and we're asking for that source.
I'm hungry.
Okay.
How did I change my view since the very beginning?
No, I said you keep changing topics. You keep pivoting and you keep changing the goalpost. So I'm trying to meet you somewhere, Matthew.
Uh-huh.
Name the post and we'll go there.
I don't know what post we got off from. I've been saying the same thing the whole time.
And you haven't backed up any of it.
What do you mean I haven't backed up any of it?
What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I don't know how else to explain it to you.
Because you haven't provided sources, Matthew. That's what we're saying. We're trying to get sources to prove what you're saying. We have sources that back up that supporting trans kids actually helps their mental development. And it helps lower the SI rate.
What? Their mental development towards what?
Towards being an adult.
Towards being an adult.
Yes, it helps them develop positively, mentally.
It's just healthy brain development.
Right. We have sources that show that the source that you provided actually tells us that gender affirming care helps decrease the SI rate.
Yeah, that's been my point since the very beginning.
Great, so you agree with us. So we should give kids gender affirming care. Great.
No, that post-op, there's a lot of regret.
That's not what that article says.
So now we're back to that claim.
No, guys.
Can we stay here on this claim,
I'm not
please?
saying that the article is like saying it's the most amazing thing about how I'm right.
Okay,
I'm
so
saying that
we're looking.
post-op
So
care-
you're.
You just said that it backs up what you had to say about post-op trans people.
Yeah. What do you? Go ahead. Post op what, Matthew?
Post-op, there's trauma inflicted. That's my point.
Okay, can you elaborate on what you mean by trauma? And
Physical,
please.
mental, everything.
But nobody is arguing that
I am.
surgery is not traumatic. Like nobody's arguing that here. Like we know that. Like we know that there's risks with everything, with gender affirming care even.
Recovery can suck. Uh-huh.
So yeah,
no,
the outcomes post-op are far better than the outcomes pre-op for the majority of trans people who do get gender-affirming surgery.
And I don't know what that has to do with supporting kids.
I don't either, But that was the point he tried to make with this article, and that's what I'm trying to understand. It doesn't back up the claim that you're making here. It doesn't
I
back
don't
up
think
what
he knows anymore.
My
It doesn't-
claim from the beginning, since I've been going, which you guys just really love, like, I don't know, you guys
repeating what you said.
love. No, you guys, you seem like people who just like love to hate.
Stop crying, Matthew. Like,
How am I crying?
Yeah, we're
You sound
trying
like you're crying.
because you're not making any damn
On a
sense.
scale of 1 to 10, on a scale
I'm
of
trying to have a
people heard us in this
constructive conversation with
they
you.
would probably be like, "What is wrong with that girl?"
I'm trying to have a constructive conversation with you. I'm trying to
So,
figure
so
out.
don't tell me
where
to
you're
stop
going.
whining. It's crazy.
I
I'm not whining.
I
I'm
didn't
not
tell you to
whining.
stop whining, and
Like, you're
I'm not going
still
to tell
on
anybody
this.
what they need to do.
I'm still on this. This is a debate. What do you mean I'm still on this? Have you ever watched a debate?
So can you help us understand better, like, why are you trying to make this point and use a source that does not back up the point that you are claiming?
I didn't.
And it also doesn't really have anything to do with Mel's topic, and that's not why you came in here to begin with. You came in here against the idea of letting trans kids be trans. That's
I didn't never get off that topic. I didn't get off that topic.
Yeah.
You did actually. You changed the goalpost with every turn and the conversation. You kept saying something else to like spin off and divert away from what you were originally saying. Like, it hasn't really made a lot of sense. I came up here originally to just like try and talk about I believe it was brain development in children, and we have moved so far away from that point that I don't even remember how long ago that was that we were actually talking about children here.
I don't.
So it's just like we've gotten really far away from the conversation that Mel is trying to have with people here.
Sure. Okay, I gotta go. I have my job and I have an interview at 11:30. But I'll come back on here maybe sometime and we can finish and
I
whatever.
can't fucking wait, Matthew. Come with sources next time, though, will you?
Hey, I would come with sources also that aren't biased from the Trevor Project.
Make
No,
sure
of
when you
course.
bring your sources that they don't back up your opposition's points.
Exactly, right?
Okay,
Missed the Trevor Project. What the fuck?
I don't even know. But honestly, I've been on here longer than I intended to be. I need to get my toddler down for a nap.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Nolan.
Oh yeah, you guys have a good one. Thank you for letting me up, Mel.
Bye. Oh, God. That was awful.
How the hell do I drop down?
I know they changed it.
They did change it. I haven't gone live in months.
Yeah, they moved it to the other side. Why? I don't know. But like the X is on the opposite side there where it used to be.
Yeah, so if you tap your box, it should be at
Okay,
the top,
okay.
the little,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why they like
Bye.
people by. I don't know why they did that. It confuses me too. I'm like, wait a minute, how do I get out of here? All right, well, we have a lot of requests. Thank you for joining me, Reggie. Let's see if we can actually talk about kids. Can we talk about kids? That's the topic. Kids.
Why?
Kids. Hello,
Why?
how old are you, please?
I'm 49. I got 5 kids.
Cool.
I raised them by myself. I don't have any transgender kid. I have a biracial well, my kids are all biracial, but I have a bisexual daughter and I have a
Oh
transgender
my.
cousin.
Completely
Scotty.
irrelevant.
Scotty.
Don't care.
So
No.
why let kids be trans?
Some
Why?
kids are trans. Some kids are trans, so we need to support those kids, period.
Well, yeah, I got a cousin that's trans. I support him, which was for 100%. But do you think that there's influence with TikTok and
wait,
other
you
social
support-
media?
Damn, can I ask that question?
Yeah, let's make sure. Are you gendering that person correctly?
No, I was going to ask, he said he fully 100% supports trans people, and I wanted to ask the voting question.
Oh,
But we'll keep it on kids. We'll keep it on kids.
No, I don't support all trans people now. I don't.
Oh.
so
that's
you
not what I thought you-
100% support a specific trans person.
No. I think that there's people out there that
You said you support the person in your family 100%. So
oh,
is it
absolutely.
90%?
Yeah, but my problems with some trans people, absolutely, like the male athletes that want to participate in female sports.
Oh my
what did you
God. All right.
Is that not okay?
Can we talk about fucking kids, please?
Well, no, I'm just saying I don't think kids. So, okay, let's talk about kids. Do you think a
Right.
transgender boy should be on female swim team, a girls' female swim team? I'm not
No,
comfortable
because
with it.
a trans boy would be playing with other boys, and yes, we absolutely think they should be playing with boys because they are boys.
I love that you use someone in your family and you don't even have an understanding of what being transgender is. Like you literally just made that backwards.
Well, explain to me what it is.
A transgender boy is a person who was born female and identifies as a boy, and they should be playing on the boys'
Absolutely.
team.
My best friend that I work with is
We
daughter
don't,
is
Scotty,
Now
please
it's
stop
male.
saying those
Best
things.
friend?
Please stop saying
God.
those things. We don't want to know about the people in your life that you're probably not really supporting. So just
Yeah.
stop that, please. So what is
So
your
you guys
problem
seem
with
like-
children? What is your problem
Well-
with children playing sports?
I think that they're influenced by social media, and I don't think they have a real
play
opportunity
sports?
to to be transgender. It's
Oh, yeah.
this has just recently come about in the last couple of years that it's in the
No.
forefront
Incorrect.
of everything.
That's not true.
No, it's true. It's been
Literally
it's been
not.
around for years, but it's now just starting to get the attention that it should deserve. But I don't support it 100%. No, I don't.
What don't you support?
I'll support a kid with whatever they want to be, but like you asked me if I support transgender community, and no, I don't. You didn't ask me about trans
Do
kids.
you hear yourself just contradicting yourself over and over and over again here?
No, I don't.
I support
You know, when
a
you got
kid,
these,
but I don't support a kid. But I support the community 100%, but I don't support them at all.
Right.
Like,
So what kind of trans people do you not support, Scotty? What does that mean?
the people that get on social media seeking attention because they were misrepresented by someone calling them a dude because they've got a beard.
wow.
Those are the people that I don't
advocating
like.
for themselves. You have a problem with them?
Absolutely. Can we just get regular gays back? I mean, I would like to just go back to regular gays.
God, how
Just kick me out, because so you two are going to sit here and browbeat anybody that has.
Yeah,
I'm not doing that.
I was gonna do that. Thank you. That was gross. Yikes indeed. By the way, you guys, it's a little bit of a red flag when you come in and you're like, I have this kid, I have my uncle and my brother and my kid is bi. Like, what the fuck? That has nothing to do with the topic. Can we just stay on topic, please? Your kid being bi has nothing to do with letting kids be trans.
I think he brought up biracial. Like Jesus.
Yeah, that was weird. Hello?
You can hear me?
Uh-huh.
Roger.
Cool.
Cool. How old are you, Rob?
35.
Sweet. Let kids be trans.
I don't agree. I think that you should just, like the whole argument with the let kids be kids, they don't need to know about this like sexual stuff. I think
Wait.
something.
No, there's nothing sexual about being trans.
Yeah, trans is basically gay with fashion. Is all it is. That's the only thing it is.
That is so fucking false.
Why is it false?
What does transgender mean, Rob?
It means that you're confused sexually, but like say
Absolutely.
that you no. Hold on, let me say it before you start bitching. Let
No,
me say
because
it.
what you said was wrong, and we're not going to spread.
No, because all you
misinformation.
girls do is take somebody else's word and start bitching before they can explain themselves.
You don't need to have further explanation for the completely wrong thing you just said.
All right, explain it to me, please.
Great. Being transgender just means your gender identity does not align with your sex assigned at birth.
Okay, so if you're assigned, so when you get born and you have a penis, you're a boy.
No.
And hold on, let me finish. You can't invite somebody on and then try to talk with them, and then you just start bitching every time they go to say
Because
something.
everything that you're saying is wrong, Rob. So why would we let you continue?
How do you know what I'm even saying? Because when I start
first
talking,
thing
you guys
that you
just start
said-
bitching.
Because the first thing that you just said was wrong. We've come to recognize that our genitals don't always correlate with our gender identity. We've come to understand that sexual,
No,
biological
kids
sex.
grow
Hold on,
up.
I'm not finished.
That's-
I'm not
yeah,
finished.
that's how I feel when I try to talk.
Biological, because what I'm saying is actually correct and can be looked up and researched. Biological
No.
sex and gender identity are two different things. That's what we've
No,
come
it's
to
not.
understand. And when they don't align, you're a
You guys
transgender
don't
person.
understand is the problem.
Right. So if you would have said that a baby that is born with a penis is assigned male at birth, that would have been correct. But that's not what you said.
Let me know when I can talk, and I'll say something.
Great. I can't wait for you to say more incorrect things. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that you are a product of your surroundings. So if you were born a guy and people are pressuring you to being open to all these things, it can change your mind. It's not, you
No.
weren't destined to think like
So
that.
what
You were
about
pushed
children who
into it.
aren't grown up with that, Rob? So what about children who are trans and who are
I
not
wasn't brought up with
influenced?
that, and I'm straight, and I don't have any problems.
Good for
Is
you.
what I'm saying.
This isn't about you. Reggie was
Because-
asking you a very specific question and you ignored
You
her.
won't let me finish talking. That's the problem.
Because Reggie asked you a question and you're not answering it. You started talking about yourself.
What'd Reggie say? Sorry.
So when children are not influenced, when people like in really religious households grow up not being
Oh, God damn it.
a flag.
Yep. Yeah, sometimes it gets the guest and not me, and then other times it flags me as well. So, with my, let's see, 23 guest requests, I have to reset. If you would like to come back and have a conversation with us, the first people there will be the first ones in. So I'll be right back. Reggie, you're welcome to join me.
I will.
Okay. Oh, and really quick, follow me so you can find me. You can unfollow me after if you want.
Today, we are bad bitches, not sad bitches.
And we're back. Thank you guys for joining again. Let's tap the screen and share the live and see if we can get those views back up. Also, if you are here and you wanted to have a conversation before, I will let you in. Let's see. Here's Reggie and someone else in. All right. Let's start the conversations again.
Hello.
Hello. How old are you?
I am 23.
Cool. Let kids be trans.
So I'll just start this off. I know one of the previous people joined the live and they started spewing off things about their personal life, people that they know, who they are, etc. I am a gay man. I have a boyfriend of 2 years. He's great. Love him. I also have multiple trans friends. So
Why
I
are you
do.
doing the same thing?
Huh?
We just talked about how people should not do that, and then you just did it.
Well, no, I know. I'm just trying to tell you. There are people that I know. I'm like, I have different stances on different people. Is basically what I'm trying to get at.
Wait, but how about you don't use your friends to make your points? Like, make your points on your own.
Okay, fine.
Great.
I think that kids, depending on age, age is really important here. I think kids, depending on age, can be very impressionable, and I think that, especially with social media these days, obviously, being transgender, gay, bisexual, whatever the case may be, is pushed a lot harder on social media now, and I think that if a kid who is, say, 9 years old, who's very impressionable by things that they see online, sees that, it could sway how they feel about themselves. I know people who are either just tomboys or whatever, and things push them to be.
No.
What do you mean, no?
No, like tomboys still exist. Nobody's.
Well, no, I know that, but it seems like a lot of these people that are tomboys end up
It may
being.
seem like that, but that's not a thing. That's not the case.
Right. So your argument is that you think that social media is pushing a trans ideology.
In a way, yes. Not 100%, but in a way, yes.
Do you think that you can be influenced to be trans?
Yes, 100%.
And what's your proof for that?
I mean, I don't necessarily have a source for that. I feel like it's just a little bit of common sense. You can't always base everything off of evidence and sources and shit.
No, so we have evidence of the opposite, right? About how gender identity develops in your brain and that there is no type of influence. There's an article on healthychildren.org, which is by the American Academy of Pediatrics, talks about how gender identity develops between the ages of 3 and 7 in children. It has nothing to do with what they're exposed to or what they see or anything like that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure.
Right. So what can happen with social media, though, or these types of resources, is that children can recognize that they resonate with other people's experiences and say, "Oh shit, I have a similar experience as that person."
Okay. Okay, yeah, I can agree with that.
Do you think that people can be influenced to be gay?
Well,
that's wild.
Aren't you
so
gay?
fully, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna put a caveat here. To be fully gay and live fully gay life, like to live a gay life and not just to what's the word? Engage in sexual gay activity. I think you can be influenced to engage in sexual gay activity, but not necessarily live an entire life because your brain will switch eventually. And I've actually had that happen with multiple people. I know multiple people.
What?
Okay.
That doesn't prove that you can be.
Think about it this way. Hold on, Reggie, 1 second. Think about it this way. It's like the guy who goes to college and in college hooks up with a bunch of dudes, whatever, right? And that happens. We all know that happens. And then they figure out later that that was just a phase and that actually doesn't completely resonate with who they are.
I agree. I don't think that's ever, I think that's a different, it's not ever saying that, like, that's experimentation. Like, that's normal. And if they, some people do have to go through that to understand their true sexuality. And I don't think that identifies them as being influenced.
So do you think that experimentation within transgenderism exists?
Transgenderism isn't a thing because it's not an ideology.
So being transgender, do you think that being transgender can have, do you think that experimenting?
That person in your example is not actually gay, right? So people can explore their gender identity, yes, but that does not mean that they're transgender.
Right. Gender exploration is very healthy and natural and normal.
I agree with that. No, I do agree with that. I think my main issue, or not main issue, but like, I think the one thing that doesn't always sit completely right with me is the, like, there are people that say no matter the age, accept the child and saying what they are, right? So say an 8-year-old says that they are transgender and, they want to be a boy.
Yeah.
I think that it's problematic when somebody is that young.
No.
Why?
No, I think it is because if you
hold the same standard for someone who's gay, right? So if a child is 8 years old and they're a boy and they say that they like other boys, would you say
in a way because when I was that young, listen, for sure, because when I was that young, I had a girl in school that I said, "Oh, I'm going to marry this girl. She's going to be my wife, blah blah blah, whatever." When I was that young, yes, of course. I definitely had different views than what I have now. And obviously I'm gay. I will never marry a woman. I will not have sex with a woman. That's not.
Okay, but was that, okay, all right. So here's the thing. We do live in a heteronormative society. So oftentimes boys are told that they have to marry girls. So you may have thought that was something that you had to do.
Well, no, because I have gay family members, and I know that being gay is a real thing. And then obviously back then I knew that being gay was a thing, and I knew that was a possibility. So I don't think that was necessarily, because I had feelings towards other boys in my school as well.
Great. Even based on your experience, right? You came to the understanding that I'm actually not straight. I am gay, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So what is wrong with telling that 8-year-old telling you that they're gay, that they're a boy attracted to boys? What is wrong with saying, okay, cool. What's wrong with that?
But I only came to that realization when I became older.
So great. What if the child is 8 though, and they say that they're a boy attracted to boys and that they're gay? You tell them no? What do you do?
I tell them that I don't think that's necessarily important at their age. It's not.
Not
because it's not important because listen,
it's important
when you are that
to have an understanding of who.
I don't think it is important for a child to say that they are gay or say that they are lesbian or say that they are trans at such a young age. It has no impact.
Well, okay, hold on. Okay, so I disagree heavily. Being a queer person growing up, being told that being attracted to girls was not important. I would argue that it actually hurt me tremendously. But what about cisgender children? Like, should I tell my 9-year-old, my 9-year-old identifies as a boy and he was born male. Should I tell him that you're too young to understand that and to be able to identify as a boy?
No, I'm saying that it shouldn't even be a topic of conversation.
But it is a topic. In my scenario, it is a topic. The child has said this to you.
Okay, so
you can't always decide what the children are going to be interested in talking about.
Again,
okay, that's fair.
It's about you, right?
No, I know that, but I can still use my own experience to explain different things about children when I was a child, my experience as a child.
Right, and I can explain my experience as a child too, right? As a straight cisgender girl, when I was
right, but there's a difference when it comes to your development.
When I was in kindergarten, I recognized that I thought boys were cute. I told my mom that I had a boyfriend and I thought he was really cute. And my mom was like, oh, cool. That was it. Right?
Okay. Let me put it this way.
Not her.
When I was 12 years old, was the first time that I told my mom that I thought I was gay. Her response was, okay, that's fine. I don't think that that's necessarily something that you need to focus on right now, and you'll figure that out later in life. And I did figure it out later in life, and I am perfectly fine. I don't think it's an issue to tell kids at 8 years old or such.
Why would you want to say that, though? Why not just say, okay, cool, and then not tell them that it's something when you're older?
Because it's something that paves the way for the rest of your life. And if you let somebody who's so young choose something that paves the way for the rest of their life,
you don't get locked in. You don't get locked in. That's not how it works.
As a transgender person, you do get locked in.
But you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
You are changing your gender for essentially, if you decide, okay, I am a girl, I feel like I'm a boy, then yes, you are. If you decide at age
you're
8.
Not locked in.
Okay. Well,
wait, Panda, go ahead. So a person identifies as a boy. They're born female.
Right.
So what? So they identify as boy. They dress as a boy. They wear boy clothes. They get their hair cut. What's the problem? What is your concern?
I think the transitioning somebody, even not necessarily socially, because you can do that. You can reverse that if they decide that that's not actually how they feel.
Right.
But I feel like if you push it to a certain point where, let's say you start giving them hormone blockers or you start giving them...
hold on, because we don't decide that as parents, right? You have to take, if it gets to a point where it's causing distress and there's a gender dysphoria diagnosis, that's different. That's different than just being trans.
Mm-hmm.
How is that different than being trans? Because being trans is having gender dysphoria.
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
So then what is transgender to you then?
Just having a gender identity that develops incongruent from your sex assigned at birth.
Gender dysphoria.
No. Gender dysphoria is distress. It's a distress-based disorder, and there is a diagnosis. You don't get diagnosed with being transgender. You just are.
Right, but being transgender is synonymous with having gender dysphoria.
It's not. Cisgender people can also. Are you a professional? Like, do you have resources to back this up, Panda?
Are you a professional?
No, absolutely not. But I do
Okay.
have resources that backs this up. This is proven. Gender dysphoria is a distress-based disorder,
Right.
Okay.
and it requires a diagnosis.
Well, wouldn't
And
you say that? Wouldn't you say that not?
cisgender people can also have gender dysphoria.
Well, I think it's a little bit dangerous to say that you can be transgender and not have gender dysphoria because then that leaves the door open for.
About 60% of transgender people have gender dysphoria. The other 40% do not. It's not dangerous.
I think it is a little bit dangerous to say that you do not need to have gender dysphoria to be transgender.
No, because gender dysphoria means you have distress. You have clinically significant symptoms. Not everyone has that distress.
Okay, and how is it dangerous though? So that's just a person socially transitioning. How is that dangerous?
Oh my God.
Well, you're the one making the claim. You're saying it's really dangerous for a person to identify as trans because they don't. So why? Why is that dangerous?
Because it's a choice that literally affects how you live the rest of your life. If you
How does that? No, how does
because
that affect
if you become
Panda?
if you-
Wait. No, how does that affect you?
I'm not saying it affects me, but I also
Why
feel like,
are you so concerned about what other people are doing?
Okay. This is something that people always say all the time. I think it's a nothing burger. When you come up with the whole, it doesn't affect you, so what problem does it have? It's not about me. It's about people making choices that affect the rest of their lives.
Yeah,
I tell my friends all the time, you shouldn't do that because that's a stupid decision and it might hurt you.
Because people like you that say that it's affecting you when you have no real proof
I'm not saying it's affecting me.
well, this is why I'm saying it's a problem, is because when you're putting out these opinions, when you're coming up with these arguments, you are supporting the people who are not supporting trans people.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm
Panda.
not. I'm not saying, no. I'm not saying.
Children are people, by the way.
Yes. Okay. Look, if somebody wants to come to a conclusion based on my opinions that does not line up with how I feel, then that's on them.
Yeah, but what you're saying, no, because what you're saying is misinformation.
It's not misinformation.
It is though. Yes, and when they're agreeing with you based off of misinformation, that's where it's wrong.
Yeah, you don't get locked in again. You're not getting
If
locked
you have
in.
gender reassigning surgery, you get locked in.
We're talking about children. Children aren't having surgery, and again, it's a very low percentage of transgender people that actually have surgery.
And you have to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria to have that. So how is that dangerous for people who are just trans and who are socially transitioning?
Right. Especially as a child, you have to have gender dysphoria diagnosis to have anything medically done. Anything. Which means you have clinically significant symptoms that are affecting your ability to function in daily life. You don't think those people deserve any type of treatment for that?
I mean, wait, say that again. Sorry, that went right over my head. Say it again.
Okay, so children that are diagnosed with gender dysphoria, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's same with adults, but I'm talking about children.
Right.
Children diagnosed with gender dysphoria have clinically significant symptoms that are affecting their ability to function in daily life. You don't think those children deserve treatment for that?
If they are diagnosed with it, sure.
You have to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria to do anything beyond social.
So if they are diagnosed with gender dysphoria at a young age and it is proven, yes, this is a diagnosis, this is how they are, they will never change from this. Yes.
That's not how it works. No, you don't. It's not that you'll never change from this because you're not being diagnosed with being transgender.
I didn't say that. I said gender dysphoria. If you're diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
Hold on. The point is to let
from this. That's weird.
Yeah, the point is to let the medical professionals and the child and the parent be the ones to understand the treatment of this. That's the point. And what's happening is people are taking away that choice. They are people that are not professionals and do not understand this are the ones that are trying to make laws against these things. And when you say, we're talking about therapy here, that's the big one that first starts with children, and they're taking that away. They're taking therapy away for gender affirming care for children.
Right. And there's nothing even scary about puberty blockers. If a child gets to this step of puberty blockers, it still does not mean that they're transgender.
Well, puberty blockers have other ramifications in them later in life, but if you want to say that there's no problem, yes,
what do
they
you mean
do.
by later in life?
Like puberty blockers, and you guys might get mad at this. Puberty blockers have shown.
If it's misinformation, yes.
No,
Amanda,
because
you're
puberty blockers have shown to lead to
falling
infertility.
down a rabbit hole of misinformation, and that's all you're doing is spewing that on this live.
No, I'm not falling down a rabbit hole of misinformation. You just don't believe what I'm saying.
Okay, so go ahead, make your claim, and then we would like a source, please.
So puberty blockers, what?
So puberty blockers have shown in studies that they lead to infertility. That is a fact.
It can possibly lead to infertility, yes.
Yes. Okay. So
it's very real.
Wait, but what is the contingency of that though?
what do you mean contingency?
Like
Right,
how
so-
there's the chances of infertility goes up when you're on them for too long.
Right. So transgender children are typically on them 3 years or less.
Okay. So how long do you think children should be allowed, or at what age do you think children should be allowed to go on puberty blockers or
Blockers
on
have-
hormones or whatever?
No,
At what age?
Puberty blockers have to be introduced at Tanner stage 2 of puberty. So it's not an age; it's a stage of puberty.
Okay.
that
So
can
then
be-
at what age do you believe children should be able to take hormones then?
Well, we're not talking about hormones right now. We're talking.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just asking the question.
14.
14.
That's also up to the medical professional and the child and the parent.
Well, yes.
Shouldn't
but
be up
yes,
to anybody else.
That is
There
true.
are
That is
many,
true.
many. Oh, I'll show this in a minute. There are many requirements that go along with that as well. You can't just be 14. Like there's lots of other things that go into that as well. So when we're talking about puberty blockers, though, right? Yes, there are risks and benefits for all medications, and I do not advocate for parents to not be informed on or parents and the child to not be informed on all of the risks and benefits. They absolutely need to be informed of these things. But again, when a medical professional is treating a child with gender dysphoria, they are treating their symptoms at the time, right? So a possible very small risk that it may affect their fertility that you don't even know that they have in the first place. Not everyone is just fertile, right?
Yeah, but I also don't feel
where
like
they're
basing it. Yeah, but basing it off of the fact that you may not be fertile in the first place is not like you can't base it like you can't say like, oh yeah, well it leads to infertility, but you might not even be fertile in the first place, so it doesn't matter. I don't think that's fair.
I didn't say.
Well, how about
Didn't say.
well,
that.
how about living? No, you're fine. How about living? Do you think that that's more important than fertility?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what's been proven. When we give gender affirming care to children, it decreases the chances of them self-unaliving.
Drastically decreases the chances.
Well, okay, sure, but also going to therapy drastically reduces the chance of you unaliving yourself. So
Yeah,
there's a lot of different things. There's a lot of different
Part of
things.
it, Panda.
that
You don't
reduce
go
the
on.
risk
You don't
of
go on.
self-unaliving.
You don't go on puberty blockers or HRT without continued therapy and psychological evaluations.
You know what I mean.
No, well, this is important information.
No, I know that. I know that there are different steps. I know that when you are going through the treatments and everything like that, you have to have therapy sessions and psychoanalysis and all this kind of stuff. I know that. I've have friends that have gone through that. I know all the
Wait,
steps.
so who do you get a support letter from when you go on puberty blockers or HRT?
Excuse me?
When a child goes on puberty blockers or HRT, who do they get a support letter from?
I don't know.
A therapist.
Okay, well, I mean that seems legit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if therapy was enough for them, if a therapy worked to alleviate the symptoms of gender dysphoria, then that therapist would not be supporting them going on puberty blockers or hormones because the therapy was enough for them. We are advocating for individualized care. We are not advocating for all transgender children to go on puberty blockers and hormones.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's obviously never one answer to a large problem.
Well, you're trying to make one answer, though. You're trying to say that children shouldn't be going on these things.
That's not what I said, actually. What I said earlier was that, yes, if they have if they are diagnosed with gender dysphoria, then yes, 100%. Put them on whatever they need to be put on to make them.
Can't go on puberty blockers or hormones without that diagnosis.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Great. So you're for gender affirming care for kids now.
If they are diagnosed by a medical professional and 100%, sure. If that is proven that is how they are and that they have gender dysphoria, then sure.
Great.
If they are not diagnosed with gender dysphoria, no.
Great. Awesome. That's how it goes. So
Yeah, then we agree, Panda.
yeah,
Okay.
great.
I think my main problem is that people tend to, and I'm going off of social media and all the things I see on social media, so I don't necessarily have a source for this, so bear with me. But I think people push the agenda of wanting to, or not wanting to, that's the wrong word. People push the agenda of affirming children's gender identity, even if they are not diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
Yes,
and I
because
feel like that is a
40%
problem.
of those people, 40% of those people do not have gender dysphoria. They still need support, which would be a social transition.
And what's
That
the
would be their
problem,
support.
Panda?
I'm trying to not say the wrong thing here to piss you guys off, because I don't like to piss people off. But like,
No, say what you want to say, because we need to get this through to you how this process works.
no, I mean, I understand how the process works. I'm just saying, I don't think,
fear of something you need to not be afraid of.
I think that if you have a social transition and you decide later in life that is not how you are, I think it is a lot harder to go back on what you said.
A social transition? No.
Yes.
Why do you think that when you're forcing people to be cisgender, which is someone that they're not? Right? And that is more likely to be wrong?
Because I still believe that if you do not have gender dysphoria, that you are not transgender.
Oh my God.
Well, what do you think? Like, what do you think social transitioning is? I don't understand where you think that there's harm in this.
What does that say? It's backwards.
Just talk to Reggie. I'm fucking with this.
Sorry, I that went over my head because you were showing that. What happened, Reggie? Sorry.
I want to understand the harm that you think that's causing. Like a person who identifies as a boy is gonna, do you understand what social transitioning is? Like,
to a certain extent. I know everybody's idea of social transitioning is different.
So what do you think it is? Like, I'm trying to understand what you think is harmful.
I would say social transitioning is using your preferred pronouns, dressing the way that you like, acting a certain way that you like in public that resides with how you feel inside.
And how is that harmful?
I'm not saying that necessarily is harmful. I'm saying the chance of you going and doing that and then realizing later in life that you are not that, it is a lot harder and
Very
also
low.
mentally traumatizing for you to go from one to another and back to the other.
How do you not think it's mentally traumatizing for people to be forced to be cisgender when they're actually trans? Because that's what you're advocating for. That's the opposite, right? Not supporting.
Right. And we're talking about people, we're talking about people who are comfortable doing this. Like, doing this makes them feel better. This affirms their identity. So, it's not forcing anybody, this is allowing people to be themselves, literally. If they go back and forth, if they're gender, some people are gender fluid and they fluctuate, and that's fine too. And so you keep saying you think that it's harmful for them, but why do you think that? I still don't understand where the harm is coming from.
My main viewpoint basically comes off of kids are impressionable. They change the way they act. They change the way they think. They change everything that they do throughout their childhood. And I think that if you do something that is that drastic, if you want to put it that way, if you decide to socially transition them at the age of 8, for example,
you're not deciding to social transition your child. Your child is saying, I want to wear different clothes. I want to have my hair a different way. Who cares?
Okay.
Right, like letting them grow their hair out long because they want to be feminine, they want to be a girl. That's, wearing pink if that's what makes them feel good. That's what we're talking about here.
Especially as an 8-year-old.
Right.
And again, they will not get to a medical standpoint unless they have a gender dysphoria diagnosis.
Right. I've already said that.
So what are you still arguing about?
Right. So we're still trying to understand what the harm you think this is causing people.
It's hard to put what harm is it causing on people because everybody is different.
No, because we're trying to get you to critically think about this because people reject this without fully thinking everything through.
Right. Like you're the one saying this, Panda. Just like, what do you keep saying? Like you think it's harmful. You think it's harmful. Why? Where?
Now my brain is scrambled. I'm sorry.
I mean, you don't think it's harmful for like a child who is transgender, who is telling their parents they're transgender, and the parents are saying, no, you're cisgender. Like you're a boy, you have a penis, you're a boy. You don't think that's harmful for that kid?
No, I don't know. Okay. I will say that if a child comes to you and says that they feel that they are transgender, I wouldn't necessarily 100% say absolutely not. I would say I would probably find a therapist for them to talk to and see if that ended up being the truth. And if they ended up having gender dysphoria, then go along with the further steps. But if they ended up not having gender dysphoria, you never know what that child could be going through. It couldn't even be that. It could be.
Okay, wait. So back up a little bit because
Sure.
so the kid, right, they wouldn't come up and say like, it most likely would not happen that they'd come up and say that they're transgender. It mostly, it would be
I feel like a boy, I feel like a girl,
or just not even like, maybe it's like, they're saying that I'm not a boy. I do not feel like the way people treat me. I want to wear a dress because it makes me feel like a girl. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I don't care what people wear.
So that's literally the point. That's the first step. That's what we mean by socially affirming our children, is let them dress how they want to dress. And it would be problematic, in my opinion, as a parent to say no, because you're not a girl, you can't wear dresses. I think that is ultimately the traumatic parenting that one can put on their children. And that's the point of this live, is allowing the children.
Well, yes, but if a child comes to you and says, I want to wear dresses or whatever, and you say, well, no, because those are for girls, and then they say, well, I feel like a girl, then that's the next step. I don't have a problem with parents telling their kids that they shouldn't wear certain things.
The thing is that there's not like set steps. Like it's very different for each child. My youngest child is non-binary, right? Agender.
How old are they?
11.
Okay.
So we use they, them pronouns, say child. They were assigned female at birth. They still express themselves very femininely. So that's it. That's all we do. Is they even use their birth name, right? So we just changed pronouns. That's it. Should I be afraid of that?
I mean, I just don't feel like at 11 years old, that's necessarily something that is like,
It makes them happy. It makes them comfortable. What is wrong with that? Using she, her pronouns made them uncomfortable.
Yeah, what would you say to the child then, Panda?
Shit, I don't know. I don't have kids. I don't plan on having kids.
Okay, that's fair. But, I mean, that's how Mel is supporting her child being trans. Like, by literally just affirming their identity.
So, Mel, I'll ask you this then. Have you brought your child to therapy at all?
That child has not gone to therapy, no.
Okay. Do you plan on it?
Yeah, but not for those reasons. But yeah.
Okay. Well.
Therapy is not.
Therapy
is not. I mean, that's not an indication of like everybody should go to therapy.
Right. But
no, I'm not saying you should only go to therapy.
I have talked to them, right? They don't have any type of distress, right? They don't have gender dysphoria. Right. I've talked to them about their body. They're fine with their body. They're okay enough with their puberty that they can be, because it kind of sucks. But no, they're not upset with anything that is going on within their body. They're still able to function. They still get great grades in school. They still have friends. So there's no signs of gender dysphoria. There's no signs of distress, right? They just want to use they, them pronouns. When we go out in public and somebody says, hey, ladies, right? I talk to them and I said, how did that make you feel? And they're like, I just don't understand why people need to gender me. Like, that's it, right? So we just have these conversations about like what that means to them. They still fall under the transgender umbrella. That is how I'm supporting them. At this time, because they've been in puberty for 2 years, there's no type of indication that there's any type of gender dysphoria, or that there will be anything in the future happening where they are going to change anything about their bodies physically. It's just pronouns. They literally are uncomfortable with she, her pronouns. That is it. They're still under the transgender umbrella, right? There's someone who is classified as transgender who does not have gender dysphoria.
Okay.
Okay, so even if I tried to get them medical care, there would be nothing to treat them for. They don't have gender dysphoria.
Well, yeah, but you don't know that until you actually go to therapy.
No, because there are signs. There are clinically significant signs. Gender dysphoria is distress. They don't have any type of distress around their gender identity, around their body.
If they don't wait, okay, so well that makes zero sense then. If they have no signs of distress towards their gender, then why do they feel like they are asexual?
Asexual.
Like
or not
stress.
asexual.
Like
Sorry,
their
wrong
stress,
word. Non-binary.
their stress isn't enough to cause problems. Like, and Mel is doing what she needs to be doing to affirm that. So it's not to a point where it's uncontrollable. It might be different if Mel and her husband, didn't want to use their preferred pronouns, and it would affect them in a different way. But it hasn't reached that point. So it just is what it is.
What would you like me to would you like me to just call this child your child?
Yep.
Okay. So what would happen if your child came to you and later in life and said, I don't feel as if I'm non-binary anymore? Would that 100%, you would just accept that?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I think that's kind of where I would draw issues, because I know there are some parents who heavily influence their children. And
No, because again, you're not locked in. Like this
look. If there are parents out there who influence their children, that is a fact. Everybody knows that, right?
Yeah, but we're not supported. Like, that's like the same thing that, influencing them to be straight. Like, that's literally against what we're talking about. Like, we're not advocating to influence your children. And I personally don't think that that's happening as much as heterosexual people and cis people.
More commonly, what would probably happen with a child like my child is that parents would tell them, no, you're a girl. You're going to use she, her pronouns. You're too young. You don't understand yourself. There's no way you can know yourself. Those are things that can be harmful. That is you trying to lock your kid in as being cisgender. They're telling me that they're not cisgender. So right now I'm just supporting them. If they go back to she, her pronouns in the future, then they go back to she, her pronouns. I don't really care. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. Or initially, when they first started, they did she, they, right? And then they're like, no, I just prefer they, them. I'm like, okay, cool. That's it.
Okay, that's cool.
That's all this live is talking about. Support your kids, period.
Okay, I can understand that.
Cool. Appreciate it.
I think that's about it. I enjoy. I don't know about you guys. I enjoy the conversation. I mean, I feel like I learned some things. You may not have learned some things from me. I don't know. That's not up to me. But
Do you think that you should go look up what gender dysphoria is and see why not all transgender people have gender dysphoria? That's it. That's your homework for you.
And I honestly, and I'll be real.
I thought I got away from homework after high school, but
it'd be really quick to just Google it. But what were you saying, Reggie?
I think that was a genuine conversation too, Panda. I think that some of the negative opinions about trans people has kind of, leaked onto your, what you think about them. And I think that, this is why we come in and we're trying to connect, because we literally are just supporting our children. And from a parent's perspective, it's good to meet them where they're at. If they're identifying this right now and then they change and yeah, we support them. That just shows you're willing to support your kids no matter what. Our love is unconditional. So no matter, that's what we're trying to really preach here, is that no matter what they come to you and they tell you, you support them. And we're literally preaching against, pushing anything on them. That's the whole premise of this, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can understand that. I think honestly, I've seen this is a total sidetrack, but I've seen these live streams come up before, and the people that get in here most often, all the time, they just sit there and yell at each other and spew bullshit and get irritated, and it's nothing gets solved with something like that. So I've always kind of wanted to hop in here and at least kind of say what I think and be cordial to a certain extent and maybe learn something and maybe teach somebody else something. I think that's the most important part. That's
Contrary to
the only
what
reason why.
people believe, Reggie and I actually do want to have genuine conversations with people.
Well, yeah, and that's why. I'm I don't understand why people get into these things and they just start yelling at each other. And it's people would come in here and they have wild ideas, and they just fucking destroy the entire point of the live stream, and it's it makes no sense.
They're really unwilling to learn, unwilling to accept new information, and then there's nothing we can do with that. Well, there's nothing we can do with willful ignorance. If they don't want to learn, and they just and then I will get angry, because those types of opinions are harming children. It's literally harming children. It's causing children to unalive themselves, and I am not going to just allow people to do that without getting some type of backlash. So I appreciate you for listening.
Of course.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good day.
All right, you too. All right, I gotta pee.
It pushes for people to support the people that are making decisions that hurt trans people too.
Absolutely.
Smooth operator.
Buenos dias. Good morning, everybody.
Buenos dias.
Hello. You have a little bit of background noise. Are you playing some music?
No, it's because I'm right here. I was power walking. I was right here at having my coffee at Starbucks. But yeah, I just wanted to say one thing that, since I was a little kid, back in the 80s,
you're back.
Now that they have LGBT plus and all that stuff, but back in the time, we would help one another. It didn't matter what gender you were, especially when you were little kids. And now it's for me, I think it's all nothing but propaganda. It's let kids live their life. It's not I don't think that's okay. I don't think it's okay for everybody. I had to accept who I am, and now I love myself. It took me 37 years to love myself, and now it's it's okay who you are. You are who you are. It's not like you have to have surgery to be somebody that you will never be.
Yeah.
That's why I say to myself, because after this, I was when I was young back in the 80s, but now I accept it. I am who I am. I had a stroke.
Okay, I'm sorry. Wait, do you support trans people, or I'm confused.
For me, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just telling you how I feel.
Okay.
But I think that the kids is the most important thing. Is let kids be kids. Let them be who they are. It's not
right. So if they're trans, we should support them, right? We should affirm their gender identity and give them the support that they need.
I think you gotta let. For me, I think you gotta let kids be kids and not to let them be who they are, and then when they're 18 and over, if they want to be somebody else, then they can.
Oh no.
What do you think?
I think that we should support children even if they're trans. And I think we should support gender affirming care if they need it.
Yeah, and being transgender doesn't mean you want to be somebody else.
I agree. The thing that I don't agree is LGBT. It's like, you just gotta be who you are. You don't have to be an LGBT plus or whatever it's called. We need to love one another and help one another. It's not about being, oh yeah, I'm black, oh I'm brown,
Operator,
oh no,
hold on, stop,
I'm a rainbow.
Stop.
Oh, no.
Are you a part of the LGBTQ, can I ask?
I'm gonna tell you one more time. Since I was a little kid, we would go to a different country and they would always teach us, help one another and love one another. That's how I was taught to be.
Can you answer the question? Like, are you part of the LGBT?
I did answer the question. So
you
what I'm saying
represent
is,
one of the letters? Like, does anything about you represent one of the letters in the LGBTQ community?
I think the most important thing is let kids be who they are.
Do you know you're contradicting yourself?
No, I'm not contradicting. I'm saying let kids be who they are.
I don't think you're here for a conversation, operator. Like, I'm trying to just have a conversation with you and you keep repeating the same thing. Like, yeah, we heard you. You think that, but it sounds like you also said to wait for kids till they're 18 to make these decisions. So yes, you are contradicting yourself.
I'm not
So
contradicting
you're not
because
letting
when you're 18, when you're 18 and over, kids can do.
Operator, do you believe in privilege?
In what sense?
Like having privilege. Do you think certain people have different types of privileges?
No, like I said, I don't agree with that statement. Like I said, you gotta, when kids can do, how I was taught when you're 18 and over, you can do what you want. And it's okay when you're 18 and over, you want to have surgery to be somebody that you will never be.
God, you're
that's
just
okay.
So you don't want to support kids. Like, that's the contradiction.
I
you
will
keep
always
saying support kids.
I will always support the kids. I will.
Right, so do you understand that we're not pushing for children to have surgery? It's rare for one, and it's not what we're talking about here in this.
Okay, that's what I thought you guys were talking about. But I'm glad that you guys think the same way. I thought you guys were thinking about that. I was like, damn, I need to talk to them because that's why I said what I said. It's like helping.
No, I
one
don't
another.
know. That's why I'm trying to understand. But there's other things that we should do to affirm their gender as children. That's what I'm trying to understand. Do you agree with that? Like, we should allow trans kids to identify as they identify and support that. Do you agree?
I was talking to God about that last night. I always talk to God about everything,
Oh my God.
I do believe in the Almighty. I've always believed in Him,
Does he believe in supporting trans kids?
I believe in supporting the kids, no matter what.
Does God believe in supporting kids?
God supports everyone.
Great.
Jesus died for us. Jesus died for us.
So God supports trans kids, therefore you support trans kids. Cool. All right, next. What the fuck that was?
It's so hard to tell if people... Was that real?
I don't know. Hello?
Hi, my name is Shay. I put the L in the alphabet. I feel like I need to come up here and recover for the community because I feel like this has to be a joke. I agree 100% with what you're saying. Let kids.
Can I get your age real quick?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm 28.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I think that, our community as a whole, we're entitled to our own opinions, but I do think we project what our parents have stated to us when we were younger about our sexuality and our identities. And then even though it affected us negatively, it's like ingrained in our brain. So it is part of our thought process. Like Panda, for instance, he literally stated his story about his mom telling him at 13 he shouldn't be thinking about that. So guess what? That's now how he's thinking about your subject, right?
Very true,
And
yeah.
us as a community, we all know how it feels to be invalidated. And I mean, I'm almost 30 years old and my mother still continues to invalidate me, and it severely hurts my feelings. So I will never, ever do that to my child. And unfortunately, a bunch of these parents are going to thoroughly regret invalidating their child when their child is one of the statistics that unalives themselves. So you don't want to get it to that point. Like, for me personally, maybe I don't understand what it feels like to be trans, but that doesn't mean I can't respect you. I can have my own feelings, but I can control my reaction. I'm not saying that I feel that way. I'm just giving an example.
I was like,
No. I'm saying like, I'm saying like, I can't control how I feel, but I can control how I react. So if you want to go in your bedroom at night and be like, what the heck is this? That's cool. But to your kid, you're their number one cheerleader.
Right, and educate yourself. The information is out there. Thank you, Shay. Appreciate it. I'm going to move on because we're looking for
Have a good day.
Thank you so much. All right, you guys, I am going to limit time on friendlies. I appreciate you all, but a lot of times friendlies like to come up and just say all the things that they're thinking. And it doesn't keep the conversations moving forward. I guess I could put on a timer. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, but I may end up just kind of looking like an asshole, like cutting you off, and I don't mean to be. It's just I want to keep things moving.
Hello, I'm 19, Sienna.
Cool. Go ahead.
Um,
Can you stop eating this? I love
I agree on supporting your kids, but letting them be trans is a whole another story. As a mother myself, even if they were to come to me and say, "Hey, Mom, I think I might like boys, or I might whatever they are," you know what I mean? I have a daughter. If she were to come to me and tell me,
that's a different topic. You recognize that, right?
okay, but y'all are stating letting kids be trans. Y'all are talking about trans. Y'all aren't talking about being gay, or y'all are talking about trans.
That's very true, yes. But you started talking about
exactly. I would not support my kid being transgender.
Ooh. All right. Why?
What do you mean why? Are you being for real right now?
Yeah, like some children are.
Even what the world is today.
I don't think I was done talking. I wasn't done talking. So some children are trans, and if you happen to have a transgender child, why would you choose not to support your kid? Because you can't make them not trans. Like if they are, they are. That's just a fact.
Well, you're talking about kids. If they're 18 years old and over, that's their life. But kids, if she's, like you said, 8 years old, are you serious? 8 years old. They're not fully developed to understand what they want.
Oh my God. Okay, it's not about a want. It's an understanding of who they are. You already are expecting your child to understand that she's a girl, correct?
Yeah, she's a girl, and that's what she's going to be, is a girl.
Okay, you can't control that though. That's the whole point of this topic.
Okay, but it depends on the parent. Whatever you it does. Whatever you expose to your child is what they're going to know.
Hold on, 227. Can I ask you a question? Just this is. Do you love your children unconditionally?
Yes. Why would that even be a question?
Well, because if you're saying that you have stipulations, like if your child grows up and tries to tell you this is how they identify as, and you're saying, no, you won't support that, that I feel is putting conditions on the love of your children.
My thing is, y'all are talking about trans. Y'all aren't talking about what they like. Right. Y'all are talking about trans.
Do you understand what being transgender means?
Yes, you're wanting to be a different sex that you're not. Yes.
It's not. It's not 227.
That's what that is. What? It can't be nothing more than that.
I can explain it to you. We can have a conversation. We can absolutely have a conversation. I don't mind explaining it to you. Being transgender means when your biological sex and your gender identity, they don't align. And it happens. People exist like that.
Right, it literally develops that way. So again, some children are just going to be transgender. It's not likely that your kids will be, but it's possible. It's not
Right, and
something they're exposed to. It's not something they have to be taught about. It just happens.
Well, I wonder how come me growing up, I've never had that thought. Never had that thought, which doesn't make any sense. I just feel like it's
you're
just
not
how the world is
trans.
You're
today.
not trans.
And neither are y'all. So why are y'all even talking about this topic?
No, this is why you don't understand it. I mean, this is why you didn't have that thought as a child, because you're not trans. I didn't have that thought as a child either, but my daughter did, because she is trans, right?
Well, obviously, you're talking about let kids be. You're obviously exposing something to her to let her.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you have to be.
No, I wasn't.
I don't know because
people in like really religious extremist homes, like this still happens to them when they're not exposed to anything.
How them wanting to like the opposite sex, or not the opposite, the same sex?
Again, we're not talking about sexuality. We're talking
That's what trans is, though. Once you're trans, yes, once you're trans, you like the same sex.
No, you don't.
Most of them, yes, they do.
No, that's not true. They're actually completely separate things.
Are you like, I don't know where to go with this.
I know, and it's so hard because you have a child and you literally can educate yourself on this so you can support your child no matter who they end up being.
I'm not going to educate my kid on being trans.
I said educate yourself.
Yeah,
Well, I'm going to educate myself on being trans neither once I'm totally against being trans.
Oh my God.
You're against being trans when I'm sorry, what?
That's literally saying that you could be against your child. Like my child, right, is trans. So I would say I'm against my kid. Like I'm just against you. Sorry.
She's 11 years old. She's 11 years old.
I haven't actually. I have a transgender child who's on the binary, right? So she is 15 years old.
Okay, well, she's 15 years old. She's in middle school. I mean, she's in high school.
No, she's in high school, and you are 19 years old?
Yeah, 19 years old. Yeah, and I'm not.
You were 15 not that long ago. Did you have an understanding that you were a girl?
I've been a girl 19 years of my life.
Yeah, so why do you understand your gender identity, but my kid can't understand hers?
But she's a girl. She's a girl. Regardless, she's a female.
You're not even listening. No, she's male.
How can she be male? How can she be male?
Because she's trans. Your gender identity develops incongruent from your sex. They don't align. So you can be a girl and be male, or you can be a boy and be female.
No, you can only be a boy or a girl. I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't know why you're resisting this information. I hope that you educate yourself on this.
I hope y'all get some therapy because this is really mental. Trying to let kids be trans, it's mental.
We always advocate for therapy, and it doesn't mean you have a problem. Therapy is a good thing. Are you willing to learn 227 or like? Because what do you understand? Like what you're saying is really harmful. Like you not agreeing with people.
Harmful. What
you're saying
this let kids be trans is harmful.
I will explain. So what you're saying is that you don't believe in trans people, right?
Well, Jessica, they're not getting nothing out of it, Jessica.
Reggie's
sorry, what?
They're saying that y'all are in therapy, y'all are not getting nothing out of it.
Focus on me. We're having a conversation. So damn, I forgot what I just asked her.
Me too.
Okay, so you're saying you don't support trans people. You don't
Yes, that's what it was.
You don't think that they exist? Is that what you think?
No, it's just to an extent. Like there's so many cases of trans people assaulting kids. Like,
oh my God, no, there's not.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
No,
yes, there absolutely is.
You're gonna need a source on that one.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, stop. Where did that even come from? Like, I'm asking you about your belief of their existence. Like, you do understand that trans people exist, correct?
I mean, their thing, yeah, I guess you could say, but
Do you
still at
think
the end
that
of the
the
day, they're
people?
still a
Do you
man,
think
they're
that
still a
they
female.
deserve the? Do
Regardless
you
of
think
their
that?
appearance, they're still a man and they're still a female,
Listen to
regardless
me.
of what they
Stop.
look like.
Stop. Stop.
God,
Stop.
man and
Stop.
female.
Stop. So, do you think that these people exist and deserve to exist and have rights and live in their identity as other people do?
I mean, it's not me. I mean, I don't. I
Right.
mean,
Right. That's what I'm saying. Other people, like these people not affecting you. Don't you think that they have the right to exist?
I don't know.
Holy shit.
I don't know about that.
Great. Guess what? 227, your child is also not you. Your child is not you. Your
But she's
child
a
is
part
the
of me
old
though,
person.
she will know that liking or
Wait,
being trying
that's
to be
really
opposite sex is not the
problematic,
correct way.
227. What you just said was really problematic, and I don't want to move past that.
I'm sorry?
Like you were questioning whether or not, like you were just questioning whether or not Mel's child should exist. Like I need you to focus on that and please like reflect on why that's really, really bad.
Why is that really, really bad?
Because you don't think that people should have the right to exist, 227. What do you mean?
They exist, obviously. It's not up to me if they exist or not. I mean, it's not up to me if they exist or not. I mean, the thing is, I can always be fully
Asking you if you think that they should have the right to, because right now their right to exist and live as they are and who they identify as is being
they're
taken
human,
away
they're
from
here,
them.
aren't they? But they will still forever be what they were born. They will not, regardless of what they're being called or not.
Yes, you're right. So do you think that they have a right to have support in life? Do you think that they have a right to live in society? Do you think that they have a right to not be harassed and assaulted? Do you think that they have that right?
Say, but they will be whatever they will be in the.
Their identity as being comfortable in society. Do they deserve health care? Do they deserve respect? That's what I'm asking. If you agree with that.
Probably not, to be honest.
Holy
See,
fuck.
and that's
Probably
really,
not.
really,
Yeah, probably
really
not.
problematic.
Like,
Probably
you're
not.
literally talking about my children, right? Like, my children don't deserve to live, is what you're saying.
That's
I'm not supposed to say anything about that?
Right. That's like men who hate women think that women just shouldn't exist. That's the same thing. Like you were just saying that people you don't agree with their lifestyle just shouldn't exist. That's wild. 227.
No, it's wild that we're not even talking, we're talking about kids though. That's the thing.
Yeah, and I
Talking about
have these kids that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, and it's sad that you're exposing that to them. Like
I didn't
it just
expose
isn't-
shit. Again, you're accusing me of shit that I didn't do, right? I grew
Well,
up.
how else would they have known about that?
I grew up in a conservative household with like fucking Catholic, in the Catholic religion, right? So when I had my children as a cisgender straight woman with my husband, who is also a cisgender straight man, right? We did not teach our children about the community at all. I didn't even have an understanding of the importance of teaching about it. I assumed my child was a boy. I treated her like a boy, whatever that means, right? And then she told me like, hey, you know, I'm actually not a boy. Like, so I didn't teach her shit.
She told you
push
she actually
anything
isn't
on
a boy,
her.
or
I
she
didn't
told you
talk
that
to her
she
about
likes-
it.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's what happened. I don't know what to tell you. Because it literally develops in your brain. You do not have to have an understanding
It doesn't
of what
develop
being
in your
trans.
brain. Your brain, no.
What do you mean, no? You just resist. No, that's just no. Yes, that's how it works. Yes.
Where do you get your information about these things? 227.
What do you mean? Where do I get my information?
Well, you have
I don't.
a very
I don't.
strong
I don't
opinion.
try to get into how to be trans or all that stuff. I don't get into that. I know.
What
I'll
about
post what I've
Teach
learned.
someone. Oh my God, you can't teach someone how to be trans. It's not a thing.
What about child development? Or like your parenting information, like how to raise your children? You get your information for that somewhere, right? Like you don't just know it all.
No, I don't get my no. I live. I live off of it. I learn and you live and you learn. This is my first time
To
being a
teach you
parent.
stuff. We're actually trying to teach you
Right.
something. You're resisting it. So it's
Right.
really
Well, what I'm asking, like, I was a first time mother. I was a young first time mother, close to your age, when I had my first child, and I had to teach myself how to be a parent. Like, we're not just born knowing how to be parents. Like, yeah, we get some of it from our parents.
But yeah,
Um,
you're a woman. You have woman instincts on how to
no,
take
you
care of a
don't. That's not a
child.
thing
Yes,
either.
you do.
Absolutely
Yes,
not. Mm-mm.
yes, it is.
No, it's not. I didn't have womanly instincts on how to raise my kids. No, that's not a thing.
Okay. But you knew when your baby had a full diaper. You knew when the baby was hungry.
That's not an instinct.
Well, like,
right. But also, you have to learn how to do those things. You have to learn how to change. Like, I
it's
didn't
common
know how to change a
sense. It's common
diaper. I
sense to
didn't.
change a baby's diaper. It's common sense to know how to wipe their butt. It's common sense to give them a
Okay,
bath. It's
Absolutely
just common
not.
sense.
It's actually not.
but no, and it's not like how common. No.
Dave, need 2 more.
No, we have to learn. Like, I had to learn how to do most of the mom things. I didn't know what I was doing, and I had to learn. I had to read. I had to listen to other people. I had to research things to get to understanding.
You
You
actually
have to
can wipe
research
your
how to take
baby
care of your kids. The
incorrectly.
only time I ever had to research anything
Hi.
was
Hello. Hi.
taking
Hi.
medication.
Hello. Hi. Hi. You actually can wipe your baby incorrectly and give your baby
Right.
an infection. So it's not
Yeah.
common sense. It's not common sense.
Right. If they
You
have
know
a
how to wipe
rash, if they're
your butt,
sick,
don't
you have
you? I mean, come on now. You know how to wipe
227.
your butt.
Listen to what we're saying. Like, we're trying to
How y'all
educate
telling me to listen
you.
to what y'all are saying, but y'all keep interrupting me. Y'all not even letting me finish what I want to say.
Why isn't it finished? Oh, there it is. Thank you. Thank you for completing the subway. Well, because you're just saying that raising a baby is common sense and you learned something from somewhere. Even if you're learning as you go, you can learn like, oh, I did this wrong. I need to do it correctly the next time.
Yeah. What did you say? The only time you had to do research was when?
When giving the baby medication, like
Yeah.
not
You did have to do
Right.
it.
So you had to research something that you didn't know. You had to find information. And the same people that gave you that information about medication, about, that comes along the same lines as medical professionals. Like, you get your medical advice from medical professionals. This is similar. Like, we're talking about mental health here, and we're talking about the development of children and their brain.
Right. Like I literally learned how to support my transgender child from medical professionals, from the American Academy of Pediatrics, from the Endocrine Society, from the American Psychological Association. A lot of these things that I learned came from these places and their information, not from my brain.
Right. And that's okay.
It
Like,
wasn't
we all
common sense to just know how to
Right.
support a transgender child. I had no idea what I was doing when I started.
Yeah, there's no shame in knowing what you don't know. Like, it's what comes from that. Like, it's how you learn what you don't know. It's how you process information. If you don't know something, you research it, you look it up. You're not just going to wing it. You want to do what's best for your children. That's what makes a good parent, is when you don't know, research it.
Naja.
Help yourself do what's best for your child.
Right, but just resisting this education before you even like have an understanding that your child is or could possibly be part of the LGBTQ community is like already planning on harming your kids before they even get to that point. Like, be open-minded to supporting your kids no matter who they are.
I mean, being gay and bisexual is totally different from being trans.
So, hey,
totally different.
We know.
Okay,
so
so
27, I actually have a couple of questions for you. My first question is, would you say you have a pretty strong bond with your child?
well, she's 1 year old.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
I have a
of course.
17-month-old. I have a very strong bond with my child, so I don't think age is relevant. So was that a yes?
Well, I literally said, of course.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't hear you. My bad. So then say this is hypothetical. Say your child were to come to you and be like, "Mom, I'm trans." And
At what
then
age?
hold
At
on.
what age?
The age does not matter. Hold on and let me finish, please. I have a point. and then you were to do what you're saying here and say that you don't accept your child, because that's what you've been saying this whole time, you don't accept transgender people. When your child gets older, due to that non-acceptance, how would you feel if your child just goes no contact with you, has nothing to do with you, wants no contact with you because of the non-acceptance and the mistreatment due to their gender identity?
Well, if it's my kid, it's different. But it's not my kid. My kid is not trans. My
But you
kid.
don't,
You don't
you
know
have a
that.
1-year-old, you don't know that. They
Okay,
can't,
well, as of
like,
now that I've known, she's not trans.
because she's a 1-year-old and she can't speak for herself. She doesn't have an understanding of gender identity. That's not even starting to develop at 1 years old. That's in a couple of years. Would you be okay with your child going no contact and having nothing to do with you because you would not accept them for being trans?
She wouldn't have no contact with me, because if she were to come out trans or whatever, I would completely support, because it's my kid. But as of now, my kid is not trans that we
So
know of.
that's a
So it's a
little
bit
bit
different.
different than what I've been hearing you say to Mel and Reggie, though.
But as what I'm saying is, it's not my kid. So there's no need for me to support the trans community. There's no need.
So
I don't
then
have.
why
I'm
do you
sorry.
feel the need to talk negatively about the trans community and tell other
It's
people
just let kids
that
be
their
trans,
children are
right?
not? That
You're trying to debate, right?
if your child is trans, then absolutely let them be trans. That does not mean go tell other people what to do with their children and that their
What
children aren't
about?
valid.
Sorry, no one.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
What about your kids accepting other people and other people who are trans? Like you don't want your kids growing up to be hateful towards marginalized communities, right? And people that are not privileged, like, right? Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand that.
So okay, so we don't. So maybe it might not affect you and your family in the future, but that's a part of how, an extent, we live in a society, and we're affected by this. We're all affected by this. And like that's why I was trying to understand, like, if you think they have the right to exist, and like your unsurety on that is troubling.
Well, because I don't have no love for trans folks. My kid is not trans. I don't have a connection with the trans community.
And okay, that's
So it's
fine, but
different. But like I'm saying, if it were to be my kid, okay, then things would be different. But as of now, my kid is not. So I'm completely against it.
Okay, so I have another question for you then. Um, because I've heard you in here this entire time saying how you don't think that we should have the right to exist. Do you not think that the things you are saying could affect your child in the future if they were to come out as trans? Because you don't know.
So how
So,
would you
like
know what I'm saying
the
when it's
things that
not?
you're saying, not only is it damaging to other people, even if this never happened to anybody in your family, nobody in your family came out as trans, this stuff still affects other people and it affects their children too.
Well, it's not
Like,
mine.
so you just have zero empathy for that. You're just like, oh well, fuck it, it doesn't apply to me. But when it does, if when and if it does, your child will remember the things that you have had to say.
How would they remember if they're
I
one?
well I
One
Well,
and
I'm sure it's not
right.
going to change anytime in the future based on what I'm hearing here. It's complete non-acceptance and it goes a little bit beyond that because you're coming to it into a space and speaking out against the marginalized community. And you're just like, oh, well, it doesn't apply to me, so why should I care? Well, then why do you care to make this kind of commentary on a community that has nothing to do with you?
It says let kids be trans.
Yes,
Kids,
if
not
if a kid is transgender, let them be transgender. That is the point.
no, no,
Yes.
Yeah,
no.
that's the that's the entire.
Just because you have a child that is not mentally stable does not mean you speak for
Whoa,
all the kids.
are
Yes,
you serious right
yes,
now?
yes.
That's
I'm
not
being so
okay.
serious.
That's not an okay thing to say. You don't know the mental status of Mel's daughter.
I think there's some maturity that needs to happen in order to continue this conversation.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I
this
wouldn't
is
say shit like this about your kid. Like, I don't see why you find that to be
Well, she's
like,
1 years old and she's
And
not
and
willing
this
to
is
fight
exactly
with
what I've meant though about like
females.
the things that you're saying about someone else's child. How would you feel if somebody were saying something about your child, about her mental health or anything? Like that would hurt you as a parent, I'm sure. That would make your heart hurt for your child, I'm sure, because these things would affect your child.
To be
If
honest,
they
say
were to
what you
hear if
want
they were
about
to
it.
hear
It doesn't.
it
That's
doesn't
your opinion.
okay, this doesn't even necessarily have to apply to being transgender though. Like let's go
But that's what
you
y'all talking about. That's what the topic is.
it is, but I'm saying like the way that your logic is going, like if you apply that to anything, it could still affect your child.
right, like I actually do, even though, I don't know you, I do care about the future of your child and their mental health and well-being.
Absolutely. And I
yeah.
wouldn't want anybody saying anything negative about my child in turn.
I can give an example of like how like negative talk affected my childhood being a queer person. I heard my family saying awful things about queer people and saying awful things about other queer people in my family. So that made me not want to come out until, I mean, I still haven't come out to most of my family. So it affects you. Like when you hear when you hear your family talking bad about other people, it affects you.
Non-acceptance from my family has caused me to be no contact. I've had no contact with my biological mother for a couple of years, and we've went through that process a few times since I've been an adult, where we'll try and make amends. We'll try for things to be all right. We'll try and have a relationship. And as heartbreaking as it is, and as much as it hurts me to not talk to her, talking to her made everything so much worse because all she does is say I'm mentally unstable, invalidate me, tell me I will never be anything other than what's in my pants and what I was born as. And that's really damaging. Not only was it damaging to me 10 years ago when I first came out, it still damages me to this day. Like that shit hurt.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you are a man or a female, whatever you were born. That's what you are, regardless of your appearance or what you're going to be called.
Wow.
I would really hope that you wouldn't sit here and reduce people down to what's in their pants, especially like we live in a very patriarchal society where men love to reduce women down to what's in their pants. So like just coming from a woman, that was really kind of like yikes.
Well, what was the point of saying that? What did you think that was proving?
So you just wanted to invalidate Nolan, like as he is telling you his story and how he has no relationship with his mom, a mom like you.
That his mom doesn't accept him. That's not my fault.
But that's you with your future with your child, right? That's you in the future if you don't support him.
Exactly. That's my point. I'm saying that could be your future with your child if big if, because nobody knows what your child's future is. A big if your behavior like stays this way and your child were to come out, this could be your future.
Well, my
And it
child's not
fucking
going to
hurts.
be exposed to this type of stuff.
And it's not something
not-
that
It's not within your control. You know, your child's not you. They're not an extension of you. You can't control who they're going to be. You can't control who they're going to grow up to be.
you can't keep it away from them. Like if they're trans, they're trans. It doesn't matter if you teach them about it or not.
And if you try, if they align with that and they try and come out to you and you push them away from that, it's only going to do damage. And it's going to damage your relationship with your child if that were to happen.
Well, if it's my child, it'd be completely different.
I mean, I love that you want that, like, not really, but like I love that you want to maintain this little idea that you can just keep your child one way and think that everything's going to be perfect. Like that's not how it works because children are individuals. They develop their own personality, their own sense of self, and like it could be something that you completely don't want for your child, but you can't change it. You can't prevent something from happening if it is who your child is.
But I can keep her away.
Like I'm trying to like I'm trying parent to parent here. I'm trying to establish like some empathy. Like we all four of us here have children.
Yeah.
And
And like I said, if it's my kid, it'd be different. Like it'd be
But
completely
the things
different.
that you're saying is not proving that though, that it would be different with your own kid. Because you keep saying that you think you can just keep it away from her. That's not how it works.
But I can though.
You
I mean, I
cannot.
love.
That's
It's
wild.
not how that works because that's what my mom thought too. I
Like,
haven't.
I wish that I could be that delusional. I'm sorry, but I wish that I could be. Like, that's a wild thing to think as a parent that you could protect your kids from the things that you don't want them to hear.
And
That's
like the
wild.
type of damage that it did to me for my mother to try and push me and keep me in the closet, like that damaged my sense of self, that damaged my self-esteem. Like I have a hard time like maintaining connections with people because I get so self-conscious. I think that everybody is just going to like rage out on me the way that she did when I came out, or like say terrible things like to me because of my identity. Like it gets really hard to maintain connections because of that. My mother did not raise a functioning member of society. Like I had to learn how to be a functioning member of society on my own as an adult. I had to learn to regulate my emotions because my mother couldn't do that. She didn't teach me how to regulate my emotions. She didn't push or affirm like for me to do things that I was interested in. She didn't try and encourage me to do things that were positive for myself. Like these kind of things, if you push back on your children like that, it's going to damage them for the rest of their life.
Right, so we're trying to help her, like potentially prevent you from damaging your relationship with your child and your child's mental health and well-being.
My child is 1 year old.
Yeah,
14
and
months to
They're
be
not going to
exact.
be 1 year old for forever.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
going
why do you keep saying that?
Well, because y'all keep trying to say that my kid, you don't know, my kid's gonna be trans or whatever. Like y'all
We
keep
don't
saying.
know.
We
But you
don't know that.
don't.
We
We
don't know.
You
don't
don't
know
know what
that.
what they're going to be like at all. Like, that's what we're trying to tell you, is you need to educate yourself and open up your mind that you're not going to be able to protect her from everything, and you have
But I
to
can protect
understand
my
how
kid
the
to an
world works.
extent.
What?
I said, but I can protect my kid to an extent. Yes, I can.
So, but you honestly think that if you don't teach her about being trans, that that's how it works, that she won't be trans, and
She doesn't need to
is
know
that how
about
you
it.
think it?
She doesn't
Again,
need to know about it until it comes to her
I
state
didn't
of
teach
mind.
my kids about being trans.
I definitely wasn't taught about anything having to do with the LGBT community. I was raised in a Southern Baptist conservative home. Like, I had no idea about most of this. I barely understood homosexual relationships, and what I did understand about it was getting yelled at by a preacher in church that they're all sinners and going to burn in the pits of hell, you know?
That's terrifying shit.
Yeah, no kidding.
So, and if you don't teach them, so say you decide like it's just not important for her to learn about that or the LGBTQ community, what if like hateful people start to teach her negative things?
What do you mean hateful?
Like, what if she starts hearing people say things like they don't think that trans people should exist? Like you don't want to talk about the subject with her, but what if she starts hearing things like negative things about hurting other people or bullying people because they're different, and she starts taking on that narrative? How do you combat that? Like, how do you prevent that?
Right. Do you want her to have the mindset that trans people shouldn't exist as she grows up?
Well, no.
Right. So these are things that you should be thinking about, right? Because these children do harm children like mine. The children who think that there's something wrong with being transgender, the children who think that my child has some kind of mental illness and she doesn't deserve to exist, right? And you as the mother has been saying that your child can pick up on that.
Pick up on it when? She's 1 year old. She doesn't understand what I'm saying.
Okay, even at 1 year old, your child is still absorbing the things that you're saying around you. Very soon, your child is going to start talking. I promise you. Mine is 17 months old. She's using her words. She's definitely using her attitude. And they are paying attention to things at a very young age. That's like a core part of brain development as a baby going into toddlerhood.
Well, I see it as if you don't what, Mama? You want some? I see it as if you don't expose your kids to it, they won't know about it.
I wasn't exposed to it.
Well, I'm not saying you were, but like you had to have seen something, or you had to
No,
have
you
heard
don't.
something.
You literally don't have to have seen anything.
I was never exposed to anything about the trans community. I had no idea about anything about it, but I always knew
Well, I don't know.
something about me.
I don't know about that. I don't know. Maybe you like. I'm sorry, but what were you born as? I'm sorry.
I'm a man.
You're a man, or you're a transgender man?
Transgender is an adjective that can describe my manhood, but
So
I am a man.
so you were born a female.
I don't really see how that's relevant, but yes.
Okay, so you had to have
No.
because I mean you have a child. That means that child came out of you, correct?
My ex-partner gave birth to our child.
Weird to think about how people make children. It's very
So it's I don't really know why I don't know why we're diving into this topic. I'm not here to talk anything about childbirth. I did not give birth to my daughter. She is my daughter, but I did not give birth to her, and we're not going to go down this rabbit hole. So if we could, please stay on the topic of where we were at.
Nobody
That's
ever
like
asked me how
a
my
big
created.
big boundary I'm trying to draw like right now. I really don't want to get that far off topic and dive down into this hole.
Well, you're not gonna let me like you're not gonna.
He already said he's a trans man. How he has his child
So
is irrelevant.
so why do you want to know what I was assigned at birth? Let's leave my child out of it
What I'm
and
saying,
get to why you asked me.
is, you growing up, you said you were born female, correct? That means you probably had some type of attraction to the same sex.
No.
My sexuality doesn't really have anything to do with this, but if you must know, I'm pansexual. Gender identity does not matter to me. I have the capacity to be
You're
attracted to
pansexual.
anybody. Yeah. Like as long as you're not a shit person, you have a good personality and the same like views as I do, I could have the potential to be attracted. Like
Pan gang.
So funny to me because
great.
so my sexuality also like while we're here, my sexuality has nothing to do with my gender identity. When I was a kid, I didn't really like think about attraction to other people. I wasn't trying to like really like date boys or girls specifically. Like I had crushes on people, sure, but it was both genders, like boy, girl. Like it didn't really matter to me. But that still has nothing to do with my gender identity because that does not influence like who I am as a man. And a lot of people like to conflate that and think that sexuality and gender are tied together, but they're not.
They're not even a little bit.
okay.
Wait, so the reason why we're trying so hard to talk to you about this is because your child is one, right? So you do have time to educate yourself on this to potentially have an understanding before your child gets old enough to have an understanding of themselves.
Right, and like I said, if it was my kid, it'd be different. But as of now,
Well,
it's not my kid. It's not my
But you're
child.
already setting your child up to reject her, though, by the things that you're saying.
Reject her. Don't say it's her because she doesn't know about that. She doesn't know what that is.
but if
So
she
I would
does in the
also
future, if she does in the future, the things that you are saying, like now and up until that point, will have an effect. Like if that were to happen.
well,
And
she's
even if your child were to never come out as trans, like say your child were to have trans friends in school or like go to school with trans kids, maybe not even necessarily be friends with them. Like based on the things that you've been saying here, it sounds like your child would probably pick up on that and repeat some of the things like around these trans children, and it would be damaging to them. That would be bullying.
well, in reality, how the world is today, I don't even want my kid to go to public school. She might just be homeschooled as it is right now, as how the world is today.
You can't.
I can respect that, but you can't prevent socialization like ever, you know?
That was my point, right? Even if you homeschool her, you're still not going to keep her away from having an understanding of the world and the society that she lives in. And I think that that could be potentially harmful to her. Not homeschooling, but I didn't mean homeschooling can be harmful to her. It just depends on if you want to try to keep her from socializing and keep her from having an understanding of the society that she lives in.
Right, you're still expected to teach her how to be somebody who lives in society because ultimately she will be.
I don't know. We don't know how the world's going to be 5 years from now, how it's going now. We don't know.
So, like, honestly,
What does that mean?
what do you think harboring negative like opinions and making negative commentary on marginalized communities is going to do for you in the future?
I'm
Like,
not
does it?
making that's my opinion. It's not, I mean, it might be negative, but that's my opinion.
Sure, yeah, it can be your opinion, but your opinion still has an effect on um, a marginalized community. And like,
Okay.
I'm just trying to understand if that is it like making you feel better about yourself or like, I'm just really trying to understand like if you don't care so much, if you think it won't ever apply to you, if you think like you can be the anomaly and keep your child in a box and prevent them from potentially being somebody that you don't want them to be, like, then what? You know? Like I'm really just trying to like
I literally
get
said
to you on like an empathetic level. I think we can establish like at least some type of mutual empathy to where like if you really don't care, then maybe just don't make any commentary on people at all if they have nothing to do with you. Like if we have nothing to do with you, don't go out of your way to try and invalidate us. Don't go out of your way to
it says
try and
let
invalidate
kids. I have a
transgender.
child, so yeah, it's kind of, yeah, it's kind
Yeah,
of.
exactly. You do have a child. You have a child who has the potential to be somebody that you don't want them to be one day. And what you say now, up until that point, does matter.
And I've said
That
a
is what.
million times, if it was my kid, it'd be different. But as of
Uh,
now, it's not my
and you
child.
think that if your child were to come out as trans, do you not think that the things that you say up until that point will have an effect?
Well, it's not like I just go on all day talking about transgender. It's not. I don't know. So it's not. It shouldn't even be a topic. Kids being trans shouldn't even be a topic. It
I
shouldn't
mean,
even.
It
I don't
is.
know how often you have this
Be.
conversation with people. I don't know how often you go into like live spaces like this and make commentary. But like your child will pick up on those conversations at some point.
You see the
It's,
news or something and you say something negative about the community, if you tell other moms that their child has some type of mental illness, like
yeah.
that's really problematic shit that you shouldn't be doing.
227, why do you think we're advocating for trans children?
Well, I mean, I was on here for a while. And y'all said it's just to support your kids, but that's not. That's not what y'all talking. Y'all talking about let kids be trans.
Right, but
If
what I'm
they're trans.
asking is, right, if they're trans, we're saying support.
Influencing it. Y'all are basically wanting more kids to be trans.
No, absolutely not.
That's
No.
what.
Oh
That's
no.
let kids be trans. By reading that, yeah.
That's why we're having a conversation with you, 227. Like literally, we don't want more kids to be trans. You, for one thing, we've already talked about this. You can't create trans kids. Like you can't make more trans kids. The kids who are trans are trans. The kids who are cis are cis. That's it. That's how it works. We don't want more trans kids. We want the kids who are trans to be supported and to be happy and have happy and healthy lives, not just be hated by people who don't have an understanding of them.
Right. So let me rephrase like my question. Like, why do you think that trans children and trans people in general need support right now?
Why do I think they need support?
Yeah,
Trans kids?
correct. And trans people in general, yes. Why do you think that we are supporting them? Why do you think they need that support?
Because there's a lot of people against it.
Yeah. And what is that doing to them? Do you know what it's doing to the trans community?
Well, no, because it's not me. It's not. I don't know nothing about the trans community. It's not. It's not me. All
So
I
don't
know,
you think you
me growing up, all I know is that there's only two genders, two sexes. That's all I know. Me growing up, and I stand by that.
That's
so
incorrect.
you're just so you just want to stay ignorant? Like if you don't know, you won't know and you don't want to bother knowing. That's your choice?
Well, I mean, I'm trans. Really, yeah, it might have been a thing, but it has not been an actual like. I'm not
Our
Answer
saying
my
it has not
history
question.
been an
dates
actual
back to
thing.
ancient
Hold on,
Mesopotamia.
hold on. I'm
Our
not saying it
history
has
is
not been an actual
generational. We've
thing.
been around for a very long time. I just wanted to start that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying like, how can I say it? Like, it hasn't been exposed as much as it is how it is now back in the day. Like 19 years ago, it was completely different. It was
Why?
completely
So what was
different.
happening 19 years ago, for one thing?
Well, I mean, social media is an
Gosh, okay. Reggie had a no. That's not why.
yes,
I
yes.
know, but why? Why
Why?
227? Why do you think that this is a thing that's literally what I'm asking you. Like why do you think that there's people supporting this? Why do you think that we're advocating for trans children? Like
Why
what do
is
you
this
think?
a topic?
Right.
You literally
And like
asked me that like 3,000 times,
right.
and I've
And
already
that's
told
what I'm
you.
saying. You said like you agreed it's because people are against them and I want you to understand why. Like they're having their healthcare taken away from them. They're being persecuted in the streets. They're being marginalized. They're being affected by people's opinions that are incorrect and wrong.
And I just want to say, like, exposure doesn't matter. Like, I told you my own personal experience. I wasn't exposed to anything having to do with the trans community. I was raised in a very conservative Southern Baptist home. It, I don't know if you know anything about that, but it's really conservative views. I wasn't taught anything about that, and I still am who I am, and that's true for many trans people. There are many trans people who have had that similar experience of growing up in a conservative household, not having acceptance, and still being who they are. Did she leave?
No, I got a warning.
Oh,
Well, I hope there's a
That
seed
was weird.
in there somewhere.
if anything, maybe she'll at least like think about it.
Well, she said they removed me. LOL. No, like TikTok did it. It wasn't us.
That was weird TikTok. We were having a conversation with her. I don't think that deserved a removal.
I didn't think anything outlandish was said.
Yeah, I mean there was there was a little bit of
I'd
yeah.
say that's one of the more calm conversations that I've seen in spaces like this.
Yeah, like obviously it was a lot of misinformation. And like
Yeah.
somebody came in and was saying like, yeah, an uneducated conversation, move on. But like those are the people we're trying like she's a child. Like we're trying that's the people we're literally and yeah, clearly she was uneducated and if she was willing to sit here and talk to us, like that's the point.
Yeah, and then like my thing with conversations like that, like there's still people who can't or won't join that have the same views that are listening,
Mhm.
and maybe they also like take something away from it.
Well, and sometimes too, because we're human and we resist information like that, that she may be doing that in this conversation, but later on be like, and think about it, and that's what we
It's
want. So
it's really difficult when your views are challenged. For some people, it creates a lot of discomfort. What like cognitive dissonance is a very uncomfortable thing, and people will try and like justify their reasoning behind it, but it'll eventually get to a point where you can't like really justify it.
yeah, and I hope I don't know at the very least if she could at least stop saying like this harmful things around her kids, that would be like
Or like even going into spaces like this in general and making like the comments that she did or trying to like invalidate people. Because like if you really don't care about a community, then don't say anything about them, positive or negative. But
exactly. All right, I'm gonna reset again. I still have anything to do for a little bit, so.
My kid's probably waking up for her nap soon. So thank you for letting me come up again. I appreciate that. Bye.
Thank you. Thanks for trying. Trying to empathize with parents is something that, that is really good to try to have those conversations. I think especially, having another layer of being transgender and a parent and having those personal experiences as a child. But yeah, we're gonna give this one more round here, and then I do have some adulting to do this later on this afternoon. So I will be right back. Oliver paid you to come up. No one has paid me anything. I don't know what you mean by that. All right, I'll be right back. Is it really TikTok if it doesn't have weird glitches? Is it? I mean, kind of comes with the territory, right? Am I good now? We good? Thank you, Juliet's Revenge. I've had 2 resets because of freezing, and then I've had 2 violations, so 4 resets, I think. Yeah, and it went a little crazy earlier too when it did the whole lagging thing when I tried to add a guest. So we'll see if it's going to be good. But again, it doesn't seem like it's TikTok if it doesn't get weird.
Can you hear me?
They didn't connect. Can you guys hear them? Am I having that weird glitch?
Hello?
Because it's not showing that they're connecting. Ugh. I haven't had this glitch in like months. All right.
Hello?
Give me just a second, as long as they're not slurring or anything crazy.
Hello? God. What's going on, y'all?
All right. I should be able to hear you now. I think.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes. All right. How old are you?
Great. I'm actually 25.
All right. This thing has been weird. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I honestly, I really don't hop on lives like this. I'll let you know that right off the bat. Like, I'm just curious because, like, I see stuff like this all the time on TikTok, and I'm just curious, like, what people's actual, like, perspective is on this because I don't really live in an area that has, like, a lot of, like, trans, like, representation. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't, so I'm sorry. So my question is like, when you say let kids be trans, like how, like obviously you believe I'm assuming that you believe in like transition for children, right? Like children should be able to transition.
That children are transgender, right?
Oh, okay, okay,
So being transgender just means your gender identity developed incongruent from your sex assigned at birth.
okay.
There's no like transition required.
Okay. But like, I mean, do you mind if I ask you, like, do you believe that children should be able to transition? Like, when I say children, I mean like under 18.
Yeah, I like to call it gender affirmation, right? I believe that children should have access to gender affirming care, and I believe that they should be able to do any steps to affirm their own gender. It needs to be individualized, and I believe that they should have support in doing so.
So I'm like, are you saying like they should be able to take like hormones and have reassignment surgery if they choose to?
If a child is recommended to go on hormones, right?
Okay.
Then I don't see why, as long as they are informed on the benefits and the risks, I don't see how that's anyone else's business besides for the medical professionals, the child,
Okay.
and the child's parents.
Do you know when it's usually recommended?
Well, it's very individualized. Again, the earliest that you can go on HRT is 14.
Okay, gotcha. I feel like maybe that's where like I kind of differ with the subject. Like I don't like personally believe that it should be that young, but
Based on what?
I think just based on just being 14 years old. Like I don't like I feel like that's kind of a young age to be able to change your body drastically like that.
Okay, so you do know that puberty
I mean,
changes,
obviously, but
right?
that's
And
also a natural.
it changes your body drastically, right? Whether you want it to or not, right? So you're trying to get the changes, the possible changes to go with a child's body that aligns with their identity, that causes them the least amount of stress. distress.
Okay. I understand that, but I feel like also like when like we wouldn't allow children to do a lot of things when they're 14. Like I don't understand why having life-changing
Like what?
hormones or surgery. I mean, we don't let 14-year-olds drive, or we don't let them get tattoos.
14-year-olds actually can get learner's permits in some states.
Okay, but that's South Carolina though. That's one state. I'm pretty sure that's one state that allows 15-year-olds to have a driver's license. I don't feel like that's a
Another state. No, we said 14, right? And I said learner's permit, which is a different thing. So either way,
I understand that, but you need to
right.
okay, go
So
ahead.
is learning how to drive something that's being recommended by medical professionals to treat symptoms of gender dysphoria?
Well, obviously not, but the point
No,
is
they're not
that
comparable. They're really not
but
comparable.
it's I don't I think we're seeing it from two different perspectives because
And I'm okay, Oliver, you were watching the whole previous conversation, so I don't want to like pretend that you haven't been here. So I don't know what your why you're resisting this. Again, when it comes to other things that 14 and 15-year-olds can do, we're talking about things that are medical and that are recommended by medical professionals.
but
Pretty
I'm
simple.
I understand that, but also I feel like there might be some financial benefit from when these people do these things though. From especially sex especially like sex reassignment surgery.
We're not.
That's
Okay.
a
Oh my God. Surgery is very rare for children, right? Incredibly rare. And it has
okay.
nothing to do with money. No, that's silly because there's no proof
$100,000.
from the medical professionals. This is led by the children. And you have to have clinically significant symptoms of gender dysphoria. And that's not something that you can like fake having.
Okay. I mean, I'm just again like you can call me ignorant if you want. I'm generally I don't maybe I just don't know things. I'm just generally trying to understand like
Right,
where
Oliver, you're
maybe
just going by your feelings, right? You keep saying I feel, I think, I feel, right? Where I am talking about what is backed up by the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Endocrine Society, the American Psychological Association, on how beneficial gender affirming care can be for youth.
okay, I understand that, but
Also,
I also
1% of children who start the process of a gender of gender affirming care actually end up being cisgender. So that means 99% of the children who start this process, it is a
okay.
right process for them.
Okay. I mean, like, I didn't know that. So I guess it could make a little bit more sense, especially if that's that. But again, I just don't feel like at that age, I feel like maybe it's just a disagreement. Like at a certain age, I feel like that's
Based
a
on
little bit
what though?
unacceptable. Based based on the fact that these are 14-year-old. Oh wait, she paused it. That I'm sorry, that these are like 14-year-olds.
Right.
Like
I got a call.
yeah, like
Uh-huh.
these are very
14-year-olds
like
who are going through puberty, 14-year-olds who are going through puberty who can recognize that if they're a boy, they don't want breasts and periods, or if they're a girl, they don't want facial hair and deep voices. Like that's what we're talking about. They can recognize these things. Just like when you were a 14-year-old boy, you could know if you wanted breasts or a period.
I understand that, but I also feel like it's I just feel like that's to me personally, I just feel like that's too young. I just feel like that's way too young
Feel
for
like
someone
that,
to do that.
right? Just because you feel like that. Why?
Well, but being trans is also a feeling. It's not an actual fact. It's a feeling.
No, that's not true at all. It's an understanding of yourself, and it is absolutely
Understanding of a
science.
feeling that you have. It's an understanding of a feeling that you have. It's a personal choice.
No, it's not a personal choice. No, the things that you're saying are completely incorrect. And this would make sense on why you think that 14-year-olds can't know, because you're implying that they're making some type of choice that they're not educated on. And that is not true. Gender identity develops in the brain. Gender identity develops between the ages of 3 and 7, and children can absolutely have an understanding on who they are. Oftentimes, transgender children are not believed when cisgender children are affirmed. Like there's a double standard in society when it comes to these things. You absolutely can understand. The healthychildren.org is a website by the American Academy of Pediatrics that talk, and they have an article talking about how gender identity does develop in their brain and how children can be transgender and how those children need to be supported. This is all backed up by scientific evidence. This is not just me pulling shit out of my ass.
So do you believe that it's some type of like chemical imbalance that they have
No, it's the way that you develop. You just develop incongruent
in
sometimes.
the womb? Are
No,
you saying that these children develop in the womb like this and they come out?
sure, you're predisposed to be transgender. I believe that, right? But your gender identity develops between the ages of 3 and 7. You're not in the womb still.
I understand that, but I'm saying I'm saying like, are you like when you're born? Do you think that or I guess when these children are born, that they come out the womb and that they already have these predispositions to be trans because of hormonal?
It's not hormonal though, no.
What do you mind? Well, what is it then? If it's not like a chemical.
It's not hormonal in the sense that it has anything to do with like estrogen or testosterone. Here, I'll give you a biologist you can talk to. And if you resist the information from a biologist, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm actually not being resistant.
Hi, Mel.
Hi.
So, your confusion regarding this, Oliver, is that people usually understand regarding other organs and other systems of organs that some people are born with differences on those organs. Like, for example, there are people that are born missing an arm, right? Okay. In this situation, there are people that are born with their brain development going in the opposite direction as their body's development. So you have a brain development that is markedly characteristic of one sex and a body's development that is characteristic of the other sex. And this is what transgender people are.
Okay.
And because we know from many, 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 many years of psychology that forcing somebody to have assumed identity that is not theirs, let me remind you of gay conversion therapy, which is another very harmful thing. Mm-hmm. We know that the best way that we can help these people, because the meaning of medicine is to help a person to live their best mentally and physically life, is to help them match their body to their brain.
Okay. All right.
And people are born this way. We know this from many genetic studies, from twin studies, from years upon years upon years of research. Research that dates back to the 19th century.
Okay.
And my question is, Oliver, let's imagine that you have a kid that has the unfortunate luck of being born with a huge port wine mark right on their faces.
I'm sorry. What is that?
Port wine is a dark mark, noticeably on their face, and they usually are big.
Okay.
And your kid is telling you, I don't like how I look. I am not comfortable. The kid is telling you that they're extremely uncomfortable with how they look and how they are perceived by society. Are you going to tell them, wait until you are 18? I don't care that you are suffering?
I mean, personally, yes. I mean, that's personally. I mean, I know you're making that face, and I apologize if that gets you.
No, it's about your child. It's about children's mental health and well-being, not about your personal reputation. Why would you choose that?
Why would I choose that?
Would you even take your kid, like maybe to a makeup space in order to get makeup to cover that port wine mark, for example? in order for
Um,
the kid to have a better life outside?
I mean, however, the
Wouldn't you do anything that doctors and psychologists would recommend in order for your child to be healthier mentally? Or would you say, oh, I don't care.
it's
You can do
it's
anything you want when you are a teen.
it's 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 not that I don't care. It's just the fact that I don't feel like it would be necessary.
Oliver, do you have kids?
No, ma'am.
Do you plan on having kids?
Eventually,
Do you know that your children are their own individual people with their own thoughts and feelings?
and absolutely
Children are
are.
not objects.
I'm not
Children are
saying
not
I'm not saying they're
extensions.
objects. When did I ever say they were objects? I
Yet
never.
you are
Idea
telling,
that you
yet
want
you,
your children to be 18, and a lot of times when parents say these things, right? Well, my child has to be 18 to do this, or they have to be 18 to do that. It's because you're worried about your own personal reputation and the reflection on what you do, what you support your child in, or what you don't support your child in, on how you are viewed in society, and you're worried about yourself. If you're not going to put your children's own personal well-being and mental health ahead of yours, you shouldn't have children, right? You need to be concerned about your own.
Wow.
Yeah, you need to be concerned about your own
Wow.
mental health and well-being. And in the example that Insilico gave you, right, where a child is telling you that I don't want to go out in public because this mark on my face is causing me distress. It's making me not like myself, right? And you're saying, well, you can't do anything about that until you're 18.
It's not that. It's the surgery part of it. I wouldn't agree with having surgery if it's a cosmetic surgery
Why
like that.
18 though? Why 18?
Because at that point you are a full-fledged adult of society. You can do what you like.
So you're worried about your own personal reputation.
It's not that at all. It's the fact that you're an adult, and I wouldn't recommend that for any child to have a cosmetic surgery.
Oliver, luck forbid your kid gets cancer. Would you say to that
Hey,
to your kid?
I actually don't feel comfortable
let's
talking
wait,
about that. I actually don't feel comfortable talking about
let's
that.
wait until
we're talking about realities with
But we're talking about realities, but at
Yeah.
the same time, you're talking about my child, like whatever it is. You just told me I shouldn't have a kid, number one.
You're talking
and
I didn't say you shouldn't have a kid.
you said
You're not-
you said you shouldn't have children.
Oliver,
if
you're
it is the way I'm
not
thinking.
going to care about your child's mental health and well-being, you shouldn't have kids. Is that what you're choosing, Oliver? Because that's
No,
not
but you're saying that the choice that I just made, that I would say no, and the fact in this moment in time that I shouldn't have children, I feel like it's kind of
think
disrespectful.
think about what your reasoning why is and why you're so worried about yourself and not your
I mean,
child.
we're talking about trans children, and I'm happy a biologist is here to talk.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about Mel's child, and yet you respond so aggressively towards an hypothetical child that doesn't even exist. Mel's child exists.
Yeah, Oliver, you're off the app. I don't know if you got a call or if you can hear us. If we cannot hear you, if you are still there. And you can compare cancer, because what we're doing is we're talking about things, medical conditions that your child may have. Oliver left. That you would whether you would choose to get them treatment, right? Because when we're talking about being transgender and getting medical treatment as a child, you're not getting any type of medical treatment without a gender dysphoria diagnosis, which means your child is suffering. They have clinically significant symptoms where they need medical intervention, whatever that means for that child.
And my choice was on purpose. Not treating gender dysphoria causes a higher rate on unaliving on children than cancer. My choice was on purpose.
Yeah, because people don't like to look at how devastating this can, not supporting your children who are transgender can be, how much of an impact it can have on them. People downplay this all the time, and we need to use extreme examples to show you how extreme gender dysphoria can actually be.
Well, now I have to go back to to my code analysis.
All right, thank you.
Love ya.
Appreciate it.
Stay strong.
Thanks. Hi. All right, let's see. I need to shower. Oh, Oliver's back. Well,
Can you hear me?
mm-hmm.
All right, sorry about that. Damn, I wish he had stayed, but no, but we were talking at one point about trans children, and then we talked about these hypotheticals. Like, I feel like that's kind of like an unfair
It's not
equation.
fair. We're trying to show you how extreme gender dysphoria can be, and if you just ignore it and tell your child they need to wait until they're 18, you may not have a child, or you definitely won't have a relationship with your child when they get older. Your child is going to have extreme trauma that they have to unpack as an adult. It's devastating. It's traumatic. So if you can't put your child's mental health and well-being ahead of your own reputation, don't have kids.
That's not it at all. That's elective surgery. That's two different things.
So we're not talking about surgery. Surgery is rare case when it comes to a child being transgender. All In Silico was trying to do was show you a situation, right? Where, like she said, you could have just said the child maybe needed some makeup, right? They need some type of.
That's fine. And I agree with that. That was one thing I agreed with. Okay, that's fine if you want to do that, but I mean, surgery is a totally different thing, though.
So if your child is 16, they've been living with this birthmark their whole lives, and they're like, okay, I know that I don't like this. Like, I would like to get surgery. Why would you tell them no?
Because because I don't feel like that is an elective surgery, and also, I just feel like it's not like if they want to do that whenever they're older, that's fine. That's their body,
Why
their
are you
choice type.
putting that on them as an adult and not you as their parent when they're still a minor?
I'm putting on them because they are an adult. You have to raise them to be an adult, obviously, and if I don't understand what the analogy is of giant birthmark. I mean, I get where you're trying to say, like, in a way, but it's not really connecting. I don't get what the analogy is. Oh my God.
You're still resisting supporting your child, whether they have a birthmark or whether they are transgender.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about trans.
she was
So
probably
can we stick to that
probably
instead?
trying to see if you had a double standard, like if you were going to say yes to the birthmark but no to gender dysphoria. So that was kind of the point.
I understand you're trying to get the gotcha thing with the biologist.
No, it's not a gotcha. It's trying.
Yes, it is.
No,
absolutely.
It's not. It's trying to get you to understand that you have a double standard if you do. You did not. You just straight up said that you will not put your child's mental health and well-being ahead of your own personal reputation. And if I am incorrect on that, clarify it.
Sorry, repeat that again. Kind of glitch.
Tell me how I'm wrong with my assumption or my analysis that you are putting your own personal reputation above your child's mental health and well-being.
And above the recommendations of doctors and psychologists.
That too.
Just because that's my personal belief. That's what it is. I don't feel like children should have.
So basically,
that does make sense.
Oliver, basically, you saying to us that you're going to put your personal beliefs over the recommendations of doctors and psychologists means that you worry more about your personal beliefs than the life of your future child.
Yes.
I mean, I think we also have to look at what the consequences of having a surgery like that are, as well. I mean, is that? My point is what are
Oliver? Can you please don't have big monologues so I can have a conversation with you, Oliver? Do you know?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again?
Please don't have big monologues so I can have a conversation with you. Do you know what the requirements for a patient to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria are?
No, please enlighten me.
Persistent, insistent, and consistent stress in feelings of unaliving and other horrible things that associated with the incongruence between one's body and one's brain. Gender dysphoria happens to well beyond transgender people. It also happens, for example, let's imagine this. It also happens, for example, to girls that don't develop fully their breasts. For example, you know what's the most common gender affirming surgery that exists on Earth is women getting boob jobs. And I'm not talking about transgender women. And all of the symptoms have to take at least 6 months of continuous, persistent, insistent, and consistent anxiety, depression, and feelings of unaliving. 6 months. This is not a feeling that the children have. This is something.
But isn't wanting to kill yourself a
This
feeling?
is something that
Can you
disturbs.
not like downplay it like that and just watch that you're on live here? There's a reason why she's using unaliving.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. My apologies.
Yeah, so having self-unaliving ideology, do you think that that is a choice?
No, I think it's a chemical imbalance that you have, or something in your environment is in making it that way.
We know from over a century of research that gender affirming care effectively reverses the effects of gender dysphoria, effectively reverses the unaliving feelings, effectively reverses the depression and the anxiety. We know this from science. And let's talk about another thing. The thing that we're talking is about let kids be trans. It's let trans kids be trans kids because trans adults were once trans kids. And do you know what's the percentage of transgender adults that will report to you that at some point in their lives, usually during their teenage years, they had self-unaliving feelings?
No, please tell me.
Over 80%. 8 out of every 10.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what can actively reduce those percentages?
Tell me.
Gender affirming care. If one adult in the life of this child actively affirms that child, those unaliving feelings reduce by over than half. Just like that.
So instead of 80%, it would
just
be
like that. Just
okay.
one parent, one teacher that child respects, affirming them. And you know what's gender affirming care? Especially for transgender kids. You know what it constitutes? Because you keep going to the last stage of gender affirming care. You forget that several stages occur in between.
Yeah, but that's also like I think a very extreme case, but also at the same time like
What's an extreme case? What do you mean?
like getting surgery. I feel like that should be like I'm sure you guys agree that should be like the last resort.
Oliver. But the thing is that you being completely against transgender kids getting gender affirming care means that you are against.
I'm not against that. I'm against this.
Oliver.
I mean
Oliver.
I'm sorry, but you've been talking for 5 minutes. Can I please just say one thing?
No, I haven't, and please don't talk over me.
Okay. I mean, I'm sorry. You brought this person back on here.
You did say you were against hormones, correct?
Yes, I'm against them taking hormones. Yes.
Yeah. So that's also another step of gender affirming care for some kids.
Again, I'm not against people taking it. I'm against children taking it. And
Children are people, Oliver.
I understand. I totally agree with you. They totally are
Oliver,
people.
you know that more kids take other hormones, right? That it's not just transgender kids. Diabetic kids take insulin. Insulin is a hormone. Kids with growth factor deficiency take a growth factor. That's a hormone. It's
Yeah.
treatment, it's medicine. They are similar to the hormones that you already have in your body. You have estrogen, but and me and Mel, we have testosterone. It's not a compound that we don't have. Okay.
But I also feel like insulin
Oliver. So
I'm sorry.
situation.
I'm sorry. Can I speak? I mean, she didn't say anything at all. Can I just say one
You
thing?
just keep saying, I just feel. Like, I feel like you're not listening. That's what I feel like.
So the first stage of
Oh
gender
my
affirming
God.
care is very simple.
God,
It's
you just do this for likes,
allowing
don't
the
you? I mean,
So you just
it
want
makes
to,
sense. No, you
don't want
just
to
you know
actually
this makes
support
sense. No,
Oliver.
this makes sense. You get these people on here, and you just want to yap, and people send you gifts, and that's what you want to do. And
People
you and
sending gifts, really?
yeah, it's ridiculous.
I've had 28 diamonds. You have more
Yeah,
than
the last one though, the last one people were sending it out the wazoo, man. I'm letting you know it right now. Can I? I've been trying to say something. Excuse me.
Oliver.
I'm talking now because you've been talking, and I'm trying to talk real quick. Can you please
Yeah,
stop
the shit
interrupting
you're
me?
trying to say is just harming kids. Like, she literally could just educate you on this, but you obviously just don't.
I'm trying to ask questions and and if I make a wrong statement, then correct me. And
Right, you actually want to ask a question, Oliver, or you're just trying to say something?
I've been asking questions. I asked you.
Okay, ask a question then. Great.
I mean, you seem irritated that I'm even here right now, and I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't.
You were irritated because we
I'm irritated
attacked
because you're
your
being rude to me.
hypothetical.
I'm
Because
irritated because you're not being.
you,
I'm asking you
Oliver,
stuff.
Oliver, you were irritated because we attacked your hypothetical child. Mel has the right of being irritated because you are attacking her real child.
What? Oh my God.
Yeah,
Oh my.
you're like, my kid is on hormones, right? So you're saying that I have poor judgment, like me following WPATH guidelines and following the recommendations of my child's endocrinologist and pediatrician and her psychologist and psychiatrist, right? Like all these people that support her, that they're all wrong. I'm wrong, and you are right.
I'm just saying that's your choice. Hey, if you want to do it with your kid, that's fine. I don't believe that I personally would do that though.
Right, and I'm not okay with you. I'm not okay with the idea of you actually harming your hypothetical kid either. I don't think that's okay.
I don't feel like that's harming though. Yeah, I feel like that's where we
Is
differ.
harming them though. That's the point, right? Is that you're just resisting this information, you're resisting this education. You don't want to actually learn. Like Silico has talked to you about the realities of what it is to be transgender and how their self-unaliving ideation, how important it is to support them. And you keep going back to 18 because you're worried about your own personal reputation.
Again, the whole self replication, whatever you're talking about, I don't agree with that either. But that's okay.
Then why then if your child is 15, right, has been suffering from gender dysphoria, has deep depression, is their grades have dropped in school, they have poor hygiene, they're having dental issues because they're not brushing their teeth, because they're not wanting to look in the mirror, right? They're not wanting to take a shower, right? They're suffering, and medical professionals are saying, I think that your child would strongly benefit from HRT, right? That would help get them on the right direction because their puberty is causing them distress. I should be able to get them to actually be able to function in school as long as they have support from you and your child's psychiatrist. And you're just straight up saying no.
Yeah, because that's my choice.
After
to raise my
all of what
child.
I just said, because it shouldn't be about you, Oliver. It should
It's
be about
parents'
your
rights.
child's mental health and well-being. Your
Yeah.
child's mental health and well-being, not you.
But I don't feel like that. Like
Oliver, can we
affirming
just
have no
at least,
empathy. Your lack of empathy is
Oliver,
unbelievable.
can you just at least admit that you are okay with going against science and medicine to save the life of your child, just because you don't feel like it?
I don't feel like it. What are you talking about? I don't go against science.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. I don't go. Oh my God. You know what? You people are unfucking believable, bro.
And
That's
I'm gonna address one final of your statements, because that final statement that you said, it is extremely rude regarding medical professionals and medical researchers. We don't do this for money. In fact, we're accounting for
okay.
having at least a decade of college, if not more. I'm going to talk about experience. 13 years of college, thousands of dollars of debt, 13 years of living, breathing, and studying every single thing to save the lives of people by being abused by people like you. It's extremely rude.
Right.
Because
Being abused by people like me.
Oliver, I literally care more about your hypothetical child than you do my child who actually exists. Wild.
I actually disagree, but that's okay.
You're not
That's
showing
okay.
it. You're not showing that.
No, because this is my personal choice, though. This is how I raise my child is different from
Your
yours.
child is not you.
No, but my child is a part of me, and it's a part of my family.
Your child is not a part of you.
Okay.
Your child is literally their own individual person with their own thoughts and feelings. Because they came from you, you have no control over who they are, and you should be supporting them and caring more about their mental health and well-being than your own reputation. You don't.
And their life is more important than your feelings.
All right. I mean, if that's where we're coming to, then okay, sure. I mean, whatever you want to go with that. I mean,
It's not about what I want to go with, Oliver. You've said these things. You keep resisting the education. You're refusing. Like I told you, like the realities. Like, you're seriously saying that if your child cannot shower, cannot get out of bed, is doing poorly in school, can't even go to school. They're not even going to school. They have no relationship with friends. They are self-harming, right? They are in extreme distress, and you would just ignore that?
I mean, obviously, I wouldn't do that.
Great. So then again, the medical professionals are saying your child would greatly benefit from HRT.
I'm not giving my child HRT.
That's the point, right?
I'm not giving my child.
You are literally no different from the parent that is refusing to treat his child's cancer.
Literally. Okay. You are. Because these extremes are, like, these children sometimes won't even use the restroom, right? Because their body is causing them so much distress. They can end up with kidney problems, permanent kidney problems, from not getting support, not getting the care that they need. You're refusing to understand how extreme this can be on a hypothetical child, a child who does not even exist. I, as a mother with a transgender child, knows what this is like firsthand. My child does get support. She gets supported by her father and I. She has support from her sister, right? She gets gender affirming care, finally got her back on track since it got banned in another state. But still her living within this country, the fear of that if Donald Trump is going to take gender affirming care away for children and adults, that we could end up in another position where she loses gender affirming care again. That still puts her at extreme distress. That's still very, very scary for her. She still goes through a lot. She goes to therapy every week. She sees a psychiatrist, and she has support, and it's still difficult on her. And you are unwilling to even get your child the basic support that they may need. Your hypothetical child.
Talk about giving them hormones. Talk about giving them hormones and changing their biology. Essentially, what you're trying to do.
Yeah, my daughter is on hormones.
Because it's
and
their
that's
treatment.
You know what, and I'm not gonna say anything because that's your personal choice.
Because
you know
it's
what,
their
it is what you want to do. If you want to do that, that's fine.
Oliver,
it's not about me wanting to put her on hormones. That's not what it is.
Oh, it definitely is.
No, it's not.
it was your choice to say, okay, let's get you hormones. It wasn't her choice. You're the adult. You are the adult in the room, or
No,
two
that's not how it
adults.
works at all. No, actually, she can consent on a lot of these things
Oh, that's
with
horrible.
my support, but it's not my choice. I can't
I'm sorry,
get
you said with your
her.
support? With your
What?
support? You said with your support? She
Yeah,
can
but
do it
it's
with
not
your
just me. I didn't make this
I know,
decision.
but without that, she wouldn't be able to do it though.
Right. Why do I want to cause my child more
But I'm
distress?
saying that was your choice. It is your personal choice to either want them to go on hormones or not. So
No, it's not about
for
wanting
you
them to go
saying, no,
through it.
no, no,
That's
hold
what
on.
you're
For
missing.
you
No,
saying that
Oliver,
she
you're
wants to be on it.
misrepresenting what I'm saying. I
No,
didn't
but that's
want.
exactly what you're
No,
saying.
I didn't want her to go on hormones. Right? The
I'm sure you didn't
doctor,
want to, but you allowing it.
the
That's the
doctor
point.
recommended them for her.
Okay. And
Yeah. So
No,
I
and
educated
to
myself.
me
I
that's a
listened.
whole different story. To me,
Like,
that's a
and
whole
there's
different
literally
story.
a patient form, right? So you're informed on the benefits and risks, and yes, you do make the decision, but she is suffering.
Exactly. You're making
no,
that decision. That's
no
a personal
parent.
decision.
Oliver,
That's a
the
personal
same.
decision to allow that.
Jesus
Oliver,
fucking Christ.
the same way that the parent of a child with cancer has to make the decision of getting chemotherapy or radiotherapy or anything that this child's doctors recommend her to treat the cancer.
I'm
Gender
sorry,
affirming care is the treatment for gender dysphoria.
but
Yeah, I'm
you
not
know,
going to resist her care that keeps her alive.
okay, I understand that, but I'm sure there are other things that could be. I'm not, again, I don't know your personal situation, so
No,
I'm
there
not
are
going to
not
speak on
other
your.
things, right? She was too far past Tanner stage 2 of puberty, so she could not go on puberty blockers. That was not an option for her. Her puberty was happening whether we wanted it or not, and that's what's causing her distress. So the only option we had was to intervene with whatever the fuck it's called, HRT.
HRT, hormone replacement therapy.
That was it. That's the option we had for her because we cannot stop her puberty from happening. It's happening.
Okay. Can I ask you a question then? A hypothetical question, since we had questions like that.
Go.
If in the future when your child is older,
How did I know that?
hypothetically,
Go ahead.
yeah, if they regret it, would you regret
No.
consenting to that?
No, because I am literally getting her the care she needs for where she's at, and my goal right now is to keep her alive. I am worried
Oliver.
about her mental health and well-being. I need her to make it through each day. I can't worry about what it might be like for her at 25. Now,
Oliver.
however, I do check in with her regularly. I'm pretty sure she knows who the fuck she is. Like, she knows she's a girl, right?
Oliver, you know what's the percentage of
You
teenagers
already
that
told me one. You told me 1%. You told me 1%.
less than 1%?
Yeah,
You know
I
what's
get
the
that.
percentage? You know what's the percentage of people that regret from knee surgery?
Enlighten me, please.
About between 40 and 60%. Are you
You said
wanting to 40 and 60%?
40 and 60%.
Are we going to ban all knee surgeries?
I'm sorry. 40 to 6% regret
Between
what again?
40 and 60%
They regret surgery
on their knees. Yes.
on their knees.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Are we going to ban knee surgery?
but I mean, can you get knee reassignment surgery at a? I mean, that's two different things, in my opinion. That's two different things.
We're talking about they are two different things. Yes, that's very true. We're talking about regret, right? Like, we're not banning knee surgery, even though the regret rate is 40 to 60%. When there is a regret rate of less than 1% of going through gender affirming care, why are you denying a child that?
Why am I denying a child HRT?
Yeah, if you could take $1,000 and have a 99% chance that if you gamble it, you would win $1 million. Would you take that risk?
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah. So you have I have a 99% chance that supporting my child is the right choice for her. Like that she is who she says she is. 99%. Why would I not take that?
So I guess my other point that would be like, well, is it in the interest of the medical community to suggest this thing?
No.
But I'm saying, how do you know? How do you know that?
Because I check in with my child regularly. Like she's not a boy. She's not a boy.
Medical researcher. I'm gonna repeat myself, Oliver. Medical researchers and medical professionals are not in their area for the money. We incur thousands upon thousands
I
of
actually
dollars.
very much disagree with that.
We incur. I'm talking from experience. You are not. We incur thousands upon thousands of debt in order to save people's lives. We endure years upon years upon years of studies to save people's lives. You don't know how brutal it is to become a medical researcher or a medical professional.
I mean, you're acting like it's the U.S. Army over here. It's the U.S. Marines.
It's worse mentally.
Yeah, people. It's not worse. Excuse me. It's not worse at all. But do you think doctors don't go into it not wanting to have a nice paycheck? I mean, obviously it's good to help people, but at the same time, it's like these are multimillionaires.
You go into business if you want a nice paycheck. You go into medicine if you want to have at least another 15 years of study.
But what percentage? So what percentage of medical
Hormones?
people is that?
Okay, when hormones are cheap, like especially male to female hormones, like estradiol is like very cheap. I think it's like, I don't know. I mean, I do have insurance, but it's like, I think like $3 or $4 for 9 months, or 9 months, 3 months, for 3 months, 90 days is what I was trying to say. It's really cheap. They're not making a lot of money off of that.
Also, most doctors and nurses don't make any money from the prescriptions.
Testosterone is.
Yeah, but the pharmaceutical companies do. They make an exorbitant amount of money.
It's the doctors, it's the nurses that are doing the prescriptions, not the pharmaceutical companies.
So a doctor.
However, I'm gonna tell you straightforward.
I'm sorry. Can I
We hate the pharmaceutical companies with a vengeance, even more.
I disagree with that. There are some people who go into certain fields to make monetary gains and will prescribe things that don't need to be
oh my God. Medical professionals often recommend, like when I have it happen all the time, especially with the psychiatrist, when it comes to like psychological medication, especially when it comes to like my husband and I or whatever, a doctor will make a recommendation for a medication and the insurance will deny it often, all the time. We're always fighting with the insurance about trying to get them to pay for like medications and shit. Like this is not something that like, we're just.
And medical researchers such as myself keep advocating over and over and over again about generic drugs, about universal healthcare, about making healthcare more accessible, about making it science-based, evidence-based, and not business-based. So no, I don't allow you to talk. I don't allow you to talk about my experiences as a medical researcher.
I'm not talking about your experience.
Wild that after I told you like my child's symptoms and like common symptoms of gender dysphoria, you think that like what, these kids are making this up?
I don't think these kids are making it up. I think that maybe there's societal influence on them sometimes.
Societal influence on the extreme things that I was talking about, right? Because you can't even have any type of medical intervention unless you have a gender dysphoria diagnosis.
And I've just explained to you in the beginning of our conversation, Oliver, how transgender people exist and how they are natural and they are born that way. So stop with the societal influences.
I think it is societal influences though as well.
It's
not. Well, can I say something for a second? I
say
feel like
more about your fucking feelings, Oliver, and keep resisting facts. Go ahead.
I just feel okay. This motherfucker. Okay, but I'm saying is the amount of chemicals and pollutions that's in our lives is like
That's
that, and that's in our society
that's a
is
conspiracy
the
theory.
extreme amount. That's not a conspiracy theory at all. Are you
Yes,
saying
it
that
is a conspiracy theory.
are you saying that there's conspiracy that there's tons of chemicals in our food? And
Now you're
are
a,
you
a food
What
purist.
does
You
that
know,
have to do with being trans, dude?
because that comes into our
you know,
society, and
Oliver, Oliver.
that changes.
Mel, please.
Oliver,
Can you?
can I please finish?
You know what's
Please.
you know what's you wanna know what's what
Oh
the
my
reality
God.
with food production and with food in America especially? 15% of American households with children are food insecure. 15%
Yeah, because
of
they're eating
American
absolute
households with
garbage.
children have no food.
They're
So
eating
if you
absolute
wanna go,
garbage.
Seriously, Nick. Fucking Oliver, take your L. Like, you don't give a fuck about any of this conversation. Don't have kids. Don't have fucking children if you're not going to support them. Period. Stop worrying about yourself and your own fucking personal reputation.
Wow.
Children
You
are
sound
not an
hurt.
extension
I
of you.
apologize. You
Children are
sound hurt.
separate people. Children are not an extension.
Wow.
They're, oh, wow. Oh, wow. What, Oliver? What? Does it hurt your
You sound,
feelings? You shouldn't have a
no,
fucking.
I'm actually unaffected by this conversation, but
Are you? Why do
I
you keep
mean,
saying fucking wow? Wow, then.
because you guys are constantly talking over me. If I want to talk about something, you
Because I'm
don't want to
fucking
talk
sick of
about
this.
it.
Like we've taken a bunch of time to educate you on this, and you're just resisting. You're just
I'm not.
resisting. You're
I'm,
not even
and that's
listening.
okay. And
No,
that's
it's not.
okay.
No, it's not, because the
That's
shit that you think is harmful to children. And again, I care more about your hypothetical fucking child than you do about my own existing child. You don't give a shit about these transgender children. You're throwing out all these stupid conspiracy theories about fucking food. What does that have to do with your gender identity developing
wow.
input from your sex?
It's because you're not listening.
Wow.
You're not listening either.
Wow.
You're not listening at all. And your biologist, I feel like maybe I have one or two kid points I've taken away from this, but I just feel like it's a lot more emotional based too as well. I mean, if you want to go with that route.
what's the problem with being emotional? What's the problem with the emotion of
so
wanting to do
when I say
wanting?
I feel, and
What's
then
the
she
problem?
clowns on my ass about
What's the
that shit,
problem?
and then I
Because
come
you
for you.
haven't spoken facts at all. That's why.
What's the problem?
She
with
spoke
having
like
the,
3 facts. She spoke like 3 facts. She brought up the
What's the
1%. She
problem
brought up the 40 to
with
60% for me. She brought
defending
up all
the
these
lives of
hypotheticals about
children?
cancer and about stuff on kids' faces.
We talked about
What are
the
you talking
symptoms.
about?
We talked about the symptoms of gender dysphoria, which is a fact. We talked about treatments of gender dysphoria, which is a fact. We talked about the hypothetical. We talked about the negative effects on mental health of children if you don't support them. That was a fact. We can back all this shit up, right? But you just keep talking about your fucking feelings of your hypothetical child that, again, you don't care about that kid. You care about you. You care about Oliver. You want to have a child like a trophy child. You can be like, oh, here's my kid. That's an extension of me. Look at my kid. But when your child is suffering from something, you're like, fuck you, kid. You can be an adult. You take care of yourself, right? You wait till you're an adult. You make your own little adult decisions. My reputation is more important than your, again, your mental health and well-being, child. Hypothetical child.
Oh my God.
Until you can put your own ego aside and recognize that your child will be a different person from you, don't have children.
And they will.
Oliver.
And they will be a different person than me.
Yeah,
They definitely are a different person than
That
me.
child could have mental health issues that they need treatment for. They could have
And that is your medical choice to do that. That is your medical choice to get HRT.
like your child that doesn't exist, right? Could have could potentially have cancer, right? That would need treatment. They could potentially have diabetes.
And it is the
They
parent's
could
choice to make that
they
medical
could
decision.
the
That is
that future child of yours can have gender dysphoria. That future child of us can have depression. That future child of us can have anxiety. That future child of us can be autistic. Future child of yours can be ADHD. And you are telling us that you're
absolutely.
going to refuse any kind of treatment for any kind of these situations.
No, but I feel,
Hypothetical
but
child who you're not seeing suffering with these things.
but it's a personal choice,
You're
though.
resisting that help. It is
It is.
not. Oh
It's a
my God.
taking that medication is a personal choice, is it not?
Oliver,
Is it not a
Oliver,
personal choice?
Oliver, is being autistic a personal choice?
Obviously, that's not. I'm not saying trans people have a personal choice to be trans or not. I never said that. I said the
It's
type
being
of treatment that you're
question.
taking.
My question is very simple. Is being autistic a personal choice?
No, it's not.
So why is being transgender a personal choice?
I didn't say, again, let me rephrase. I'm not saying it is a personal choice to be trans. I mean, it's a, whatever you're born with it, your person, whatever you believe
So
in.
why are
Trans people are
you?
here, and it's their choice
So
to have the
why?
medical, the medicine that they choose to
So
have, or that
why?
their
So
parents,
why?
like Mel has,
So
signed off on. It is that a
so
personal choice, and that was the
so
point I was making.
so why are you persistent in not allowing for the treatment of something that is not the personal choice of the patient?
Right. My child did not choose to be transgender, and she did
I
certainly
did. I agree with that. I agree with
certainly
that.
did not choose to have to suffer from gender dysphoria.
I'm not saying that's not the case. That is definitely
She
the case.
deserves treatment. She deserves
Okay,
treatment.
yeah,
So
and that's great.
why did my husband and I make the choice to put her on to sign off on HRT along with her consent, her assent? Why did we make that choice?
Because that was your personal choice to have that in that
Why?
instant.
Why? It wasn't
Because
just because of my choice.
that you felt like that was the best possible medicine for that child. That's exactly what it was.
Because when the
So
medical
why do you want to interfere in the treatment that Mel's child is receiving
I'm not trying to how am I trying to interfere?
by being against it?
For my personal life? For my child? That's two different things.
You're unwilling to educate yourself on what this is actually like. That's the whole point. Your hypothetical child, you're resisting their possible potential medical care that they need based on your personal feelings, where I did not base
on my beliefs. Yes,
I did not base my decision to support my
yes,
child.
You did. Yes, you did. On your beliefs. You believed that was the best possible choice.
Because the doctor said that the benefits will outweigh the risks. That's why. And my child was suffering and she needed treatment.
And I'm glad that they got the treatment that you thought was correct.
Let's put you in the hot seat, Oliver. And let's gonna make a hypothetical situation here. Let's imagine that a new guest appears on this live, and that guest says to you, "I'm against chemotherapy," and says that their child has leukemia. What are you going to say to this guest?
I mean, I would recommend chemotherapy, but if that's your religious or personal belief, then that's what it is.
Holy fuck, dude!
You can't force this shit on people.
So you are okay with that child unaliving because of the feelings of the parent?
I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. I'd recommend that they get the whatever treatment that they felt was necessary as a family, but that's their decision.
Their child,
not
them.
I'm going to ask you again.
I understand it's not them, but at the same time,
I'm going to ask you again. Are you okay with that child unaliving because of the feelings of the parent?
Am I okay with the child killing themselves because of the
No.
I'm sorry. I forgot. My apologies.
That's not even what she was referring to.
This is reality.
Unaliving because they didn't get treatment for the cancer that they have, because the parents used their personal feelings instead of
It's a belief. It's not a
medical
feeling. It's a belief.
professionals.
It's a belief. I mean,
You shouldn't just believe in medication. That's the whole point. Belief is something that you have without evidence to back it up.
but what if there's a
You
different
shouldn't be
alternative that the parent
treating
wants to use?
No, we shouldn't be treating children's medical conditions based on our own beliefs.
I mean, if they believe that there is a different medicine, then that should be what they want to use.
Who knows more about medicine? Who knows more about medicine, the doctors or the parents?
The doctors, obviously, when it comes to pharmaceuticals, but the parents can have a researcher-based opinion.
So if I believe that I can treat my child's, I don't know, diabetes with smoothies over insulin, I have my right to do that.
I don't feel like a parent would ever do that, though. I feel like you're making an unjust hypothetical.
They have.
I feel like you're making a high.
They have. They
when?
have. They are children.
A smoothie?
There are children. There are children that were alive, and they are not anymore because their parents refused to treat their diabetes, because the parents refused to treat their cancer and other things.
There are many children who are no longer with us because their parents refuse to treat their gender dysphoria.
And again, that's I wouldn't do that. I would
be one of those parents, Oliver.
I would not be one of those. For HRT or surgery, I wouldn't allow that or want that.
It's not about what you want. It's about your child's mental health and well-being.
And life.
But I'm saying though is that's a. I mean, there are other medical.
If there were something else I could have done, right, to help my child alleviate her gender dysphoria, I would have taken those other things into account. The only option we had for her was HRT. That is it.
I'm assuming you went to multiple doctors.
Yeah, because gender affirming care got banned in another state, so I had to start all over again.
In gender affirming care implies a group of doctors, at least a psychiatrist, an endocrinologist, and pediatrician.
You have to go to multiple doctors, and you have to have a support letter from a therapist. This is not taken lightly. I didn't just walk into a pharmacist and be like, put my kid on HRT. I want no education on this at all whatsoever.
So we're talking about a diagnosis that requires the bare minimum 3 different medical professions.
Again, I tried showing you the fucking patient form, right? And all the requirements it comes.
I mean, I actually couldn't read it that well, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but it comes down to like when.
Mel, I'm sorry. I have to go. Now for real because it's dinner time in here. Oliver, all I want with this, because I'm not getting paid to do this, is to educate people to be more humane.
Do you mind if I ask you where you're from?
I'm from Europe.
What country in Europe, if you don't want me asking?
You don't need to know.
Okay. All right.
And I do this. I basically give out my degrees for free and my knowledge for free because
Congratulations.
I don't like to see these children suffer.
Congratulations. No, that's not what she wants, right? Because again, our goal is to make a better.
But she wants sympathy. That's what she's wanting.
She's saying that she wants empathy for about kids more than you, Oliver.
No, but I mean,
I don't want these children. I don't want these children to suffer unnecessarily because of ignorance coming from people like you.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mel, love you. You're the best.
You.
Thank you, Eastern Europe.
Bye. All right. So again, like there is so many requirements. This whole page talks about all the things that you have to do before your child can go on HRT. It's a whole process.
Okay.
You're just resisting this care on a hypothetical child. That is the whole problem with this conversation. You wouldn't even take the time to be like, well, maybe I would sit down and talk to the medical professionals about the benefits and I would pay attention to my child and have a conversation. No, you're
I never said that.
resisting it. No, you did say that. You said
I
I
never
would
said
not
that.
do it. I would not. You said I would not put my kid on HRT.
If
Would not.
if that wasn't the only option, that's what I said. Look at variety of options.
Right.
You never even asked me that. I said if that was a variety of options, I said yes. But then we were talking about only HRT. Like, no, I wouldn't just fucking blindly accept that shit.
Nobody's gonna blindly accept that. No one said that, Oliver, ever.
Wow.
Great. So you've gone through everything, right? There's no more options for your kid and they're suffering. And the doctors are saying, again, I have given you this hypothetical, so I don't know why you're pretending that you didn't, right? But there's nothing else left. Your kid has been to multiple therapists, is still going to therapists. Your therapist has given us a support letter being like, I think your child is ready for HRT, right? And they are going through the whole, because it tells you about all the benefits and risks. It talks about the negatives and the positives about going on this medication. They give you the form. Oliver, sit down with your child's mother and your child and go over this form very carefully. Okay, but this is the only option for your kid. So you sit down and read through the whole patient form. Do you sign the papers or not?
I would have to look at it further and really think about it. I don't know.
That's a much better answer than you've had this entire time, and that's all we ask of you. Literally to be informed, make an informed decision on your child's medical care. Make an informed decision. Don't just make a decision without knowing anything, because you've said no so many times.
Yeah, I don't want it, or I wouldn't really want to allow it. I wouldn't want to allow it.
Right, and then ask yourself why.
Because I feel like that. I just don't understand why there's such a rush to have that.
It's not a rush, it's a process. Before beginning HRT, your child needs to undergo a thorough psychological, social evaluation performed by a mental health provider. We also require that your child participate in at least 4 to 6 months of psychological therapy. We need a letter from your child's therapist to confirm this. After all this has taken place, HRT can be initiated to your child if your child meets the criteria established by the Endocrine Society, which includes all of the following: fulfill the current DSM criteria for gender dysphoria, stated by a letter in your child's mental health in a letter from your child's mental health provider. They do not suffer from any psychiatric comorbidity that interferes with the diagnostic workup or treatment. Have an adequate psychological or social support during the treatment, which would mean you need a fucking parent. Demonstrate knowledge and understanding and the expected outcomes of HRT, as well as the medical and social risks and benefits of sex reassignment. And either your child is 16 years old and has experienced a full social transition to the desired gender for at least 1 year, which is stated in your child's letter from their mental health provider. Or your child is 14 to 15 years of age and has experienced a full social transition to the desired gender for at least 2 years, which may be stated in the letter from your child's mental health provider, and has been on puberty blockers for at least 1 year. And then after HRT is initiated, the following is required: to sign a consent by both parents and assent from the patient, which is the child. Visits with the adolescent medicine provider in our program every 3 to 4 months. And then they need to have an unaliving risk assessment performed during each clinic visit every 3 months. Laboratory testing initially and every 3 to 6 months. An x-ray of the hand for bone age once a year as your child is still growing. I could keep fucking going.
Can I ask you a question then? Why do you feel like states are banning HRT?
It's an attack on transgender people, starting with the children. Gender-affirming care has already been available in all 50 states, following the WPATH guidelines for a long time now, for years and years and years. They're literally just banning gender-affirming care, starting with the children. to harm transgender people. That's why. This was already in place. My child
So
was
do you,
already getting gender affirming care in the state of Texas before it got
hmm
banned.
hmm what? So you read off like what are the health implications of HRT?
What do you mean? Like the benefits?
No, like the negative consequences
Oh.
of it.
Well, again, there's way more that all of these I still didn't read, which were requirements to start HRT.
Okay.
If these requirements are not met, HRT may be discontinued in your child's best interest and safety. And then they have all the appointments, expectations, where you need to have your labs done. They need to follow up so I need to get a letter every 3 months to prove that she's still getting therapy. There's a lot of shit on that. And then, so my child, this is specifically for male to female hormones. So estrogen can cause blood clots. We must be careful with your child that your child is not at risk of developing a blood clot. Estrogen can increase the risk of blood clots or problems with blood vessels, which are rare in young children, but can result in chronic problems with the veins in the legs, heart attack, pulmonary embolism, which is a blood clot to the lungs, can cause permanent lung damage, death, stroke, which may cause permanent brain damage or death. The risk of blood clots is much worse if your child smokes cigarettes. The danger is so high that your child should stop smoking completely if estrogen is started. Estrogen can also cause an increased risk of diabetes and heart disease, raise blood pressure, increase the risk of getting gallstones. I should talk to my child's clinician if severe or long-lasting pains in the abdomen occurs. Nausea and vomiting should be reported to the provider if long-lasting nausea or vomiting occurs. Migraines, migraines or make them worse if your child already has them, and increase in, I don't know what that is, prolactin, whatever that is. That is estrogen. And then there's a whole thing on spironolactone, which is the testosterone suppressant.
Okay. And would you understand if someone saw those and said, I don't want my child on that?
Well, again, you have to look at the benefits, right? And then you're monitoring your child, because your child is going in every 3 months, typically, getting blood work done, getting checked on. You have to check in with your child and look for any of these symptoms. This is the patient education form. So when we signed the consent form, there was even more information on there. And you had to sign each individual section, like you have to initial each individual one. It also talks about the benefits, though, the things that your child does get from these, like my child that was growing breast, which is a positive benefit she wanted. It also softened her skin, stopped her hair growth, so she was no longer getting any more facial hair. It also can thin your hair and make it less noticeable. It prevents your voice from deepening, which is another extreme thing that happens with testosterone that you don't want, right? So the positives for your child's mental health should outweigh the risks. If it does not, I do not recommend you signing on to this.
Okay. So you would agree if a parent denied it because of the negative health consequences?
Does it make sense?
I'm saying, like, if a parent said, I see those side effects, negative side effects, and I don't want my child to have those at all, would you be okay with them denying that?
What's the plan for treatment for your child then, if you're refusing this?
Well, I'm sure you could talk to your doctor and they could provide you with a different thing.
Right. So again, there was no alternatives for my kids. It was this, or to have her continue to suffer.
Was this? But I'm saying, is HRT the only medicine? Like, I feel like, is that?
Yes.
Like, there is. I mean, I'm not trying to get personal, but like, is there like psychology? Is there some type of?
She goes to psychology. She goes to a psychologist and a psychiatrist.
And it still hasn't. I'm not trying to be in your business, but it still hasn't helped you, or helped her.
That helps her deal with society.
Okay. So my whole point is like, is the whole transit. It's. I mean, is there like, do you feel like in order to transition, and that's like the only case, like, is the HRT that a child would have to get that?
No. Very
Okay.
rarely do children get to the point of HRT. Most children only need social affirmation. They only want to
Okay.
change their name or pronouns or change the way that they wear their clothing. There's lots of children who are non-binary.
Mhm.
And
And
again,
see,
there's not even like, you don't even know if a children even wants like surgery in the future. That's not something that I even really talk to my child about. Right now, it's treating her where she's at. She's been on HRT for over a year, right? She's getting the benefits. She's had no negative side effects.
yeah, and I feel like we agree on something, is the fact that if I, whether it sounds like, well, you can say it sounds selfish or whatever it is, I wouldn't want my child to go through that. But if someone in my family or so and so comes out as trans or whatever it is, that's their personal choice. It is what it is. You know what I mean? And I feel like, okay, well, they're born with their personal. I'm saying is that's their personal life. That's their life. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
And
but
so I
that
feel
could be
like,
your kid, right?
yeah, I would hope not, but yeah, I understand that. That's
So what's your reasoning though for hoping that your child's not trans? This can vary, right? This can make a difference.
I wouldn't want that because I feel like like you said, like the medical and the psychological harm that those something that you would want.
Yeah, I mean, again, like there's lots of things that you could not want for your child. But like I wouldn't want my kid to have asthma either. But I'm well aware that if my child has asthma, I'm going to do whatever I need to do to to treat those symptoms and make sure she has or they have a better life, right? So I mean,
Uh-huh.
I didn't want a transgender child, right? Nobody wants that. That's the whole point. That's why I get accused all the time of wanting a trans kid and making one.
Uh-huh.
I have one. My kid
Mhm.
is trans, and I need to support her. I cannot prevent it. Refusing her medication doesn't make her not trans. But yeah, the day after she came out, I had like a major anxiety attack where my doctor was actually recommended putting me on I don't know what's that fucking medication that like calms you down. I didn't take it, but I can't think of it. Anyway, not because my kid is trans. That she was the same fucking person she was the day before she told me. I didn't care about that. But my fear of her living in this society with people who resist educating themselves on what being trans, Xanax, yes, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
That's what I thought it was.
The fear of like having to have your child hated, now I'm living it. Like my kid gets hated every day in this app, gets misgendered. I get called a child abuser. But I fucking deal with it because
But it's also the
I care
internet.
about her and other children's future, where I am going to continue to take this hate and advocate because hypothetical children, like your hypothetical child, will probably become an actual child someday. And your child deserves any type of medical care that they need, no matter what it is.
Correct.
And that's why I kept saying that I care more about your hypothetical child. Because you were worried about your own personal reputation, more about taking the time to actually understand what you're trying to treat and the benefits to your child and how extremely beneficial it would be for you to support them.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you kept going.
Like that's
No, I mean,
literally the whole purpose of this.
uh-huh. Hold on one second.
And again, your child doesn't exist. So you don't have to make this decision right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want you to just straight up say no, because I think that's silly when you're not educated on this. You don't know what it's actually like to have a trans child living in your home who is suffering. I wouldn't make a decision on someone else's child with cancer or someone else's child with diabetes. I wouldn't be like, well, you know, I don't think you should treat your kid. I know nothing about it. It's not. But if it's my kid, I'm going to take the time to educate myself, make sure I'm informed, and that I'm trying to make the best decision I can for my kid. And that's what I think you should do with your children who don't exist.
So I think what you just said, like, is what we were talking about earlier, was when we were talking about parenting and like personal choices that parents have to make. And obviously that was like your personal choice to make that for you and your family, right? Is to be able to do that. Would you disagree with someone if they looked at it and said, I don't want to do that?
Yes, because what other area, in what other medical area at all, do people currently do that? Do people say, I'm against this type of healthcare that I know nothing about? Where does it exist?
Well, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about when we were going over the negative consequences.
Yeah, because again, things have like medications have risk. Now, of course, and I don't know, I'm not going to know each individual case, but of course, if the child gets the blood work done, that's a requirement, right? And they're like, hey, this HRT would actually be dangerous for your child, and they make that decision not put, then of course not. Like, or if the child is smoking and won't quit, right? Like it says that it's very dangerous to go on estrogen if you're smoking, then no. If my kid was smoking and they wouldn't quit, then no, I would not sign on that. So it's going to be very individualized. But no, if a child is just refusing and like going to just let their kids suffer, I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
But there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah. Again, like I just feel like I don't feel like, and this is my personal opinion, because we're talking about obviously like societal implications with stuff like this. Is I want to say like, oh shit, did she?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay, sorry. That
Just change my mind.
I just feel like it's also a personal choice, though, for every family. You know, like if I don't know, like we're talking about how the Amish kid came out as trans, right? And the Amish family doesn't believe in medical,
Still harmful to that child, and I'm not okay with that decision.
but it is their decision, though.
I mean,
Are you asking the right to harm their children?
it's your decision to
But
yeah.
to them, it's not harm. To them, it's a
In reality, it
perspective
is
thing.
harming them.
But
is
it's a
harming the kid.
perspective thing.
No, that's not a perspective. Harm is not a perspective. Are you causing harm to the person who is suffering?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
It is a
Again,
perspective.
studies are showing, right? Studies are showing that supporting your child is beneficial. So no, if a parent chooses not to support their child, then that is harming the kid. And no, I'm not okay with that. And it's not, that is literally, no, Sherry, it's neglect. Like if there's a child with type 1 diabetes, right? And they just refuse to give their kid insulin, right? You could say, well, that's a personal choice. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like it's everybody's choice though to what they want to do.
And what happens to that person who does not get medical care? They deteriorate and they suffer. So they're making a choice to help their child suffer, period. No matter what the reason, whether it's a religious one or a belief, the choice they're making is causing their child to suffer, regardless.
And that's what it is. I mean, it is what it is what it is though.
But protect the kids, right? Am I right? Hey, protect the kids, but make sure they don't get the health care they need.
Well, I'm not.
Conversation, after this whole fucking conversation, you're like, well, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's people's choices. It's
Maybe
people
don't
can
have
have a
kids.
personal choice.
Maybe don't have
Yes,
kids then.
seriously, if you're not going to support your child in anything that
I
they
don't know who the
need,
hell this guy
do
is.
not have children.
Hi, nice
Period.
to meet you. Honestly, I think that's a reasonable thing to say. If you will not support your child in being who they are, then do not have children.
I'm not saying Did I ever say I wouldn't do it?
Yes, you did actually. That's why-
Okay. Well, and we agreed that maybe if I looked at the information, I would think of it differently. But I still don't believe that it should be a medical. It should be a thing that it should be expected that these parents or these families should do it.
Okay. Again, your feelings are really irrelevant to what happens, to what people need for the medical care and their health care. Your feelings don't matter in that conversation. If you want to harm your child, then own it up and saying that your choice is harming the child. And no matter how you try and frame that, does not change that fact.
Oliver, don't reproduce.
If as a parent you choose to lock your kid in a room, leave them there all day, right?
Wow,
Yeah,
these
that's
people
your
are,
choice.
well, damn, these people in your comments are getting nasty with it.
I know,
Damn.
Joe, talking about hair with those roots, right? Come on.
Yeah, so that's your choice, but is it a good choice, or is that causing your child harm?
I guess it's a personal choice on what it is. I understand. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I totally
That
get
was
what
a
you're
direct
saying.
question. Does that choice cause harm? It was a very direct question.
It depends on your personal belief.
No,
Locking your kid in a room all day?
Oh wait, you said locking. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about. I'm sorry. You said
And
locking
also,
a
once
kid in a
again,
room.
your beliefs do not change.
That's also
the harm.
abuse. That is
Nope.
abuse. I will. There's a certain. There's a certain level. There's a certain level.
Not getting your child the medical care that they need is abuse. It is.
And again, your feelings and how you want to keep bringing up your beliefs do not change the end result of that harm. You are still responsible for that harm, no matter how you try and make yourself feel better, saying it's because of your belief.
And it doesn't make your child not trans.
You're welcome to have your beliefs. The beliefs are harmful, and they are harming children.
Yeah, well, that's and I didn't say I would agree or disagree or whatever it is. I'm sure me and Mel. First off, Mel, you, I did agree with you that I did say that, you know what, maybe I would consider maybe talking to healthcare professional. Yeah, exactly. But again, I still don't believe that it should be a decision that. I mean, obviously, I feel like there's a difference between denying HRT and locking the kid in the room, though. I feel like there's a huge difference.
Once again, this is not about your feelings, Oliver.
It's really not.
It has nothing to do with
But
you.
that's okay. Well, there is
It's not.
there is a huge
It's
difference.
about making decisions.
There is a
that
huge
harm your
difference.
child.
It's not I feel anymore. There is a huge difference between locking a kid in a room and denying them HRT. There is a huge difference.
Because they both cause your child
huge difference.
They both cause
Actually,
harm.
I think locking my kid in a room for one day would be better on her mental health than denying her HRT.
Oh
honestly.
my God, I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. I'm just saying what I know from
We know,
my
and that's
personal-
okay, and that's okay that you're not a psychologist. That's why we actually listen to the psychologists. We listen to the professionals, and we go with that direction. That's what we do. It's not about feelings or beliefs. It's about facts and professional advice.
Okay, and people have their own personal beliefs and facts.
I
that they
don't
wanna
care
listen
about
to.
your beliefs, Oliver. It's not about you. I don't know what you're missing about this conversation. It is not about Oliver.
Or any other parent, like, right? So people they have personal beliefs that people shouldn't be getting blood transfusions, right? So if your child needs a blood transfusion and they use their personal belief and that child unalives, that's a shitty fucking parent.
Sure.
And they can say, it wasn't my belief all they want. That belief does not change the fact that they are accountable and responsible for causing that harm.
Yeah, again, it's their personal choice.
I don't care about your belief.
It's not a belief, it's a personal choice.
Your choice is based on what, though? On harming your child. It's causing harm. Whether it's your choice, your belief, you're causing harm.
So do you think that we should jail these parents?
Yes.
Like if a parent denies a child HRT,
If a parent
that they
harms
should-
their child, that causes their child stress, grief, or to unalive, yeah, they should be held accountable for that choice. Absolutely.
So if a parent does not allow HRT, should they be jailed?
HRT is maybe not always going to be required. You know, you're gonna follow.
I'm a child. It's very
but let's
individualized.
just saying it is. But well, let's just say it is though. Let's say you know, like Mel was saying that the doctor said that.
If I denied my child
Uh-huh.
HRT and she unalived herself, then I absolutely deserve to be charged for that.
So you would be okay with going to prison for that? For your
It's not
personal
about
choice.
being okay with it. It's about making a choice that caused my child to unalive. That was on me. That's on me.
Okay.
Again, because my child is not just like an object, right? Like this. You can just throw it in the trash, right? My child is their own person with their own thoughts and feelings.
Mm.
So if I make a decision about her, a conscious decision to go against the recommendations of medical professionals that would harm her mental health and well-being, then yes, I deserve to be charged for that.
Damn.
What do you mean, damn?
No, I'm just saying, like it's a statement.
Do you realize the conversation we're having here? I mean, whenever you step back from it for a second, on one side, we're talking about getting kids life-saving health care. On the other side, you're defending the parent's right to deny that health care and to harm the child. I don't even see how it's but I mean, what is your end goal here? Because it's not about protecting the kids. So let's be really honest about that. Because you made it clear that you don't care about protecting the kids. So what is your goal, Oliver?
What is my goal? What?
With this conversation, with this conversation, what's your stance on this? Because it's not about protecting kids. So what is it about?
My stance on what subject?
On letting trans kids be kids, letting them have the health care that they need.
I think that they should have medical care if they want to. If they want to, the parent allows so.
Oliver, it's not a want.
That's what they need.
Well, if you want to get seen by a doctor that recommends HRT or surgery.
Mommy, I would really like to have a surgery.
No, but it's not that.
Mommy, I would like to have stitches for my cut. Mommy, I would like to.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You said it's a want.
It's a want. I said it is a want to go see a professional that may or may not.
Fucking wild though. Like Bish just made like such a great point. Right? Like my youngest kid, took their scooter down our very, very steep driveway with no protection, right? Fell, cut their knee, needed stitches. Yeah, I mean, I could be like, yeah, I don't need to bring you to the hospital. I mean, I can be an ass, right?
And I'm sure the kid didn't say, Mom, I want stitches.
No.
Right? Because what kid says that?
I'm like, hey, we need to go to the hospital because your knee needs some treatment. It's about a need.
Yeah, so you saw that there was a need as a parent to go see a medical professional.
Yeah, so when a child is suffering from gender dysphoria, as a parent, you should recognize that that is a need to get your child help.
Yeah, because you wanted to get the child help. You wanted to get the child help.
Okay, so I love the semantical fun, but what is your goal with the conversation? What's the goal for real?
What is it? What is it? Like, do you think parents are being forced to get their child gender affirming care? Because that's not a thing.
I don't feel like people are forcing parents to go do it. I feel like there's some influence maybe, but
Wait. Once again, hold on. I'm going to keep calling you out every time I say it's exhausting. I feel like there's influence. I don't care about your feelings, Oliver. This is not about your feelings. This is not the Oliver show. This is not Oliver on stage. This is not Oliver the musical. Okay? You're not the person that this is about here.
Okay, but we're talking about a subject and you're asking my opinion.
I do not ask about your opinion or your feelings. We're talking about facts.
You literally just said, what is your angle?
I said, what is your goal? Not
exactly.
Your goal
so what is my personal
goal? I have a very clear question
belief?
for you. Is goal and opinion the same thing? What is your goal in this conversation? Is that the same thing as your opinion, Oliver?
What is my goal? My goal is to come on here.
I told you what my goal is on having these conversations. What is your goal?
I came on here and said I want to I want to learn more information, and we agreed on some things, and you did, and we did talk about stuff, and we did agree on stuff that maybe I didn't agree with at first. However, I'm just saying is just because I have a personal belief on something does not
I
mean
don't
I'm
care about
divorcing
your
it.
beliefs.
Why are you still fighting for parents who may
Yeah.
just have feelings that they don't need to get their kids medical care?
You're
Why-
literally on team harm right now. You're not on team help. You're on team harm.
I'm on team harm.
Yes. You're defending people causing harm to their children.
If okay, I'm. Like honestly, I don't know what to say to you about right now because I feel like this is like
It's just not about your
whether it says I have a
feelings.
belief or a statement.
Hey, everyone in the comments, do me a favor. We're not going to make it a drinking game that we drink every time he says feel because alcohol poisoning is real. So do not do that. Do not drink every time that Oliver says feel because it's all about the fifis right now.
But if you're drinking water, you'd be really hydrated.
Oh my God, so hydrated. I'm going to get a jug.
You guys,
Oliver.
I mean, you guys aren't very.
Oliver.
You guys
Oliver.
aren't very.
Oliver, why are you fighting for the parents who want to harm their children and
I'm
not
fighting for-
educating themselves?
Because that I believe in personal rights.
Okay,
I
so you
believe
don't.
in
Once
people's
again,
personal rights.
Children.
I'm not saying that, but I maybe I do or don't know, but I don't know if that is
Because
a
if you're
harmful thing.
if you're an adult, right, and you have diabetes and you choose to not take your medication, you're harming yourself. Like whatever, be stupid, don't educate yourself. I don't care. But when you're making decisions based on feelings that harm your children, I am not okay with that. Educate your fucking self.
Mm.
And if you're not going to educate yourself on what is best for your kids and you're going to operate on feelings, don't have children. It's not that hard.
Okay, and that's okay, and that's a good statement.
Do you agree with that, Oliver?
Do I agree that people? We're essentially agreeing to.
Should
Say
educate
one time.
themselves. They should not just make decisions based on feelings. They should educate themselves on what's best for their child and make an informed decision when it comes to their medical care. Do you agree with that?
I believe that they should. Okay, I mean, can I say I believe? I don't know, or
Go back to your
ask me
beliefs
what my
again.
belief was.
Go
Right,
ahead.
that's what I'm saying, though. But that's my point, though. I'm saying you asked me what my
Right.
belief
You
was.
can use your beliefs on this one,
Oh,
right?
thank
Do you
God.
believe-
Thank God.
Right. Do you believe, right, that parents should educate themselves and make an informed decision on their child's medical care, or should they just operate on their feelings? Which one?
Yes, but they are not entitled to. They're not
Which
like
one?
They should. But that I don't feel like there's a yin or yang. I don't feel like there's a yes or no.
Feel, drink.
Bish, I don't know what you're trying to get at with this.
Do you think parents should be able to say they do not want to inform themselves on their child medical care? Why do you think that's okay?
Because that's their religious or personal beliefs.
Who cares about their religion? That's the religion's
wild.
causing harm. 'Cause my religion says my child should be harmed.
And you're okay with that?
It's their choice. It's not my choice. I personally wouldn't do that.
Oliver, you're still not separating the child from the parent, right? You know why like CPS exists, right?
Child Protective Services.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, because sometimes parents don't make the best choices when it comes to their children. They don't take the time
Absolutely.
to inform themselves, and they harm their children.
I don't agree with it. Absolutely.
But you still say that they have the right to make that decision. Don't you think that's kind of wild? I mean, we can't stop
I would
it.
say it'd be extremes, though. It's extremes. We're talking about extreme. We're talking about extreme scenarios, though. At the same time, I don't think that any parent is out here if a kid needs diabetes. They need insulin for the diabetes that they're not out here not getting insulin. I feel like we're talking about a small margin.
So
We're
you're
talking
just
about small
downplaying
margins.
gender dysphoria again? Is that what you're doing here, Oliver?
I'm not downplaying it, but it's not a large portion of the United States anyway,
Doesn't matter. Why does that matter?
because it's not going to affect people at a rapid rate as like diabetes or autism.
Okay, I'm
wait. So once again,
not saying
I wanna-
pre-educate. Oh my God, I'm not saying pre-educate yourself on diabetes like before you have a kid, right? Like, oh, before you have a kid, make sure you educate yourself on every single thing possible that your child can have. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that if your child is suffering from anything, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's gender dysphoria, diabetes, cancer, depression, whatever it is, contact medical professionals and inform yourself on the treatment options for your kid instead of just saying no. That's it.
That was also very telling that you chose to try and downplay with the amount of numbers, because once again, it demonstrates that you are not on the side of helping the kids. So I'm going to ask you, how many kids have to unalive until you care? What's the specific number? Since you downplayed the number and kind of mocked and poked fun at the number as being a small.
I'm not making fun of the numbers.
No. I want to know exactly how many kids have to unalive until you care, Oliver.
I don't want any
What's
kids
your number?
to kill themselves.
What's your number? Give me a number.
I don't
Come
want
on.
any kids to kill themselves. Why
Well, then
are you coming out here so
why you-
charged?
I'm wondering why
you're
you-
coming out here so charged.
I'm wondering why you diminished the number, Oliver. I'm sorry.
Oliver, then you should be advocating for every single parent to inform themselves.
I said that. Yes, I said that it's also their choice, though. It's your choice what information you get.
Yes, I'm not arguing that they can make stupid choices, Oliver.
Okay, then there we go. Then we're on the same page.
Parents are entitled to make stupid choices, but they shouldn't be able to do that without consequence.
That's where I disagree with it, but to a certain extent. To a certain extent.
Wild.
To a certain extent.
There should be no. What extent are there should be no consequences for a parent harming their child? Where's your line? Oh my God, where is your line? What is your number? I need to know these things. This is crazy pants.
If there is obviously the kid dies, or if the kid has like severe medical emergencies from it, I feel like that should be it.
So unaliving is bad, but prolonged suffering is not.
I just said that medical. I just said in the second part, but that was that wasn't included. I apologize if you didn't get that. If you didn't catch that.
So then kids should get gender affirming care, so they're not having prolonged suffering.
If that's what they choose to do, then yeah. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Why do you think parents shouldn't have consequences when they make decisions that harm their kids? Medical decisions, when they're refused to be informed.
I said egregious medical malpractice. I said extremes. I said death. I said medical procedures,
You didn't say no in the beginning. So, okay, here's the thing, right? You asked me, like, is it okay for, this is going to be the end of this conversation because I'm tired. But you asked me if a parent refuses HRT for a child, right? After it's been recommended, after they've given the patient form, they've been informed on everything, and they refuse it, right? Like, you asked me if they should, if that's okay, or if that's their decision or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So here's the thing: if the parent does refuse to do HRT for their child, to get HRT, right, and the child is still getting continued psychological evaluations and therapy and everything, and the child does not get better, right? They get worse, right?
Okay.
Okay, and then it comes up again, like, hey, you still have an HRT as an option. Like, this will probably improve the mental health of your child.
Okay.
And you refuse it again?
Okay.
Then that's a problem, right? So I do think if you're still like monitoring your child and you're still involved and you still have their best interest in mind, and you made the decision to wait on HRT because you did feel like those risks were risky, right? They were scary. I think that's okay. That's an okay thing to do as a parent, as long as you're still monitoring your child. And if your child gets worse, they're not improving, and you're still resisting the medical options that you have, that is problematic. That should have consequences.
I don't think it does when it comes to that.
It's wild. It's wild. Your child got worse. But what if they get worse to the point of unaliving? Then should they have consequences?
No. With that specific thing you just said, no.
Oh my God! Fuck off, Oliver.
Okay.
Go fuck.
Yeah, don't have kids, please, Oliver.
I love that he tried to get that on me.
He tried so hard. Yeah, don't reproduce, please. It's always the protect the kids people that don't care about actually supporting kids.
And there's a double standard there when it comes to gender affirming care. He's looking at differently than other like forms of healthcare. I do think I made him think. He did try to tell me to go fuck myself at the end because he got mad at. Right, that's just his feelings, I'm sure. But I hope that at least if he does have children at this point, he will actually like at least try to inform himself on any type of medical care that his kids may need. I do think that he may have been kind of on the line there. But I think it's weird to be advocating for parents to be able to harm their kids.
Mm-hmm. I didn't want to take the conversation in a different direction, but I'm curious what his stance was on spanking, because I think he probably wants to spank kids too. You know what I mean?
Okay, I thought of that multiple times.
I was like,
I don't really want to get into that, but I thought of that too, honestly.
I would like to beat my child, but I would not give them medical care. Okay.
I know. Or it's the parents' right, like, oh, I wouldn't spank my child, but if somebody else wants to, even though it's against like all evidence, go ahead, because that's your parental right. No, I think that's bullshit.
That was something. That happened. Those were words.
That was long. I was supposed to go do something but now I don't have time, so I might as well just be here until I pick up my kid. Oh God.
Yeah.
I think when I started reading like all of the requirements when it goes into HRT, like he did think about that a little bit.
I was hopeful for a minute.
Sometimes people resist too in these conversations because they start feeling uncomfortable and they're like, oh. Anyway, I'm going to take sub only chat on. I have a few more minutes. I will, I guess I'll shower when I get back. Thank you. I mean, I do actually try to be patient with people who I do think that it's possible to get through to them. And I did kind of think that maybe there was a little bit of potential there. So, but.
Normie, Oliver did not win for best musical, best play, or best performance. Not even for best rant, honestly.
God. He did say feelings probably more than I've ever heard anyone say in this whole life.
I know. I'm like, drink. Cheers to that.
Idora took the morning off, and I think she has something going on tonight. Hunter, what's up?
Not much. How you guys doing?
All right. What's your age?
27.
All right. Go ahead.
So I think you just need to change this title. It's sort of bait.
Yeah, that's kind of how TikTok works, right? Like I have to have a title that is interesting or that gets people in. I tried other types of trans kid topics recently, and this is the one that's been the most successful. So this is the one I'm using. So next.
No, I'm just saying that, like, it's the same thing as saying let kids have diabetes or like let kids be diabetic. Like you're saying that it's a mental illness. So why are we?
No, because I'm not saying let kids have gender dysphoria. No, because that's silly. No, being trans is just a natural thing. It'd be like me saying let kids be straight, right? Or let kids be cis. Or let kids be gay. That's what it's compared to.
Well, no, because gender dysphoria is a mental illness. It's an illness.
It's not a mental illness. It's a clinical stress, actually. Stress disorder.
Right. And that's not what being trans is. So no, they're not comparable. You can't substitute in gender dysphoria because being trans and having gender dysphoria are two different things.
Okay, well, you guys just went down this whole discussion with Oliver about how you need to protect children and help them. But if it's just they want to be trans, then that's a whole different story. A parent has every right to say, if you want to be trans, no.
They don't want
that. That's
not. They are.
It's not a want. No, it's not okay. It's not okay to tell a child that they can't be who they are. That is problematic and harmful.
But okay, so you're saying that there's a lot of trans people that don't have dysphoria, gender dysphoria?
40%.
40% of trans people don't have gender dysphoria?
Correct. And you're covering your microphone.
Are you driving?
Okay.
Hunter? Are you in a car?
I'm parked.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't. You said 40% of trans people don't have gender dysphoria?
Correct.
Are we sure it's just not diagnosed?
Yeah. Do you know what gender dysphoria is?
Yeah, it's someone who does not believe they're in the right body.
No. No.
Well,
And
it's
that's
like a
not-
depression, a form of
that's not
depression.
No, that's not even what being trans is. Being trans isn't like feeling like you're in the wrong body. People try to use that as like a way to explain it, but it's really not accurate either way. Like being trans is just your gender identity develops incongruent from your sex. That's it.
See, when did that change though? Because I before, or when I was a kid, it was always gender and sex are the same thing, and then social culture
They weren't.
decided.
They weren't the same thing. They had different definitions even then. I mean, frankly, I'm going to guess I'm probably older than you, and the two are often similar and aligned for many people, but they're not the same thing.
Okay, so you're saying, so if there's 40% of transgender people don't have gender dysphoria, then what are we arguing, or what is the objective here for kids then? Like I get your whole discussion about how kids with a mental illness with like gender dysphoria need help in medical.
I'm sorry, I've got to clarify again. Once again, not a mental illness. I have to keep clarifying that.
Gender dysphoria is defined as a mental illness. Yes.
It is not. I'm going to ask you for a citation on that because you keep saying it. It's not true. It is a clinical stress disorder, not a mental illness. So please,
yeah, I'll get you that source. 1 second, please.
Love that for you. Love the journey you're on.
That's what we're going to argue about.
Yeah.
And it would have been nice, Hunter, if I could just explain the topic, right? Yeah, we're talking about kids that are trans, support them, whatever that means for them. I don't have a lot of time, Hunter, so get on it.
Yeah.
It's just different words. It's calling like it's a psychiatric.
Well, it's not a mental illness. What you be accurate in the conversation?
Okay, so what is the definition of gender, or what is it under? What category is it under? Gender dysphoria.
It's a clinical based distress.
Okay, so wouldn't you say that's mental?
It's not a mental illness. A distress is not the same as an illness.
What is anxiety?
I'm not sure how to clarify off the top of my head. Let me check it out. I'm not talking about that one now, but sure, let me see. I don't know how that's relevant, though, because I'm talking about specifically dysphoria is not a mental illness.
Anxiety is not a mental illness either.
It's treated with medication.
Can be.
So is a headache, but a headache isn't a mental illness, right? So
Yeah.
there we go.
Anxiety is not always treated with
Yeah,
That's not.
Anxiety is also not a mental illness. It is. Hold on. Anxiety is also. You asked a question. I'm going to answer it. Anxiety is also not a mental illness. It is classified as a disorder as well.
Okay.
So once again,
disorder. Sure, it's not an illness, but it's still a disorder. So it's not.
Right. So like anxiety and gender dysphoria, right? Like they're not only treated with medications. They can be treated with other things like therapy.
Okay. And I'm just, all I'm trying to understand is saying, like, are all trans people under some sort of category of disorder, or is it?
No.
That's already been said multiple times.
Did you actually read what gender dysphoria is while you were looking it up?
I mean, you were talking in the background saying you don't have enough time, so I just quickly jumped back in.
Read what it is. Right. So it's not being transgender. They're different things. Being transgender, again, just means your gender identity developed incongruent from your sex assigned at birth.
I didn't Google anything about
Hunter, you're shit.
Yeah, that thing was real bad.
What?
I don't know if your phone is getting hot in your car. If my phone gets hot in my car, my connection goes all shitty, and that might be what's going on.
Yeah, your
I
signal's
got
not
the
good.
AC blowing right on it. You hear me? Sorry,
Yep.
I got the AC blowing right on it.
Yeah, I heard it's a little wonky. So
Yeah, I've had it happen before. No, I mean, I think there's a lot of scenarios where there can be parents that maybe are a part of the community or support the community and could potentially push it on their children. And
Okay, can you give me a citation of that? Because once again, what's the actual point you have? You first joined, you wanted to critique this, saying it's rage bait. Then you wanted to call it an illness. Now you're trying to say that parents are forcing it. This is not happening. Nothing you're saying is based in fact.
no, you're just saying shit. You didn't like my topic.
That are on both sides of the issue. You can't just say science is proven. There are scientists on both sides of the issue.
Oh my God. No, that's
Actually,
why
I can name 30 different organizations, American Psychiatric Association, Medical Association, Pediatric Association, that agree with this course of treatment for gender affirming care, okay, and about trans kids. And the ones you're having are a couple of fringe people who do not follow the science. The majority, in reality, the majority support this. This isn't an opinion.
We've all learned what happens when the majority supports something and then it's completely false. We all know what happens.
What I'm hearing from you is a lot of work. What's your claim?
you're just saying shit now.
You're literally just like saying things like, okay.
We all know. What do we know? I don't know. I don't think I know what you think I know, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can't bring it up, so.
Okay.
All right. I guess trans kids, I guess, teach them about trans kids or trans people.
Okay, cool. I don't know
Awesome.
what the fuck is going on with your signal again, but you're unwilling to. You're just pivoting off and saying stupid shit. So,
Weird.
bye, Hunter. Go cool off your phone. Anyway, let's tap the screen. Let's see. I have about 20 minutes left.
Michael Jeffries asks, why always talking about trans? Well, Michael Jeffries, whenever you interact with comments that are trans topics, you were talking to the algorithm. I want to see more of this. That's how algorithms work. So thank you for your support of the channel. We do appreciate you.
That person didn't connect.
Mama Fat L for only 20 more minutes.
I know, I'm
Wow.
sorry.
What an L. I love you.
I've been here all day, though, if that makes you feel any better.
You have been. I've been like doing things and bouncing off and on listening. I'm like, you've been here a long time.
It's been a long day. But I think we've had some pretty good conversations, I hope, anyway.
I heard a couple earlier. They were nice.
I got some feedback that when I talked to the previous guest, that quite a few people actually understood what I was talking about when I was talking about supporting kids. And they have a better understanding now. So hopefully There was some positivity out of there.
Like no one's connecting. This is crazy.
Yeah, probably because some of the guests have been here a long time.
That could be.
Are you going live tonight? No, I think I'm going shopping.
What are you buying me?
Bath bombs?
I need to go to Lush. Oh my God, I need to. Okay, I'm just guess where I'm going after this is over.
Yeah, you do. I know.
I am going to Lush.
Nobody's connecting. Are we done? Do we not have 20 minutes left?
I don't know. Maybe clear the box and let them repopulate.
There's not many people left.
Gorgeous.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You've had some doozies today.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I cleared the box, so whoever requests first will be the one to have the conversation. Oh.
Scandal.
I would like to know why you don't support trans kids.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm doing great. Oh, how old? 45. Sorry, what year is it? I'm so old that I have to check the year. I was born in 1980. So.
1980, you're not 45.
Bish and I are really, honey?
Yeah. I think I am. I'm pretty sure I am. I'm like, am I not? So.
Maybe.
Yeah, I just filled out my physical paperwork for work.
Did you do it correctly though?
Did I mess it up? I don't think so.
That's going to be an awkward conversation with the doctor. You know what I mean?
Maybe. I guarantee I was born in 1980. So.
My husband was born in 1980, and he's going to be 44 this year. He's 43 currently.
Am I only 44?
Yeah.
I think so.
Oh, I'm 44. My birthday's in March. I have to have my birthday.
Do me a favor real quick. Whenever you log off here,
That doesn't sound right.
That's
I
what
know.
this live is here for. It's to,
We're educated.
I appreciate you. So
do me a favor when you log off, grab that form and fix it.
Thank you.
I will.
Don't hit
It's
it.
right here on my desk. I'm at my desk, so I will fix
Great.
it.
So
in a
you
sec.
are 44. Okay. Like kids be trans.
I agree with you. Honestly, I listen to you all the time, so I think you're great. I'm a chemist, and so I have a lot of time when I'm in the office and working machines and just get to listen to something in the background. I think you're fantastic. I'm with an organization called Defense of Democracy, and we advocate for safe and inclusive schools for all kids. It is like, I don't know, it's really important for me. I just really kind of wanted to come up and say that I think the whole thing with Oliver was wild. I loved the Oliver references. I wanted to tell Bish that I think they were lost on Oliver.
Yeah, once in a while I pull up the musical theater, stuff. So
no, it's great. We have to camp out. I don't know if you guys. I'm in Oklahoma, and so we have to camp out the day before our state school board meetings to have the opportunity to speak and to our superintendent of schools. Yeah, it's crazy. So we've been I try to entertain people. So we've been showing movies on the side of our state school board building. 2 months ago, we showed Mean Girls the musical, and this last month we showed Rocky Horror. I'm thinking, I know it's great.
I'm sorry, I directed. I do a little bit of theater. That's my show. I directed every year for Halloween. That's my baby.
It's great. And so I'm thinking maybe Chicago this month. So
nice.
But yeah, we had it's wild. So again, Oklahoma. So we have Ryan Walters here, and he's the worst, I think. But yeah, that's where the organization's national. It's called Defense of Democracy, and we fight for safe and inclusive schools and libraries for
Sweet. That's
for
awesome.
everyone.
Thank you so much. I only have 15 minutes left, so I'm gonna see if I can.
I know you do.
Yeah.
I know you do, and so I hope you can get somebody else on. But I just wanted to pop up and say I think you're amazing. I'll try to pop up periodically, hopefully, and just say I think you're great. I think Bish is great, and so I don't really have Two Spirit very much, but I'm sure you're also amazing.
You need to follow right now. If you're not following Two Spirit, everyone in the comments, if you're not following her, I will judge you severely.
So
Yeah.
that's it. And also, I don't have a ton of time because I do have to do things as well. So,
All right. Have a good
but
one.
yeah, I really appreciate you guys.
All right. Thank you. Right. Yeah, Two Spirit's been trying to get to 50,000 followers for a very long time now, and
No, it's because I haven't been making content. I just haven't gave a shit.
Fair.
I need to start.
I was probably following her before I followed myself as well. So
What?
I don't know. It didn't make any sense.
You're following yourself? Wow.
Yeah, you know.
Super narcissistic. I follow myself. You do that?
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi, how old are you?
22.
All right, let kids be trans.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with the topic. It's just I was seeing a lot of people in the comments, talking about pushing propaganda and stuff, and it's like homosexual people and trans people have always existed. I think people think that trans means that you got surgery or hormones when that's not necessarily true. So just because it wasn't as talked about back in the day as it is now does not mean that they never existed. And I always tell people when they be like, oh, well, kids don't need to learn this in school because that's going to influence them. That's not going to influence them because when we're kids, when I was a kid, all the relationships you seen on TV was heterosexual relationships, and that didn't make everybody straight. So I don't understand why they try to push that propaganda thing because that's not how it works. Kids are not going to be influenced by the media. They're influenced by their own thoughts and their own brain because kids have brains. They're still humans. I don't know why people think kids can't think for themselves. We all thought for ourselves when we were kids. Why are the kids now different? They're not. But that's really all
It's
I
the
have
same.
to say.
It's the same thing for cis and trans kids too, right? Like your theory. If that were true, there would be no trans people because that's all that's been represented all these years.
Yeah,
So
I
yeah,
don't know why
it's
they
a
say
weird argument.
It is. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
I agree.
And get anybody that disagrees before I have to go. But appreciate you.
I'm spending my lunch with you guys.
Yay, what are we having today?
Oh, I ate my handy dandy cup of noodles.
Oh, sorry.
Very sorry.
I'm getting excited.
Oh, my nose is itchy. Hello, Mandy. How old are you?
I am 43.
Are you sure? No, I'm just kidding. Like it's the truth.
So I don't really believe in it. I just
What don't you believe, honey?
It's the way of life. The whole transgender. I think it's a complete abomination, and
Okay, to who? Like, according to what?
according to our biblicals,
You mean the
about
Bible that
everything.
celebrates over 13 genders?
Yeah, well, do you not remember the whole? Oh my God, what was it? The whole town of that went down.
Laura.
Yep.
Yeah. I didn't hear that. What?
And they had so much sin. Well, transgenders, there are sin. It's a sin.
No, it's not.
It's a sin.
No, it's
Can you
not.
can you show me where
Absolutely it is.
I'm curious about
God,
this one,
God
Mandy.
made transgender. He made men and he made women.
Well, Mandy, I'm very
Why
curious
are-
about this. Can you
hold
tell
on.
me
So
where
why are we?
Mandy,
Why
Mandy,
are we?
Mandy, my
Why are
love,
we able?
lamb chop beloved, darling. I have a question
So
for you. Can
why
you
are
tell me?
we?
Oh
Let
my
me finish.
goodness,
I'll let you.
Mandy, hold on,
I'll let
Mandy.
you speak afterwards.
There we go. So anyhow, Mandy, thank you. I appreciate your silence. I have a question for you. Where specifically in the Bible does it say anything against transgender people? I want to know where that was mentioned by Jesus or anyone in the Bible, because Two Spirit was very clear about the celebration of genders, but
Sodom and Gomorrah had nothing to do with trans people.
nothing at all.
Mandy, John 8:7. He who is without sin among you, let him first cast the first stone.
It was a complete sin and all the things.
Where,
that,
please, Mandy?
No,
Where?
just I didn't say a word. I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah.
In all the things.
Can you address that, Mandy? Where was it mentioned, please?
Okay, let me pull it up. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Great, let's do it.
It's gonna be a long day, but okay.
Also, I had 32 messages during this live, and let's see, the vast majority of them are hate, mostly during my time where I was sub only, so apparently people are very angry about that.
Oh no.
I'm surprised I didn't sub so they could hate comment.
32.
That always cracks me up.
32 messages.
God.
I'm sorry, what are we waiting for?
I don't. Mandy's looking up the Bible. I mean, that's to me, that's no different than saying like, oh, in Harry Potter it says like you can't put these herbs with
You
these
don't
other
compare
herbs.
Harry
Like,
Potter
I
to
really
the
just
Bible.
don't
That's
give a
weird.
fuck what your
Well,
book says.
yeah, frankly, Harry Potter's more interesting and made better movies, honestly. But okay.
Why would you compare Harry Potter to the Bible?
It's a fucking book, Mandy. It's a book, and I really don't care about your storybook. Like you can believe in something like that. You can have your little fantasy beliefs about that if that makes you happy and that does it for you. That's great. Go ahead and do that. But don't put that shit on other people. It's so fucking ironic. It's so ironic.
You wonder
when
why
people
what's wrong with our world today
LGBT
because of people
community
like that.
pushing things onto other
This is
people.
what's wrong with
when
our
the only people that push things are religious people. Religious people like to push their beliefs on other people, not LGBTQIA plus people at all.
Reading my DMs would probably be more interesting than this, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Literally.
Aw, damn.
Yeah, bye, Mandy.
I got
Oh my
more
God.
to go. All right.
Leviosa. Leviosa.
All right, let's just read a couple of these because I don't have a lot of time left and I got a warning, so I'm gonna have to. Sorry, Sherry, you don't have much time. There is only two genders, male and female. Telling kids to be trans is ring.
Oh, not the ring. Like, but what if you look into the ring? Then what happens?
Mel, stop being creepy and abusing children.
Oh.
Is this your DMs?
Yes. Mute the truth, huh? Poor baby. Can't stand opposition, huh?
Yeah, I'm a mandated reporter. What Mel does on here is not considered abuse, just in case you all are confused.
All right, a couple of them are like nicer.
Oh.
For that, thank you for the nice ones. Oh, they're not all hate messages. I'm shocked.
Good.
Oh, look, JCS91 is back. Speaking of sad people who left me hate messages. He was upset. Hey, JCS91, you were upset that I muted you, huh? Oh, honey. Shh. Like, literally, sent me a message last week. I never check my DMs, like, never. And I'm like, you sent me a message because you're upset that you got muted? Honey, then maybe just don't say stupid stuff. It's okay.
Please stop with your disturbing lives you do. Leave children alone. It's weird and quite frankly sick in the head. So for some reason, everyone who sends these types of messages don't use punctuation. Like none of you.
Not a bit.
They're very hard to read. Too many children are getting forced into the sick world of LGBTQ.
Okay.
Yes, you're a major part of the problem.
Oh, thank you for the PS.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way. Almost forgot.
Oh, well, here you go. I think kids 12 to 13 who want to be trans, who are trans, should get puberty blockers after therapy and older, maybe HRT. Cool. That's how it works.
I'm sorry.
I love being sick. I know, Heather, right?
I am stuck on the PS. I apologize. That was delicious. PS, you're bad. Man.
What the hell? All right. I'm going to try to read this. This obviously is a child that's, or.
Don't read it then. Don't read it then.
Well, it's.
Don't do that to yourself.
No, hold on. It might not be a child because my kids say like skibbity and I do sometimes with them. So.
Oh, please stop that immediately.
Kids don't have knowledge to know if they're a zebra or a bi-trans skibbity sexual.
Oh my gosh.
Let your kids have a youth.
A youth? Just the one?
You know, for those of you that agree with that comment, that's what Mel's trying to do.
She was barely
She's trying
here.
to make sure that she gives her children a life.
Yeah, it's wild.
So you want your kids to be skibbity. Two youths. I'm sorry, I saw that. ChatGPT.
No, it's funny. Are children impressionable? Because a list of sources from NYU, Smithsonian, and NIH.gov says they are. So what's difference between being influenced by, let's say, the troubled youth versus the stable trans youth? Either way, there's potential for influence. Huh? Next time, don't mute me because you disagree with valid points.
First of all, Mel, you don't really mute people, do you? It's usually your mods, right?
No, I don't mute people.
So blame me, because I frequently do, because I'm a shady bitch, and I don't care. And also Aaron, hey, sup, Aaron.
You know what I found? What I started doing for who I'm a mod for? I mute them for a minute. And they get all in their sphincter. They get all upset. And they're like trying to type. Nothing happens. And then it just kind of calms them down. All of a sudden their words change. Like it's a complete 180. And it's like, well, I guess I could agree with that part. And instead of like, you're going to hell, you ravager.
I know. It's funny how yours works. This is weird. Kids are black, white, have a penis, don't.
What?
Leave kids alone. Alone. Alone.
Like, are they going to the bank?
I think they're trying to say like it's black and white, like you have a penis or you don't. But the way that they worded it was really awful.
Give kids alone. For how much money?
Kids alone.
Oh my God.
Oh
Also,
my gosh. Okay, this is a good day. Can I just share this? I just cleaned my desk.
Yes.
And I found $11.
Nice.
Should I clean my desk now?
That's amazing.
Kasha, I have a proposal. How about you clean my desk and you keep whatever's on it? How's that? No?
That's not a whole lot. No.
Sorry you're suffering mentally. Hope you get better.
Can you say sorry one more time? It's fun.
Oh my God, I want to hear you say it.
Well, no, when Mel says it, it's like, sorry.
Sorry. It's because I used to say sorry and then I had to like fix it and then that's what I got.
No, you say sorry.
I haven't said sorry for years, but I used to.
Sorry.
By the way, I need to apologize to, I think it was Melanie in the comments who said, I said about muting people, said earlier, said it was not cool of me doing that, so I muted her for 5 seconds. I was just having funsies. I'm sorry. I had to.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, here's one. So you try to force me to buy a subscription because you don't like my comments. That's what it's not
Oh my God. Please do a video of that. Please do a video
That's
of that.
manipulation and extortion.
Please, that will, oh my God.
You just got compared to Donald Trump. Wow. Wow.
Mel for president.
Leave those kids alone.
Mel for president. Hashtag everyone in the comments. Mel for president.
Foster good character and skills as well as self-love as a parent. All ideas and feelings should not be affirmed or validated. I am a man. Man and adult male. I don't know. Man.
Ooh, you're a man who can't spell and speak, honey cakes.
Wish you much that was me. That was me, not them.
I wasn't sure.
Much success, ma'am. Once again, oppression is with imposed subscription. You guys don't want a conversation. You want to force people to believe in what you want them to. Intellectual dishonesty and manipulation. Huh?
Cool. So, did they subscribe again? That's what I need to know.
No, I don't think so. They just want to complain. The fact that you mute people is so telling. This isn't an open discussion. This is a one-way road. In 20 years, come talk to us. It is so funny we mute the opposition. Also, your doctor absolutely should have shared licensing info. What?
Oh, I know who that was. I muted them. I knew.
Oh,
I
that's
know.
bad business not to.
Yep.
View the code of ethics.
Literally me. If you're still here, hate listening. That was me. I'm the problem.
I used to read a whole bunch of things as the Joker.
I love
It just
that.
made everything so creepy.
Love.
I don't know what this means, but hi, Mel. Since you're reading DMs right now, also tell your mod that they are literally 1984 Animal Crossing. What does that mean?
Thank you. I love your hair. Hope you win. I don't know.
84 Animal Crossing.
Baby cakes.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Animal Crossing didn't exist in 1984, and if you think I was like born in '84,
Animal House did.
I don't know.
And somebody said I like. Then they said I like your stuff. I don't know. I don't know what stuff. I'm hoping you mean my content.
I want to have a T-shirt that says 1984 Animal Crossing on it.
That's not what that means. Anyway, those were my my weird DMs.
Sherry left, and I was gonna ask her how to use this one.
Sherry got a violation.
What?
Yeah, she was barely here.
She got a violation.
They just didn't like her face, I guess.
I just wanted to know how this works.
I'm here.
How should I use
Yes.
this one?
How to use it?
This one, yeah.
The claw clip? Hold on, where's mine?
I use claw clips all the time. I just
No, but I always have a problem.
And Sherry, real quick, before we get another violation, on the hair, please.
You're funny.
I'm saying.
Okay. Hold on. Let
Yeah,
me
but
take off my
mine looks
glasses.
more like a clam.
It's the same thing though. It'll work the same way. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
And now
That's
I'm
why-
blind. I can't see anything. Okay.
That's why I'm gay right there.
I know. Hold on. Let me take off my jacket so you can see better. Okay.
I'll put you on the big screen. Sorry, I'm trying to zoom in here. I don't have my glasses on.
I know. I can't see anything either without my glasses. Hold on. Let me turn on the light too. Let me kick off the motion.
Is that okay? Do I have your permission?
Yes.
Okay. And then I gotta go after this. After this
Okay.
demonstration.
Thank you, Mel.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So you want to kind of get it all behind your ears. Take your clip. Put it in your mouth. That's where it belongs. Okay.
I told you. I told you.
And then pull it all back. Get it kind of in a ponytail, kind of low.
Well, there's her cross.
And then twist. Yeah, there's her. Twist it. Pull it up. And then clamp it. Twist it. Pull it up. And then.
That's how I do it too.
Yeah.
Twist it.
And then it
Like,
should be.
Yeah, twist your hair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like. Yeah. Low ponytail. And then twist it a couple times.
okay.
So it's kind of like a French twist that goes up. And then clamp
And
it
where
like
does
right
it
in the
clamp?
middle.
Is it clamping the? Is that better?
It's clamping the shaft part of the twist.
Yeah, but you're gonna want to do it
Stop.
higher. You want more. You want to trap more hair.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you want it poofier on top, put your pony a little bit higher. So you can go even like.
Yeah, because you had a
Like
little
that
bit.
one's-
The
That
shaft.
one's kind of high.
Okay.
And then
Right.
you can kind of, and then just twist it.
I can't believe
And then
TikTok's
just-
allowing us to grab shafts live. Okay.
I know.
Oh my
And
share.
then right there. And then,
Yeah.
So you just went higher.
yeah, just went higher. If you go higher, it'll give you more of a poof.
Okay.
What did you call me?
I'm right-handed. That's why I messed up.
Did Bear not teach you that word?
Oh my god, I forgot about that whole thing.
Yeah, that word is a bad word in British.
Cass, I always get frustrated.
Yeah. It's the F slur.
Oh shit.
That's why I have a T-shirt that says it.
Ah.
Okay.
You have a lot of hair too, Kasha. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. You might need another clip.
Okay.
Okay.
Your hair is so long.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I still think you should go higher.
Still higher?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like-
because your hair is
it's
so
like-
long.
It's like
And then
pulling it down a little bit. You want to clip it in a little more.
And twist it a few times so it's really tight. Like try to twist it really tight, and then
That's
put it up
like what
here, and
Ross
then
is
try putting
twisting.
the clamp. Try to put the clamp up a little higher. Right there, because your hair's so long. Like mine's barely sticking out, but yours is going to go all the way down.
Okay.
So it's a lot higher.
Try again.
Is it weird being on the big screen, Sherry?
Yeah, kind of.
Where's my clip? Ah, my hip.
Yeah, you might even need a bigger clip, Kasha, because you have way more hair than I do.
Yeah, a bigger clip would be better, right? Like this one's pretty big.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that one's bigger. I know. I don't have a lot of hair.
I don't know if it's gonna even show you. Like, tomorrow.
You're not comparing the size of your clips.
Shush.
I forgot how to take my back.
I said clips. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'll try again. Ow! Ow!
And then.
Okay, I'll try again.
Yeah,
Normie,
Mel like tucks it in.
Normie says if you're against hair clips, request LOL.
And your hair's so thick and heavy, Cash. Mine's so like light and thin, so I'll kind of like I kind of like mess it up and pull it back like in like a tangly kind of mess.
Yeah.
Like that. And then stick it up so that it gives it like a little bit more volume.
Okay.
Because I don't have a lot of hair, but yeah, with yours.
But if
you might.
Well, like here, my other one's smaller.
I'm gonna have to try again. It's the twisting part that I always mess up.
Mm-hmm.
Spiderweb one is like much smaller than
That's
so it's
where you get your grip. Oh yeah.
Your sizes. Size matters.
I wish I was sound recording this whole thing. I'd be clipping it.
Yeah. But yeah, that's where you get your grip is like the twisting part.
If you clip it too low like you did, like it kind of gets a little like where it's gonna pull down on this part.
Uh-huh.
You want to go higher, like you should clip up here.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll practice in the mirror. It's hard to do it here.
Yeah. Come to California and I'll do it for you.
Poldark thinks she's doing something right now. Okay,
Yeah.
Poldark. You
We're
go
not
away,
talking about
girl.
sexuality.
You go away.
All right, I gotta go get my kid from school.
All right. I know my lunch is over in 5 minutes, so.
Well, you get to hang out a little.
No, real quick, check Discord. I something I got to send you. I forgot last night. I got distracted.
Okay.
See you.
But yes, your size matters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get a bigger one.
Yeah.
Look for a
Actually, you
clip,
need a
'cause I
big
think
clip.
I have a big one.
Yeah, you need a big one.
Your hair is longer. Because yours is longer, you need a bigger one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you
And you start.
I don't think so.
The longer it is, the
and
bigger.
get a really long shaft so that you clip it up here. You need a.
No, no.
That'll work.
Well,
So-
It'll be really thick.
Kasha, hold on. Kasha, they're just saying that yours isn't big enough. You need to have a bigger one to manage all that stuff.
No, it's because hers is long.
Let her clip
She needs a bigger one to maintain it.
Yeah.
to maintain her what?
Her longness.
Her length.
Gorgeous fucking hair that I'm jealous of.
The length
So-
that she has.
So we're only talking length and not girth.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
No,
too,
the
if
girth
that-
is important.
If you have a lot of
Preach.
length, though, you typically will have a lot of girth. So you do need it to open wider, right, to hold it all in.
Yeah. To compensate for the girth, you have to be able to open it up wide.
I think Kasha could probably handle 2 clips, honestly.
You don't need 2 clips. You just need a really good sized one. You know.
Look, you're opposed to allowing 2 clips?
Boomstick came in a long time.
You can. It's just not really necessary as long as you have the right
Wow.
size.
Maybe don't judge people for the number of clips they want to use.
Also, like this one because it's metal. Like this one actually has like a stronger spring, so this one's like tighter.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that? I'm just curious.
TJ Maxx.
Oh.
That's when we go to TJ Maxx for Christmas. Okay.
Halloween time.
Same difference. Halloween is gay Christmas for me.
For real.
My paint's coming off a little bit, but anyway,
Oh my god.
I'll go. Bye.
Does your hair lose value if you use it too much?
No, it doesn't actually.
Oh.
That's a myth. Like that is a problem with I'm not good at these kind of conversations, honestly. I'm trying, but I'm really not bad at it.
I'm gonna send you something on Discord real quick. Bye.
All right, thanks.
Andy and Hull did the best with that whole conversation.
Oh my gosh, the
I am not
bushes
good
and
at
the
that.
landscaping and the digging
Yeah,
hose.
the bushes and the hose. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I try. I can make a line or two in there, but I can't keep that shit going. Boomstick suggested to rate AJ. Let's do that. AJ's been like kind of.
Oh, nice.
John Carson. John Carson 217 is the name now. I don't know if you guys can even find him, but good luck. Go find that. John Carson 217.
All right.
Yeah, there it is.
See y'all later.
Hey, bye.
Bye.
Whoops, I forgot to end. Hi, everybody. I just grabbed my phone so I could leave. Whoopsie.